All right, folks, let's take a seat. We are on air, so let's everyone take your seats.
How are you? Good to see you. How was the bus ride? Yeah.
Good afternoon,
2
everyone.
hours
If I could get you to take your seats, we'll get started.
Yeah.
I think it's good. Good afternoon. If I could get you to take your seats, we'll go ahead and get started. Thank you. I'd like to call this workshop to order. It's April 10th, 2019. I'd like to ask our Vice Chairman, Scott Wagner, to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you. Thanks, Vice Chair. We're going to do something a little different. This is a workshop. We haven't done one yet. We've only had one governing board meeting. And what I'm going to do is I'm basically going to turn the gavel over to our facilitator, who's our executive director, Drew Bartlett, and let Drew pretty much run the meeting for all of us, and we're just going to be willing listening participants.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Welcome, everybody, to our first workshop. This is pretty exciting because we're going to do a deep dive on water quantity, how we move water in the Water Management District, how the decisions, the rules, the history, the laws that all govern our decisions, and how we move water from one place to another, store water, et cetera, in this Water Management District. There's a lot of questions that frequently come up on water quality. We will be having a water quality workshop next, the day before our May board meeting, where we will get the right people in the room, like Department of Environmental Protection, Department of Agriculture, to help us explore all the issues related to water quality. So we're going to focus this one on the quantity aspects of the Water Management District. I will facilitate discussion. We have all of our board members, we have expert panelists, and we have the public. During the presentations, it is for the board members to learn. This is for them to learn. And so they will be able to ask questions of the panelists, of the presenter, whoever they want to ask. Just get my attention and I'll make sure you get in. If the public has questions they'd like me to insert in the conversation, please fill out a question card if you need one. Tia, are they around? And get them to Tia Barnett, who sits back here, and I'll try to insert them into the conversation. Of course, after each presentation and conversation, we will have public comment, so you can interject your comments and thoughts if we don't cover them adequately up here. I would like to introduce, for those of you who haven't met before, this is Jen Smith, who is our Chief of Staff at the Water Management District, started April 1st with me. And next to her is Paula Cobb, who is our new General Counsel at the Water Management District, who started at 8 a.m. this morning. So while board members may have questions, these two may have questions as well. I won't have any because I know all this. But I will encourage anyone at this table to ask questions. We've got a great panel with us. We've got 3 Toms and a Jennifer. So if you don't mind, Colonel Reynolds, can we call you Tom for the purposes of this afternoon?
Yeah, I was going to mention that the T in LTC actually stands for Tom, so we're good.
Very good. Well, thank you for joining us. Lieutenant Colonel Reynolds from the Corps of Engineers helps us daily on operational issues. Tom Van Lent represents the Everglades Foundation as a recognized expert from the environmental community on South Florida Water Management District operations. Tom McVicker, very recognized expert on South Florida operations, often represents the agricultural community, can help us with that. And Tommy Stroud works for the Lake Worth Drainage District, knows operations, can help us from a local government perspective. So thank you so much for setting aside this afternoon and joining us today. I think it'll be very useful for all of us. Am I missing anything, board members? Yeah, that's what I was thinking. So let's go around the table. Terry? And,
Terry Bates with Water Resources.
John Mitnick, I'm the Chief District Engineer here at the district.
I'm Drew Bartlett. All right, on these it's new equipment, in order to broadcast, you have to keep your thumb pressed on the button.
Jay Steinley.
Cheryl Meads.
Jackie Thurlow Lippish.
Chauncey Goss.
Scott Wagner.
Charlotte Roman.
Go ahead, Jennifer. Tom.
Jennifer Reynolds?
Tom Van Lent.
Tom McVicker.
Tommy Stroud.
Ansley Marr with the District State Policy and Coordination Group.
Okay. Any other thoughts before we launch? Okay, so I'm going to ask Terry the first agenda item. And by the way, both agenda items, if the public has questions during it, please fill out a card and get it to Tia. And of course, there will be opportunity for public comment after the presentation and discussion. So I'm going to have Terry and John present this. Board members, interrupt. Panelists, interrupt. If you need to interject something or want to interject, we will learn better through dialogue and Q&A than just listening to a presentation, so please feel free to do that. Plus, it would get extremely boring if you didn't interrupt John Mitnick while he was presenting operations. Terry, it's all yours.
Okay, good afternoon. I appreciate being here. I feel a little out of sorts. I'm an old timer here, but there's a lot of other old timers here that have more history than I do, so feel free to add your 2 cents. And also, John brought all these great props, and Ansley brought maps. I don't have any props, so I have my water supply. That's my prop for the day. Although the district is not involved in drinking water treatment or standards, that's the question we always get all the time, but we do allocate water, so that's my prop for today. So I'm going to walk you through about 175 years of history in 15 minutes or less. Feel free to interrupt me. Is this clicking? I'm not. It's not advancing. I need some help. And it's not advancing. There we go. Okay. So I'm going to walk you through the evolution of water management from the Everglades River of Grass, as it's known, from where we were historically. And you can see, let me get the mouse down here, kind of matching up with our hydrologic boundaries that we have today, starting from the upper Kissimmee chain of lakes, where flow would come down through the Kissimmee River to Lake Okeechobee, and then overflow the lake when levels got high down through the Everglades system. And to give you a reference, kind of this is where you are. This is a simulated satellite image of what the area might have looked like back in the late 1800s. So here's Lake Okeechobee, the Sawgrass Plains, the Ridge and Slough system, down through Shark River to Florida Bay in the 10,000 Island area. So you can see here where we were. And so I'm going to talk through how we went from that to this, in an area that's got more than 6 million people that live between Palm Beach, Broward, and Miami-Dade County, and how we've carved up the Everglades system for our water management purposes. So I'm going to start all the way back in the late 1800s. Florida became a state in 1845. new state, and one of the things that was important was to help develop economic prosperity. And so the federal government conveyed to Florida, along with a lot of other new states, their swamp and overflowed lands. And Florida received about 22 million acres of swampland with the condition that they develop those lands, reclaim them for beneficial purposes, help generate revenue for this young state. So some of the very earliest proposals, you can look at the old maps, showed channelization to connect Lake Okeechobee to either side of the Gulf and the Atlantic. And those very first large-scale drainage efforts started with some entrepreneurs. Hamilton Diston was a Philadelphia industrialist. He was quite the capitalist, came in and acquired about 4 million acres of land, generally in this vicinity, with the promise to go in and reclaim those lands. And he started with connecting up the upper chain of lakes. And remember, at the time, there was not I-95 or the turnpike. The way people got around were by boat, by steamship. That was the way you got goods and services to market, so that was a focus. Made some improvements to the Kissimmee River so you could get down to the lake, and started the connection from Lake Okeechobee to the Caloosahatchee. It's not easy to drain a swamp, so he ended up going bankrupt, but this was still a priority for the state of Florida for our future development. So in 1905, the legislature created a special commission on drainage districts, and one of the first ones created was the Everglades Drainage District, which is one of our predecessors. And so the mission was on again to reclaim the swamp, to carry out these drainage plans. And it included, as part of the Everglades Drainage District, a tax, 5 cents per acre across the area bounds of the Everglades Drainage District, with the mission of draining the swamp. And so they went to work, did a great job, right through the heart of the Everglades. I mean, perfectly straight canal. And you can see the tree islands in the background here. I'm not sure which canal this is, but you can see the tree islands in this portion of the Everglades as they set across that mission of draining the swamp. So by 1928, these were the works that were constructed. The Caloosahatchee River connection, St. Lucie Canal, and then the canals we know of as West Palm Beach, which is the canal that runs right behind our building here, also known as C-51, the Hillsborough, the North New River, and the Miami Canal. And so generally, just as a tip, if you have a canal that has a name, that's one of those very early drainage district canals as opposed to part of the CNFS system. So substantial works existed as of 1928. And since Tommy's here, I want to give him a shout out. He's responsible for the Lake Worth Drainage District. That was one of the very early drainage districts that were formed. So they just celebrated their 100-year anniversary in 2015. So they've been in existence for 100 years. And they literally handle the 298, or the secondary water management, for most of urbanized Palm Beach County, from about Okeechobee Boulevard south down to the Hillsborough Canal. So that was the public policy of the day. It was reclaim the swamp, drain the lands, make it productive, primarily for agricultural purposes. That was the way we were growing our prosperity as a state. But all that effort for drainage and reclaiming and developing agriculture came to a pretty screeching halt. 1926 and 1928, there were severe hurricanes that came across the state and caused just devastating damage. The 1928 flood as Lake Okeechobee filled up, and one of the things that happens, and we see this in hurricanes in recent times, we have good monitoring now, it's that wind action kind of is almost like a bowl shape, like you're a kid in a bathtub and you swish back and forth, so the water goes up really high on one side, low on the other, where all this water rushed to the south, overtopped the muck berms that were there to protect the agricultural lands, and literally washed away those communities south of the lake. Don't know exactly how many people were killed, but the estimates were 2,000 to 2,500. In the pictures you can see here, these were the caskets burned to deal with disease issues, and then there are several mass burial sites, one at Port Mayaca. There's a cemetery here in West Palm Beach where the dead were collected and buried. So just absolutely devastating to our area. And that really was the first time for the state of Florida that we reached out to the federal government and said, we need help controlling these floodwaters. And this is a picture from Okeechobee. This is the Chamber of Commerce, where President Hoover came to town, wanted to see that damage, and the state was reaching out to the federal government looking for help to deal with these impacts. Congress at that time wanted to avoid the precedent of flood control. That wasn't the mission at the time for the Corps of Engineers. We really only had flood projects in the Mississippi and Sacramento Valley at the time, and they didn't want to set that precedent. So the way this project got authorized was actually as a navigation project. So many of you are familiar with the Okeechobee Waterway, so the southern end of the lake, the connections. So as they set about this navigation project, well, you had all that fill material. What were you going to do with it? Well, that was the design coincidence was building the dike that we now know as the Herbert Hoover Dike. And I just thought it was really interesting that here we are, it's 91 years later, and President Trump was there visiting the Herbert Hoover Dike just a few weeks ago to see the repairs that the Corps are undertaking. So that was the start of our state-federal partnership. With the Everglades Drainage District having gone belly up with unpaid taxes, we needed a new entity. So the legislature created the Okeechobee Flood Control District to act as the local sponsor with the federal government on this project. And our job was we had the authority to tax and acquire lands and right-of-way for the project. And the Corps was going to be responsible for the construction of the project and maintenance of the completed works. And so John will talk more about that, of why are there some structures that the Water Management District operates and some that the Corps of Engineers operates. And it goes back to this very early history of construction of the Herbert Hoover Dike. So Florida is a land of extremes. We go from flood to drought, and by the 30s we were in a drought situation. And that brings a whole other set of water management challenges. Now that we had these open channel connections, we were draining the Everglades to the sea, when all of a sudden the rains stop and you have no water supply there to rely on, you start experiencing saltwater intrusion. And that happened up and down the lower East Coast. We had saltwater intrusion in the well fields in Fort Lauderdale area, because these were just open channel canals. There weren't structures there to regulate it. We had devastating peat fires throughout the Everglades. So we go from flood to drought, and then we're back to flood condition again as a major consequence for the state. In 1947, we had 2 hurricanes hit in September and October. It's not unlike what a lot of us experienced with Francis and Jean, literally about 2 weeks apart. And the difference from what we had in Francis and Jean, those weren't particularly wet hurricanes. They went through pretty quick. We had some wind damage. But when these hurricanes occurred in 47, there were very, very wet systems on top of a very wet year. We had parts of the state that had more than 100 inches of rainfall that year. So devastating flooding across the area we know as the Water Management District. Agricultural areas were particularly hard hit. This is out in the Glades. You can see in the first picture the sugarcane fields that were burning at the time for harvest, and then just substantial agricultural flooding impacts. And these weren't impacts because we didn't have much of a system to move the water. These were flooding impacts that lasted for months and months and months. So extremely damaging to the state. And all that damage was documented by the state of Florida in our report that's known as the Crying Cow report, if you've heard of that. In 1947, it was documenting the impacts to roadways and agriculture and our infrastructure from these devastating hurricane and flooding events. And again, it was the state of Florida that went to the federal government saying, we need help controlling these floodwaters. And that led to the system that we have today, with Congress authorizing the Army Corps of Engineers to design and construct this massive, incredible water management infrastructure that we operate today. So that was authorized in 1948. It was expected to cost about $200 million. And the projections were it was going to serve a population of 2 million people. Again, I told you we already have 6 million people just from Palm Beach to Miami-Dade County. So huge urban development that now relies on this system for flood control. The authorized purposes for this infrastructure included flood control, water supply for agriculture, for urban areas, for Everglades National Park to help prevent saltwater intrusion, navigation, again, kind of going back to our early roots of the Herbert Hoover Dike and having navigation components, and protection of fish and wildlife. And this is just a factoid that I find interesting, so I included this, that when this project was authorized by Congress, the planning documents recognized that Everglades National Park had really just been formed 6 months before. In December 1947, Everglades National Park was dedicated. And so as they were preparing these plans for this massive flood control project, they looked at that and said, we don't see any conflict between these two things. We think we're going to have this infrastructure where we can deliver water in the amount and the timing that's necessary for the park and for other natural areas. So the federal government in that evaluation saw these things as compatible interests. So from that, we moved to the Central and Southern Florida Flood Control District. So that really was our predecessor agency. The legislature created us as the local sponsor for the flood control project. And again, our job as a local sponsor, acquire the lands and rights of way for construction of this project. And we were also going to take on the maintenance responsibility and operation, with the exception of major regulating structures. And again, John will tell you what the difference is there of those major regulating structures that the Corps continues to have responsibility for today. We also had taxing authority to raise the funds necessary to buy the land and operate the system. And all those early assets from the Everglades Drainage District, from Lake Okeechobee Drainage District, were transferred to the CNSF Flood Control District. And so we own a lot of those early canal works were the ownership of the Water Management District. So to kind of step you through the history of drainage and our movement to flood control projects. So pre-Central and Southern Florida project, we started off with those early channelizations, the construction of the major canals through the heart of the Everglades system by 1924, Tamiami Trail, which is now that levee bridge at the southern end of the system separating Everglades National Park from the remainder of the Everglades. The Herbert Hoover Dike, again completed in 1936 at the southern end of the system. And then we get to the part of history of now starting the Central and Southern Florida Flood Control Project. And that entailed the East Coast Protective Levee. So if you drive on the Sawgrass Expressway, you're literally at that boundary between Everglades to the west of you and urban development to the east, and you're right there at that boundary of the East Coast Protective Levee. So all those communities of Weston and Sunrise and Plantation are just on the other side of what now became that defining line for development. The Everglades agricultural area was diked off, and then the water conservation areas were completed, kind of impounding those systems for water conservation purposes, to deliver that water when needed, for water supply purposes, and maintaining those groundwater levels. Lake Okeechobee was completed, almost entirely encircled with the exception of the inflow from Fishing Creek through the system. And then the South Dade system was the last portion of the system authorized and constructed. So that's the system that we have today. We still have 100% of the rainfall to deal with, but now we're dealing with this urbanized setting that we've drained about 5 feet away from the groundwater table, so we don't have the same groundwater levels we had, and we're needing to provide urban flood protection for all of these areas, as well as the agricultural areas. So I'm almost to the end. I'm going to wrap you up to now modern water management. Again, flood, drought, and it was drought that was really the last defining issue for moving us to modern water management. 1970-71, the area was plagued by devastating droughts throughout the region. We had dwindling water supplies, again, muck fires in the Everglades, saltwater intrusion threats, and the Central and Southern Florida Flood Control District at the time, we even experimented with cloud seeding. We had a number of flights trying to see if can we make it rain to help break that drought. And it was in that context that Governor Ruben Askew called a special conference on water management and brought together a number of experts and stakeholders and said, we're in a water crisis, what can we do? And what came out of that was the recommendation for a wide range of water management responsibilities to deal with the policy issues in infrastructure for drainage and for land use, for estuary protection, watershed management. So again, the kind of that multi-purpose responsibility for water management came about because of those droughts in the early 70s. That led to the Water Resources Act of 1972. That's Chapter 373 that we continue to operate under today. We had, actually there were 6 water management districts formed. We have 5 today that you can see here. South Florida, St. John's, Southwest Florida, which also operated as a drainage district at the time, Swanee River, and Northwest. And we get questioned a lot of times of like, well, are the other districts like South Florida? And we always like to say, no, we're special. We have this massive flood control project that we're responsible for. That's really not the case in the other water management districts. They certainly have their own water resource issues that they're challenged with, from water supply and water quality issues, but they don't have the kind of infrastructure that we deal with and operate and live with every single day. Each of the governing boards are appointed by the governor. Most of the districts have 9 members. Southwest Florida has 11. And the boundaries were changed over time to really represent surface water hydrologic boundaries. So South Florida, we pick up kind of that center line of the upper chain of lakes, Kissimmee down. Originally, there was a 6th water management district initially formed that covered Collier County and a little bit of the lower west coast. It was for a very brief period of time until they could kind of collect the hydrologic information to figure out what to do with that area. And ultimately, that's what led to the formation of the Big Cypress Basin, where we operate the county-owned canal situation here, but it's not connected to the CNFS system. Go ahead, Jack. Yeah, you got to hold
Such
that
an
back.
awkward microphone. I apologize. Just because I think the years are kind of close, can you please tell me when they dredged the Kissimmee River and how that ties into the Central and South Florida project?
Sure. That was the original planning efforts for that started almost as soon as the Corps of Engineers was done with the initial work, which was in the early 70s, 72 or 74. And as soon as that happened, the entire floodplain drained. You lost thousands of acres of wetlands. And within a very short period of time, the citizens were saying, this was a mistake, we need to put the river back. And you can imagine this massive flood control project and the Corps of Engineers saying, put it back, we just built it for you. And it was built for flood protection purposes because of devastating flooding in the upper chain of lakes. And it literally took 20 years of planning and study with the Water Management District taking the lead on a lot of that to say, we need to look to try and restore the Kissimmee. And so it ultimately was authorized, I believe it was in 1992, with a project cooperation agreement with the district as a local sponsor to restore as much of that river as we could. But the initial dredging by the Corps was back in the, started probably the late 60s and completed in the early 70s. And so then the last couple points I'll mention here is under Chapter 373, the water management districts operate under the general supervisory oversight of the Department of Environmental Protection. So any of the responsibilities or duties that the districts have, the department can also carry out those duties. And one of the last points I'll make for you, because I'm sure as board members you're going to hear this sometime during your tenure, is, well, it's taxation without representation, because the board wasn't, we didn't elect the board. We hear that all the time. The Central and Southern Florida Flood Control District, as well as the Everglades District, all had taxing authority conveyed by the legislature. When the 5 water management districts were formed, they also needed a funding source other than the state. And so it actually was a constitutional amendment that was voted on by the citizens of Florida to convey ad valorem taxing authority to the water management districts to carry out these broad range of purposes for the benefit of the citizens of the state. So there was a constitutional vote by the citizens that gave you the authority for ad valorem taxing. So we operate under 373. And again, generally, all of these parts of 373 apply to all the water management districts. We do consumptive use permitting, water supply allocation, regulation of wells, ERP permitting. So all the districts carry those things out. We don't have any springs in our district, so that's not part of our responsibility. But generally, those are the parts that apply to all the districts. And we have a lot of legislative tools that were conveyed to carry out those missions. We have a very broad range of responsibilities. We can acquire land, we can do projects, we can construct things, we can carry out research and monitoring. So we have a lot of tools in our toolbox. And then there's some special things that really convey to the South Florida Water Management District since the original passage of 373. And I just highlighted some of these. Again, our authority to carry out the flood control mission was carried forward in statute with all of our existing responsibilities preserved. Chapter 373-1501, you'll hear about a lot. That has a lot of the responsibilities and authorities associated with carrying out the I can't even say it, Comprehensive Everglades Restoration Project. And importantly, that's where you'll hear the term savings clause. That's where that's captured to make sure that we continue to provide for flood protection and water supply as we take on these environmental restoration responsibilities. Go ahead. Yep.
Can you explain the savings clause?
Yeah, in general fashion, what it states in statute is as we're carrying forward environmental restoration projects, and a lot of that is conveying more water for the Everglades, that you can't take water away, for lack of a better term, from existing legal users or flood someone out, flood private property to carry out those projects. So if you need to redirect water, then you need to come up with an alternative water source or project so folks are not diminished in their water supply or flood protection. Yes, Mr. Wagner?
Who decides what the definition of flood is?
John. No, but each project that we have, they have a certain level of service within the canal system that's been established, or they have a permit that's been issued for that development that's based on a certain rainfall event, and their roads and houses or fields are all designed around that design parameter.
How often is that definition revisited?
I can't say that there's a specific definition that's revisited, but it would be evaluated in any particular project that's being proposed. We would evaluate whether implementing a particular project design, and that would be something we would do through modeling. Is that going to adversely impact? It could be from raising groundwater levels that then cause impacts on crop or on road subsurface. So it's something we would evaluate in the engineering design of any project we're proposing.
Just a quick follow-up. I'm a little bit confused. So there's a savings clause, and the savings clause allows or precludes us from, quote unquote, I think, flooding out, is what I heard, private property owners.
So let me jump in here for a second,
Yeah.
and I'll jump back to your first question about what is the savings clause. The savings clause is a creature of the Comprehensive Everglades Restoration Plan. It came into existence with the passage of SERP on December 12th of 2000. Essentially, what it says at a very high level is that the first part that Terry had explained about existing legal users from a water supply perspective, and then the second part being that level of service, that flood protection, and it defined whatever level of service for flood protection was in place as of December 12th of 2000 for that particular service area, and I'll explain what that means in a moment. Then as you go forward and you implement future projects, SERP in particular, that they cannot decrease that level of service. So what is the level of service? Later on, when I get into my portion of the presentation, I'll talk about regulation schedules and operation plans. Back in the day, as the project was getting constructed, there were what they call the DDR, Design Documentation Reports. It's part of the Corps of Engineers process and how they implement a civil works project. And in those design documentation reports, it specifies the level of service for various basins. For the governing board members, as we move forward in time over the next several months, you'll start to hear about an effort the Water Management District is undertaking having to do with the level of service. The Big Cypress Basin and Miss Roman, they've already completed that analysis, and they're moving into the next phase of it. And we'll slowly be walking through all of the other basins. We started at the southern end of the system in Miami-Dade County, and we're walking up the East Coast to look at the level of service that was afforded under the original project and what level of service is currently in place over the last 50 years of development and infrastructure that's put in. And we'll be having conversations with the board and the public about how to move forward in time, and you get into issues of sea level rise and a whole host of other things. But that level of service was defined in the design documentation reports back with the original construction of the project. Did I get that right, Tommy? Tom?
The Corps couldn't deal with that complexity back then, and so they simplified it. They reduced every drainage basin to a removal rate per day. For instance, 3/4 of an inch per day is the removal rate in most of the agricultural areas. That means their canals and pumps and gates are designed to remove 3/4 of an inch over that drainage basin in one day. So if you have an 8-inch rain in one day, which is fairly common here, you're going to have water on your property for 10 days, 12 days. That's a lot easier to design to than this academic, 10% project flood or, some of the other ways they do. They do a lot of talking about that other stuff, but when it comes to the engineering, they pick a number they can design to and they design to it, and it's pretty well established in all the design documents. I'd like to say on the savings clause, the flood control part about the savings clause, I think is pretty well established federal law. They can't build a project that's going to flood property they don't own. We didn't really need that in WRDA, I don't think, but it was useful to have it there to show all the people that were involved in WRDA. The water supply part of it was a very important part of the savings clause, and that came about because when the SERP plan was approved, there was a graphic in there that they showed to all the farmers around the lake. This is where your water is going to come from in the future, and 1/3 of it was going to come from the 200 ASR wells. 1/3 was going to come from the reservoirs, and 1/3 from the lake. Well, right now, they're in an area where it all comes from the lake, and they said, we want to make sure you don't give all the lake water to the environment before you've built all these other projects that are supposed to deliver our water. So it was a timing thing, and it was never the Corps' intent to take an existing source away before they had built their replacement source. So that's new law that was important part of the WRDA 2000 bill. And that's what most people in my world think of as a savings clause. It's a water supply savings clause because SERP really reallocates a lot of the water to the environment once their projects are built.
This is for you, Mr. McVicker. So try to repeat it. Not a scientist. So in 2000, that's when SERP came into play, right? And there were expectations based on it coming into law, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So there were 3 different places people thought they were going to get their water.
Specifically for the agricultural uses around the lake is the one that was most graphic. There's a graphic in the plan that says this is where the water comes to supply the needs of agriculture.
Okay.
With the plan.
Okay.
With the plan.
Just be linear here. So the 3 things were the ASR wells, the lake, and what was the other one?
Reservoir. There were a series of reservoirs.
Which reservoir?
All of them. There were reservoirs on
So
the
reservoirs
yeah,
with
depending
S.
on which area you were in, there was a
Okay.
reservoir there.
Now, how many ASR wells are there today?
District staff would have to answer that.
2 pilot ASR wells.
How many did they think they would be in 2000?
The entire plan includes 330 ASR wells.
Oh, just a little off.
Any other questions? Okay, I'll wrap up from here. I'm just going to mention the Miami-Dade Lake Belt Plan because the board you
Terry,
have. Oh, I'm
actually,
sorry.
I
Go
do
ahead.
have
Go ahead.
a kind of on-topic question here from the audience. Commissioner Burrows from Okeechobee County. Lieutenant Colonel Reynolds, do you know the timeline for creating the additional storage north of Lake Okeechobee?
I'm sorry, I just didn't hear the second half of the question.
Do you have a timeline on how long it would take to create storage north of Lake Okeechobee?
Yeah, so in the yellow book, and this gets back to sort of Tom McVicker's comments, there was envisioned an entire suite of projects as part of the comprehensive plan. And part of the plan relied really very significantly on storage. And storage, to oversimplify things, included 2 primary aspects. One was aquifer storage and recovery. These are the small wells that have individually a relatively small amount of storage, but it's recoverable water. So we pump water into the ground. It creates a bubble in a a shallow layer underneath the ground, but we're able to recover that and then use that for a water supply.
Is what people will call water that stays within the system.
Correct.
Okay.
Yep, exactly. And then the second one is above-ground storage in the form of reservoirs. And the plan included a series of multiple reservoirs, north, south, east, and west of the lake, as well as ASR, the storage recovery wells, associated with a variety of those projects. And so as we looked at implementation, it was envisioned to include reservoirs and ASRs in the various areas as parts of the components. And this is where you hear about the 68 components that are in the yellow book. That includes different portions, and then what we did as a project, each project would include some number of those components. And so we'd put them together and study them in a geographical area, envision the combination that would work best based on technical factors and needs of that area, and then package them together with a study, get that authorized by Congress, and then build that. That was the concept. So getting back to storage north of the Lake Okeechobee Watershed Restoration Project, LOPE, is the study effort for storage north of the lake. That's the study effort that we recently sent out for public comment. The tentatively selected plan, we had a lot of public comments about that. We had some changes that needed to be made to the report, and the next phase is we need a waiver from our headquarters in order to extend the time period of that study. It was originally envisioned to be completed in 3 years. We need some extra time in order to adequately answer the comments that came in from both the public and also from, in particular, the Seminole Tribe of Florida, who's significantly interested in this project because features of the project are envisioned to be immediately adjacent to their Brighton Reservation, as well as the Buckhead Ridge community that's significantly interested and had significant comments about aspects of that project. And so right now that project has not even been authorized. We are still seeking authorization. This project will go back out for public comment in a final form before we can even submit it to Congress. And so once, assuming that Congress acts in a manner to authorize the project, we would then have to construct all those features. The way that the project is currently envisioned is a wetland restoration component, an above-ground reservoir component, and a series of about 80 ASR wells. So probably somewhere between 10 to 12 years before that project would be fully constructed. About 80. To anticipate the question about where are we at with ASR wells, so the plan originally envisioned 330 ASR wells. We have determined from technical analysis between the Corps and a multitude of other agencies that 330 is not feasible on the landscape because of the geology of South Florida. We think that it's more in the neighborhood of about 150 ASR wells that are actually able to be constructed and work effectively. And where to put those wells is still part of design work that would need to be done, but we think about 150 are feasible.
And any water quality treatment associated with that, or is that a separate project?
So that's a complicated question. There's two components of ASR that people are concerned about with water quality. One is water quality in general, nutrients in the water, that type of thing. Then there is also a concern about how the water reacts when it's pumped into the ground and then recovered. And so those are two different water quality concerns that our agencies are working together very closely on. We think we can overcome all of the challenges. The federal government's policy and perspective on that is that the first water quality issue about the quality of surface water is I hate to use these words because it always gets misquoted improperly or out of context, but we consider that a state matter. You know, that's how you guys set up your water quality standards, what your water bodies have to be at. And so the federal government would not cost share in that type of water quality component. So if, for example, there needed to be a stormwater treatment area to treat water that then would meet your own water quality standards, then that would be something that the federal government would not be a cost-sharing partner on that. But in terms of treating water to be part of the project, for example, if the water is of a different makeup when it's returned to the surface from being pumped underground, that would be something that we would cost share together.
Are there other areas in the world or in the United States where ASRs are being used successfully, where the water has been injected and then recovered in a safe way?
Terry, I don't know if you have more information. I'm not familiar with any place that's doing it on the magnitude that we're envisioning here.
Maybe not on that magnitude, but certainly there are a number of ASR projects that are successfully in operation for water supply purposes. One where they do pull surface water and then inject it in the ground for later uses over actually some of the water supply for Marco Island, so over on the west coast in Collier County. So ASR as a technology, especially associated with drinking water supply, is not uncommon at all.
You might mention there's a pilot project specifically for this project that was built in Kissimmee, and it's working exceptionally well. It's recovering 100% of the water, and it's coming back cleaner than it went down.
Can you tell us just a little more information when you say about how water reacts once it's pumped in and then recovered? Specifically, are you talking about you send it in fresh, it comes back brackish? What specifically do you mean?
So I'm out of my wheelhouse here because this starts getting really technical really fast. But there were some initial concerns about whether there would be interaction between the water and the ground. And so, for example, one of the concerns had to do with arsenic. There were some indications that as we pulled water out of the ground, it had a higher arsenic level than when we put it in. And so those types of things are what I'm talking about. And so what we do about that technically, either in terms of treating the water to go into the ground so that those things don't happen, or how we treat the water as it comes out in order to make sure that it's safe to move on to whatever environment that we're sending it to.
And I can actually help with this too, just based on permitting these wells across the state. Essentially, the rules are if you put it down into an aquifer, it needs to meet drinking water standards. And so the disinfection of surface water is generally needed to put it underground in our aquifers, so that's part of it. And then when you pull it back up and want to put it back in our surface waters, we need to make sure it meets standards going into our surface waters related to the storage project. And going into the aquifer and coming back out, you often see dissolved oxygen levels drop, once it's underground. And so you need to re-aerate the water before you put it in the natural environment. So those are some key components.
Could I add just one thing? I don't think there's a lot of controversy over whether or not the technology of aquifer storage recovery works. Wells have been around a very long time. We pretty much know how to pump water in and pump water out. I think the main issues of uncertainty are around, for example, some wells have 100% recovery. Other test wells have 0. So somewhere between 0% recovery and 100% recovery depends upon the geology of where you put it down. So it's kind of sensitive to that. So there's a lot of questions about, well, what does the geology look like that we're relying on? The other thing is, of course, the scale. This is on a scale not yet ever seen. We're talking about over decades putting many times the volume of Lake Okeechobee underground and maybe recovering half of it. Then there's a lot of questions about, so where does the rest of that water go? How does it wind up? What are the implications for our groundwater resources? Just as a general rule, make sure you know as well as you can, what the consequences of an action would be. So those are the kind of questions that the Corps got back in their comments, and which are taking them longer to address, just basic questions like that. What happens to the water?
What is the typical cost of one of those wells?
I don't know the answer to
John says
that
$7 to $10
offhand.
million. John says $7 to $10 million for an ASR well.
Yeah, it'll also get into you were asking, or somebody was asking about the level of treatment going down and then coming back up, so that'll play a factor into it. So how much treatment you have to do, one way or the other, but ballpark generally $7 to $10 million for an ASR well.
And this is why we have a savings clause, because farmers were told your water's going to come from ASR. They just wanted to know that it would work first.
Okay, continue, Terry. Thank you.
Okay, I'm almost going to wrap up here. So I should mention the Seminole Water Rights Compact. We have a very special relationship with the Seminole Tribe and the Miccosukee Tribe. With the Seminole Tribe, there is a compact between the state of Florida and the South Florida Water Management District. It is codified in law, both in federal law, and here you see it in state law. The Lake Belt Plan, I had briefed most of the governing board members. We have an annual report from the Lake Belt Committee that's on your consent agenda for tomorrow.
I'm sorry.
Good.
These things are so important, I've got to ask now. So like, what is the essence of that compact? Is it kind of the same thing as the savings clause?
That's probably worth a separate briefing. It's very specific, our relationship with the tribe on how we harmonize state water law with the tribe's rights as a sovereign nation. So it's probably more than I can walk through you here now. It's definitely worth a future briefing for the board on the specifics of the compact, because it is very important to us in our operations with the tribe.
Terry, if I could just jump
Sure.
in on that, because this is something that I think I don't want to just gloss over it, because it's really important. It's really important to the tribe. And it's unique across the country, which is something that people probably don't realize. But the agreement that the Seminole Tribe engaged in with the state was only the second water settlement in the country. I mean, this is in 1987, that was only the second water settlement in the country. And it's the only tribal state water settlement east of the Mississippi. So it's really significant, and you guys have a very unique relationship with the Seminole Tribe of Florida in this water compact. So it's definitely something to understand better and understand more about, and something that the tribe takes really seriously, and as a huge and unique relationship that they have with the South Florida Water Management District and with the state of Florida.
May I just ask you, is it about more water supply?
Pardon? Is it about more than water supply? Yes. Yes, it's a very broad-ranging compact, and I'm sure we will schedule a briefing in the future on that.
I hesitate to ask a question that seems so stupid, but so this is what this really is a lawsuit that was settled and has ended in a contract between us. Is that right? Did this come from a lawsuit? This isn't just an agreement where we sat down in a room like this and hashed it out. Was this a legal agreement, or is this?
No, not the compact. There's other issues with the Miccosukee Tribe, which was part of lawsuits associated with water quality that we'll talk about, I'm sure, next month when we go into the water quality presentation. That's very different than the compact with the Seminole Tribe.
Okay.
So the last couple things I would just highlight here, the Everglades Improvement and Management section, that's really where a lot of the information you may know as the Everglades Forever Act. That's the responsibilities for the districts to build and operate the stormwater treatment areas. Includes a agricultural tax as well as a construction project tax to fund these facilities, a regulatory program for best management practices and performance research. There's a section on Florida Bay. And more recently, the Northern Everglades and Estuary Protection Program. That's one that Ansley's going to be speaking to, that covers Lake Okeechobee, the Caloosahatchee, and St. Lucie estuaries. And then lastly, what we know as Senate Bill 10 is codified under the water storage reservoir section. That deals with the EAA reservoir as well as C51 reservoir and the encouragement to expedite the Lake Okeechobee regulation schedule revisiting, which is ongoing now. And this will be my last slide. So just our evolution that we've walked through from 1905, starting with the Everglades Drainage District, and we transitioned from a focus on drainage to a focus in 1949 on flood control, including water supply, navigation, and fish and wildlife. That got carried forward into 1972 in what we would know as our modern water management, picked up some responsibilities for water quality, and then really it's been in the last 20 years that our mission has broadened substantially to cover ecosystem restoration as well as the comprehensive Everglades restoration plan. And with that, that's kind of a wrap on the history. I'd be happy to take any other questions before I turn it over to John for the CNSF system.
Terry, I have
Yes.
a question. During your presentation, it was around slide 27, you made the comment, we drain 5 feet away from groundwater. Can you explain what that is and how we manage that?
Sure. Let me back up just to one. Here's my CNFS slide. If you look at this area in the lower East Coast in particular, all of these red lines are canals. In Broward County, I'm sorry. But I'm just showing you so in this particular area, because we have all of these open channel connections to provide for drainage, that's what's led to draining that groundwater away so that we've got areas that were suitable for development. So throughout the lower East Coast, as we've built cities and communities, we've lowered that regional groundwater table in that area to facilitate development. And we've done that through the series of canals, both the Water Management District canals, and then there are also canals from local governments and counties that drain into our system to provide for flood protection and developable lands. So the water table is substantially lower today than it was back in the late 1800s. And it's to facilitate development.
That was just a measure on how that was accomplished, is that correct?
Right.
Okay,
Right.
thank you.
Could I add just one perspective?
Sure.
I think it's maybe an overly simple story to say, well, there was a flood back in the late 40s, 47, and then the Congress stepped in and authorized this project. It was kind of a little bit more complicated than that, as you can imagine. Because I think it's important to think about Florida at the time, because this project represents the policy and priorities of the 1940s. That Florida was roughly the same size as, say, Arkansas. We were like 21, 22 in terms of population. We weren't the frontier, but we weren't anything like we were today. Our kind of the economic models we looked at were Tennessee and Kentucky kind of thing. So we were a very, very different place in 1947. The lead for this project in the United States Senate was a former Florida governor, Senator Holland, and his goal was very much, if you look at the testimony in front of the Senate, there's an accompanying report, it was clear they were going to transform Florida, and they did. So it was to launch Florida forward in terms of economic. But the other thing that's also very important to understand is that infrastructure you see, that all the lines drawn on a map, they reflected priorities and policies of the day. People like your predecessors were the ones making the decisions about how they did it, what they wanted to do, and those policy priorities were literally reflected in the concrete, that they built stuff on that. So you may have inherited them, and you may inherit operational rules, but realize that what you've inherited is from 70 years ago and may not reflect today's policies, today's priorities, and that's kind of what you're faced with. It's why the Comprehensive Everglades Restoration Plan is so important, because it's the opportunity to have this project reflect the needs of today, the policies of today, what we have to do to face it today, Well, so I think it's important to understand the past. It's critically important. As Faulkner said, the past is never dead. It's not even past. And the CNSF project is an example. You've inherited this. But as long as your questions are related to what was the policy priority that got us here, I think that's to be the fastest way to see how we can adapt the questions before us to the questions that people are asking and the changes that we need to make.
Yeah, if I can just add to that, and it's not just the Central and Southern Florida project. That was the backbone. That was the impetus for development in South Florida. But for it to function the way Dr. Van Lent described it, local entities were going to have to build their versions of these drainage systems, smaller, a lot more intricate, integrated with the neighborhoods. My agency, Lake Worth Drainage District, is an example of that, but every county, every city has built connections to the Central and Southern Florida project. So the impact of groundwater is not just the canal that was dug by the Corps, it's all the associated works that were tied to it over the decades.
The only thing I would change was, this is not the dream of the 40s. This is the dream of the people that settled South Florida from the day they settled it before 1900. They started trying to make it a place they could live. By the 40s, there were at least 3 decades of Florida active engagement in trying to create the project. They didn't have the money. They went bankrupt in the Depression. We had 2 world wars. After World War II, the Corps took on civil works in a big way, and they came in and filled in the blanks. But this was a multi-generational effort by Florida before 1947, and it's still supported by Florida. I mean, it kind of is Florida. We'd all like to see changes in it, but it's not like you can change a policy and it goes away. It's here, and we're just gonna live with it and make it better.
Okay. All right, thank you all. I will turn it over to John.
All right, thank you, Terry.
All right, so as Mr. Bartlett said, this is the fun part. So if you have a Red Bull or a cup of coffee handy, I suggest you partake heavily. So I'm going to talk about how the project was authorized. Terry kind of went through some of the history and some of the construction features through time. I'm going to talk about how it was authorized at the federal level, and then I'll get into what the state actions were, where we signed up to be the local sponsor and what it means to be a local sponsor. And then I'll get into kind of who operates what structures the Corps of Engineers controls and what structures the Water Management District controls. So looking at the authorizations, as Terry said, it was authorized, the Central and Southern Florida Flood Control Project was authorized back in 1948 at the federal level. It had a multi-purpose project for flood control, water supply, prevention of saltwater intrusion, and protection of fish and wildlife resources. But that wasn't the only authorization. There were several other authorizations afterwards. And to use the modern day analogy, the Comprehensive Everglades Restoration Plan was authorized in December of 2000. However, every time there's a project that gets completed through a project implementation report, that document has got to go back to Congress for that one project, that one feature, and get authorized again. So what happened in 48 is they authorized a plan, but as far as actual construction features, they didn't authorize the entire constructed works. They only authorized portions of the system itself, and that mainly consisted of some of the canals along the lower East Coast. The main feature, as Terry talked about, is the East Coast Protective Levee that kind of runs up along here. It authorized some of the features in the Everglades agricultural area, and it authorized the operation of Lake Okeechobee up to 17.5 feet. That was followed in 1954 with another authorization that completed the Everglades agricultural area and the water conservation areas. It also added the L31 East levee down here along Biscayne Bay, as well as the L31 West Canal and levee that runs what today is the eastern boundary of Everglades National Park. Then followed on in 1962, a lot of the other additional canals in southern Miami-Dade County were authorized for construction. In particular, you're talking about the C-111 canal, in the lower portions of the system, some of the canals through the Cutler Drain, and the canal that is the C-51 that sits right outside this building here in West Palm Beach. The 65 authorization actually authorized two portions or features associated with the flood control project that were never built. In particular, everybody would probably jump right out at you that these canals here are in what is today Everglades National Park. So those were never built, and they haven't been built for this day and will never be built. There was another portion of the project over here in Hendry County that was authorized for construction. It was not constructed by the Corps. However, in the 80s, the Water Management District did what we called the modified Hendry Plan. The difference between what's in the ground today and what's depicted here is this canal right here does not connect all the way over from the Miami River all the way to this canal. And of course, it doesn't extend all the way up here to the Caloosahatchee. Both of them just stop short. Do you have a question, Mrs. Thurlipish?
No, just looking.
Okay.
Hey, John?
Yes.
Drew, I'd like to talk about that South Dade project for a minute.
Certainly.
I mean, it looks like a bizarre idea. I think it was pretty bizarre at the time, and the fact that they never built one piece of it doesn't mean it didn't do a lot of damage. It did a tremendous amount of damage, because the next plan the Corps authorized considered that it had been built. So the next slide he'll show, that shows the South Dade conveyance system, the engineering assumption in the South Dade conveyance system was that the South Dade project, because it was authorized before the conveyance system, had already been built. In other words, the whole park was drained. When they built the conveyance system, and the park hadn't been drained, the conveyance system didn't work. It hasn't worked. It's been a disaster for South Dade. It's been a mess for the Everglades National Park, and we are still trying to figure that out. And you don't have a lot of South Dade stuff on your agenda today. You could easily spend a whole workshop on what's happened in South Dade, but there's a couple of lessons here. The three first authorizations, the three big ones, they built them as authorized. They started from square zero in 48 and had built it all by 68. Amazing, amazing amount of work. I don't think there's an authorization that's been done since then that hasn't changed before they built it. And there's a bunch of them where they built something that's not even authorized. And again, South Dade's a great example of some of those things there that we'll get into, but it got real complicated after those first three authorizations, and it's still very complicated. This one in particular has led to a lot of problems.
So as Tom mentioned, the next authorization was in 68. It did a couple of things, some of which was constructed, some of which was not constructed. The portion that Tom was just talking about is the South Dade conveyance system down here that was constructed. Some of the features that weren't constructed, you'll notice up here in Martin County. That authorization included a series of canals and pumping stations that would actually back pump Martin County runoff into Lake Okeechobee. Similar down here to back pump C-51, which is basically central Palm Beach County, as well as the C-18 and Loxahatchee basins, back pump that water into what is Conservation Area 1, or the refuge now. Some canals in Broward County to then back pump that Broward County runoff into Conservation Area 2, and a pumping station roughly down here that would take western Miami-Dade County water and back pump it into Water Conservation Area 3B. So there was a number of features that were authorized under that 68 legislation that, again, some of it was constructed, but some of it was not and still hasn't been to this day. Certainly.
So do any of those reflect C-23, C-24, C-25? And that's part of the Central and South Florida project. So those ones in Martin County, when they didn't build those, did they build the other ones?
Yes, they, unfortunately, I cut it off the map here, but yes, the C-23, 24, and 25 were part of the project, and they were authorized in that intervening 20 years.
Were they still going to build that other?
Yes, it was taken into
Were
consideration.
they still going to build that other one?
Yes, it was taken, as Tom was talking about the South Dade conveyance system, these constructive features were taking into consideration those other C-23, 24 canals would be in place. Tom?
And I think that connection has actually been deauthorized by Congress. They've all gone back and taken that out of the plan. A lot of this stuff still is authorized on paper, but a few things they went back and deauthorized, like that South Dade plan and that connection to the lake, C-131, I think they call it.
So
Hold on.
we're oversimplifying a lot of things, obviously. So in between all of these authorizations, you know, there's reams of correspondence between the state and the federal government on, well, now we want to do this, or there's a change in this, or there's a problem with this, and we want to make sure that it incorporates this other consideration and all of those kinds of things. And negotiations between the state and local and federal governments on, well, we're not going to build this until you guys build the local drainage that you said you were going to build in the last authorization that hasn't been built yet, those types of things. And so there's a lot of intervening, you know, correspondence and things like that, which doesn't, which makes it more complicated, but helps explain a little bit of why it doesn't seem to make sense. And then I'd also just like to add that, so after the Flood Control Act of 1968 is when you start to have the national environmental laws put into place, right? So 1969, 1972, 1973, when you have the National Environmental Protection Act, Endangered Species Act, Water,
Clean Water
what's
Act.
the water? Clean Water Act, you know, is what comes next after this Flood Control Act of 1968, which also had a very significant impact on how we started looking at projects, particularly in the state of Florida.
Yeah, that's a good point, ma'am. There were a lot of other authorizations between that 48 and 68 Act that I did not run through because that really would put you to sleep. But some of them were for other minor constructed features, like Tom said, and some of them were deauthorizing previous works. Others had to do with how to operate and agreements back and forth. So there are a multitude of individual acts of Congress between 48 and 68 and that intervening 20-plus years. So Terry touched on it some. I kind of walked through all the authorizations at the federal level and what the federal government did. There were companion actions at the state level. So when Terry talked about the Central and Southern Florida Flood Control District and how it came to be, one of the first things that they did, and it came to be in 49, for the express purpose of cooperating with the federal government to plan, construct, operate, and maintain the works of the district. So that was the legislature's direction to the newly created Central and Southern Florida Flood Control District to act as that local sponsor. So that's the first action when we became, our predecessor actually became the local sponsor. So the first thing that they did, or actually I stand corrected, the 12th thing they did, because it was resolution number 12 in 49, was that they passed a resolution to act as the local sponsor and then maintain, operate all the works except for the major regulating features that Terry mentioned earlier, and I'll talk about that in a little bit, in a couple other slides here shortly. So that is the action that the predecessor to this agency took to sign up to be the local sponsor. And then as you move forward in time, with every authorization at the federal level, there is a companion resolution by either the Central and Southern Florida Flood Control District and what came the South Florida Water Management District signing up to be the local sponsor. So again, going back to where I started and the analogy to the Comprehensive Everglades Restoration Plan, as those projects under CERP move forward, there's invariably an action that comes before the board that you are requested to vote on a letter of support. In that letter of support is where you are passing a resolution to sign up to be the local sponsor for whatever that construction project is. So every time there's a new feature that's authorized, the board signs up to be the local sponsor to operate and maintain that feature. So now I'll talk about some of who operates what. Went through all the authorizations. what it means to be a local sponsor, to operate and maintain those constructed facilities, and now it gets down into the division of responsibilities. So I'll talk a little bit more later about the water control plans and the master water control manual. For the board members at least, you'll remember during your in-briefing, I had mentioned the master water control manual. It is actually this set of documents that I have here on the table, or actually I stand corrected, that's not all of them. The master water control manual consists of actually 6 different volumes. That's only the first 5 volumes. The 6th volume, as Tommy and the Toms will tell you, especially Lieutenant Colonel, it doesn't pertain to the South Florida Water Management District. Volume 6 pertains to the Upper St. Johns Basin project. So there are features of the authorized Central and Southern Florida Flood Control Project that are outside of the South Florida Water Management District, and they fall to the St. Johns River Water Management District to be that local sponsor and perform the operation and maintenance. I don't know if you have anything to add on that, ma'am. Okay. So volume 6 has to do with St. John, so we don't care about that. I'm not going to print it out and waste paper. That's the Master Water Control Manual, consisting of the 5 different volumes. The very first volume of it, volume 1, is solely about the authorities that kind of walks through some of that history of all the authorizations that we just went through. And then it talks about responsibilities. So the excerpt on the slide here on the right-hand side is actually section 4 of volume 1 of the Master Water Control Manual. It divvies up those responsibilities. Basically what it says in here is that the Corps of Engineers is responsible for the levees, channels, locks, and control works of the St. Lucie Canal, Lake Okeechobee, Caloosahatchee River, and the spillways of the water conservation areas. And the reason for that has its roots in what Terry described on how the Herbert Hoover Dike was authorized as a navigation project. So the Corps of Engineers still maintains operation and maintenance responsibilities for the navigation channel that runs from the city of Stuart through the S-80 locks all the way out to Fort Myers through S-79 through Lake Okeechobee. So they are responsible for maintaining all of those works, in addition to some of the major spillway structures that are in the conservation areas that I'll talk about in a minute. The next paragraph talks about the local sponsor here. Basically, the long or the short of it is, we got everything else. So anything that is not associated with that navigation channel from City of Stuart to Fort Myers and those main spillways in the water conservation areas falls to the non-federal sponsor, the local sponsor, which is now the South Florida Water Management District to operate and maintain. And that gets back to what Terry was talking about, why our predecessors were given those taxing authorities to levy taxes for the operation and maintenance of that system in our role as the local sponsor. Ms. Meads, do you have a question?
So we make these decisions a long time ago, and then life teaches us things. And the question that I have is, the responsibilities that are set out today, that were set out a long time ago, do they still make sense the way they are today? Do they work? Do they make sense? Does my question make sense?
Yes, your question makes sense.
Who answers that question? Who can
Actually,
answer it?
I'm going to kick it over to the panel and ask for them to weigh in on how it works for each one of the groups that they represent.
That is the question, I think, when you talk about water resources in the 21st century, is that legacy decisions were made, as Dr. Van Lent said, based on the values of that time. If you were to go to Congress and ask them, hey, you passed an authorization 50 years ago, is that still valid? And the answer is yes. From my perspective, the answer to your question is what got us on the road to the Comprehensive Everglades Restoration Plan. There was a recognition that there were portions of the system that were doing chronic damage to the environment. Population was growing way beyond what the estimates were when these plans were all created. water supply demands increasing proportional to that. And so SERP was a way to try to correct the value system from the past and put it in the context of today's value system. It's not a clean answer, it's not a good answer, but that's the best one I've got.
All right, Tom, number 2. I'll focus on just one part of the policy, and it's a pure policy thing. I think I read what John's doing is who sends the crew out to operate the gate and mow the banks and that sort of thing. The policy question really over who makes the decision behind that a long time ago and what structure do they operate under. Congress was not silent on that. There's a lot in state law about your responsibilities, but Congress has also told the Corps what their responsibility is. And when they got in the 40s into the big civil works program, Congress on the issue of water supply, it's the policy of the Congress to recognize the interests and rights of the states and determine the development of watersheds within boundaries and the rights of water utilization and control. That's been the umbrella. There is one big exception in the CNSF project, and that's Everglades National Park. In 1970, Congress got in and said, whoa, the park's at the bottom end of this. It's federal property. We don't want to guarantee that they're going to get so much water. And they actually put a monthly allocation, which didn't work, but they put it in the law. But the language they used says, the compromise worked out by the committee does not attempt to enter the field of how water not required by the national park shall be allocated among other uses, which it considers a decision for the state under whatever laws and regulations may apply. The committee believes that the amendment, which is adopting the mandatory allocation or mandatory releases, the amendment properly takes into account the federal contribution while respecting the state's authority to allocate water or assign priorities among other users. The state has allocated that authority to you. The water board is specifically set up to make the decisions on who gets water, whether it's the environment or the farmer. And of course, there's all kinds of state water law that leads to permits. But that decision is a very important local decision regarding social aspects, economic aspects. It's real important that you all meet here in front of the public once a month, that we can come in and say whatever we want, sort of. But you're accountable to the public, and because you're accountable on those decisions. From the group I represent, on some days, farmers, they're getting a little nervous about the way the lake's operated. Is the Corps stepping a little bit over onto our side of the line, or your side of the line, in allocating water? It's a bait that the fourth Tom down there and I have had for quite a while. I've read that quote to her too before. But anyway, I think it's important that you all understand you have rules under state law that control what you do. There are rules under federal law that control what they do. You should know both so that you preserve the stuff that's been decided long ago and every year since belongs in the state. And water supply is the big one.
I would almost reiterate what Tom said, that in large measure, the decisions are made by this board. That not only do they represent the state interests, but I'm not a lawyer, don't play one on TV even, but you can defer to your legal team. But Congress gives a great deal of latitude to the state under the 10th Amendment to how they operate, how they interject themselves into the project. So it is a very important aspect of this board is to listen to the public and get the public input and make policy decisions based on that. So yes, Ms. Meads, you've asked absolutely the right question, and the short answer is you probably have the most say of just about anybody in the state or the federal government, because eventually the policies of this board, if they're reasonable and sound, can become the federal policies as well. So you have the major role in setting the direction and who determines whether or not this is working for us or not working for us, and if it's not working, what should be the changes?
And right now, where I sit, what concerns me most is the time that it takes to correct when you're at the wheel. So we know that we have some really serious problems right now. There are some science that's understood, there's some science that might not be understood, but it seems like the time that it takes to implement things feels unreasonable to a newcomer like me. But let's keep going.
Yes, I could comment on that. You're absolutely right. I mean, part of the answer to that is when you step back and look at the magnitude of some of these facilities and the magnitude of the area that they're going to impact, whether it's benefits or other impacts, it's enormous and affects a lot of people. So that process takes a while. But the thing that kind of got me oriented with the time scale for these projects was the Kissimmee restoration. As Terry mentioned, they dug a channel through the middle of the Kissimmee floodplain. They started in the late 60s. I think they finished in 70, 71, thereabouts. Immediately, they said this was a mistake. We need to go back and simply fill in the ditch that we had excavated. Now, it was a little more complicated than that because there were flooding concerns. It was a flood control project, so they had to go back and do some analysis. The Corps and the district had certain issues to work out, land acquisition of the floodplain, a lot of those types of things. The Corps is just now finishing the last segment of Kissimmee restoration. So, and that was an easy one. That was fill in a portion of the ditch. The problems of Lake Okeechobee and south of Lake Okeechobee are orders of magnitude more complicated. I hope it won't take orders of magnitude more time to do it, but that's the scale, I guess, of the issue we're dealing with.
I would just add on the Kissimmee, there's both sides of that thing. They got it dug real quick. They were responsive. We had a senator that got very angry because of flooding in Kissimmee. He said, I want that problem fixed, and they mobilized and dug the ditch. So sometimes you want to go slow. That would have been a great one to go slow on.
I feel compelled to defend myself a little bit on Kissimmee here. So absolutely, when we built Kissimmee, and I know some of my friends that live north of the lake would be the first ones to stand up and say, we told you so, because they did. That there were folks, all along the way saying this is a bad idea. And when the canal started moving water into Lake Okeechobee, everybody else said, yeah, this is a really bad idea. But when we were told to put it back, but maintain the flood control that we had put in place with building it. So that's what made it so hard, right? So put the river back, take out the canal, but somehow provide the flood protection that the canal provides without having the canal there. So that takes a little bit more time and engineering to figure out. So that is an example of, how do we undo the mistakes of the past without actually undoing the work and developing something different. But we can do that. And that's why we're so confident that we can do the same thing with the other areas. Because together we can manage that. And we have the technical expertise to do it. To get back to your question about, is it working? If you go back, and I won't ask you to go back to the slide, but the slide that talks about the authorizations for the CNSF project, I think we all agree that they're about right. The authorizations are about right. What I think the conversation is are the priorities working? So we don't see that, the Corps doesn't see that as our decision. And that gets at what the other Toms were saying. That's your decision to help the federal government understand what the priorities of the state of Florida are, to help us understand what the users of the CNSF system, what our customers, what their priorities are. And you guys help us understand that and implement that. And so our agencies together can make that work. So I would turn the question back to you. And so if it's not working, which is where I think you're at, then what do the priorities need to be, and how do we work together to achieve those?
All right. So those are, as Tom said, one of the Toms, said those are who actually turns the knobs, pull the levers, goes out in the field and opens and closes water control structures. So what does that look like specifically for Lake Okeechobee? Of all of the structures that are around Lake Okeechobee, the Water Management District is responsible for the operation and maintenance of 21 of those structures, the Corps of Engineers 25. There are 12 of them that we jointly operate and maintain, and what I mean by that is there are several structures where the Corps of Engineers is responsible for, actually they own the structure and they're responsible for the maintenance of that structure. However, the Water Management District can operate that structure, so it's a joint relationship for that particular structure, and like I said, there's a couple of those. And then there are a handful of other structures that are operated by some of the 298 districts that are on the south end of Lake Okeechobee. In addition, as I mentioned, there's all of the locks and dams that run from Stewart over to Fort Myers along the St. Lucie and Caloosahatchee rivers that also falls into this group. So segregating them out, this is just a list of all of those structures, whether they're pump stations or spillways or culverts that are the responsibility of the Water Management District. You can see the majority of them are up here on the northern rim of Lake Okeechobee, and there are only 4 structures there on the southern end of Lake Okeechobee that fall to the Water Management District. Then for those structures that are jointly, there's again a couple of those over here on the northwest side in Indian Prairie Basin of Lake Okeechobee, and then a couple of those similar structures down here on the southern rim of Lake Okeechobee going from the L8 Canal around to the city of Clewiston.
I'm almost afraid to ask, John, but is there a good reason why we have certain stuff that we operate solely and some stuff that the Corps operates solely, and then certain projects that we operate jointly?
Yeah, so for the ones that the Corps of Engineers are solely responsible for, they fall into, classified into 2 categories. It goes back to that original authorization that Terry talked about for the navigation channel and how the Herbert Hoover Dike was authorized. And then it also falls in with the Corps' responsibility for the Herbert Hoover Dike. So,
Does it create sort of operational inefficiency to have
Yeah,
it
so
that
all
way?
of these structures highlighted in yellow, and they're also depicted on that poster board map there on the side of the room, and I think each one of the board members have a handout on 11 by 17 if you want to follow along that way, if it's too hard to see up on the screen. All of these structures that are highlighted in yellow are the Corps' responsibility as part of the Herbert Hoover Dike. That is the remediation efforts that they're currently going through. In addition to the cutoff wall they're going through, and they're replacing a lot of these culverts, rehabilitating them as part of the dam safety modification project. So it has to do with how the projects were authorized. Then for some of the ones that are jointly operated, maintained, and I'll just pick these 3 here on the southern rim, which is 352, 351, and 354. So that's the West Palm Beach, North New River, Hillsborough Canal, and then the Miami Canal. It's convoluted in the sense that the Corps owns the structure. Originally, and this may get back to what some of Tom McVicker was talking about how the project was authorized. Originally, they were hurricane gates. They were the emergency spillways coming out of Lake Okeechobee such that in the event of an emergency, the hurricane gates would open and you'd move all that water south. Over the years, they got modified to be more of a water supply delivery point, is the best way I can describe it. So that's the nature of the joint operation. So the Corps owns the structure. They're responsible for the maintenance. So on S-354 on the Miami Canal, if one of the cylinders breaks and the gate can't open, it's the Corps of Engineers that has to go out there and effectuate that repair. However, mixing back over to what Terry described in the state's responsibility for water supply and what the panel was talking about for water allocation, we have some responsibilities in operating that structure to deliver that water supply and live up to your responsibilities and the state's responsibilities under Chapter 373 of Florida statutes.
I guess maybe I might be a little bit confused. I was just concerned about sort of efficiencies in actual operation. I mean, do you find that we have, I'm assuming everybody's trying to work well with one another, but do we have operational inefficiencies as a result of this? Would it be better for us if we were running all of them? I'm just curious to know if we have some sort of...
I just have to tag on to that. Zappos. Does anybody order from Zappos? I do all the time, and you know how it like comes the next day and you're so excited? Lean Sigma. I was talking this morning to staff about Lean Sigma, right? Process that's lean, that's mean, that works. This process to me, and I know science doesn't care about feelings, but this just doesn't feel lean to me, this process. Nothing about what we're talking about feels lean.
So, John, I'm going to jump in. You're right. It's less efficient. It's absolutely less efficient for us to share the responsibility. So why do we do it like that? Part of it, and a very significant part, is because this is a major high-hazard dam. Okay, 143 miles around Lake Okeechobee, holds hundreds of thousands of acre-feet of water. If part of this dam were to fail, we have the potential of flooding out over 137,000 people. It would flood all the way to Fort Lauderdale. Half of Broward County would be underwater, that sort of thing, under a hurricane event. So the federal government shares that responsibility with the state of Florida. And so having the Corps of Engineers maintain these major structures and do things like $1.8 billion worth of remediation on this dam helps to protect the citizens of Florida. And it helps keep us responsible for maintaining dam safety standards, so that you don't have things like the dam failures that you saw, for example, in the state of South Carolina when they had massive flooding, because they weren't capable of keeping up with all of the dam safety standards on many of those small dams. Now, those were smaller dams, and so it wasn't as catastrophic as something like this would be, but that's part of the reason that the federal government and the state of Florida maintain an efficiency of operations is to maximize the safety.
I'll just add one, I don't know if it's an important point or not, but as complicated as the authorizations are and as confusing, wait till you get to the budgets. And how this is paid for and what pots of money it comes from are as convoluted as the authorization. So it's just a practical matter that, as well as if you get efficiencies, but also how to pay for them. I know now that we have an OMB expert at the helm. It's not while it's an overcomable issue, it's not one that I would just say it's easy to fix.
Yes, ma'am.
Looking at, this is kind of a change on the same conversation. So I'm looking at the first slide that has all the different colors. And I think the purple, which is hard to see, is just the South Florida Water Management District. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. So as inefficient as this is, everything is probably there for a reason. So let's take a look at those 4 purple spots and figure out why they're there. So I think it's S4, C2, S3, and maybe one more I can't read. So why are those there? only for South Florida Water Management District. What do they do with the water that goes into those structures or canals? And I'll leave it at that for now.
All right, so the two of them that you touched on, S2 and S3 that sit here and here, and goes back to the original 48 authorization and how the... Yes, slide 36. And how the project was originally conceived. So when I first joined the Water Management District, I spent a lot of time in Mr. Stroud's office asking why. And one of the things that I learned very early on is, in particular, the operations within the Everglades agricultural area and that divide and how the project was originally conceived. Because at that point in time, I worked for the Department of Environmental Protection, and I was helping to evaluate and write the Lake Okeechobee permit that governed inflows and outflows of Lake Okeechobee. These two stations down here were very controversial. They are the two back pumping stations that people generally talk about. The way the project was originally conceived was there was a dividing lines generally through the middle of the Everglades agricultural area. Everything to the north of that line got pulled back up into Lake Okeechobee, again, reflecting the policies at the time of what the panel was talking about. The southern half got pulled south into the water conservation areas. So fast forwarding then to those pump stations, and getting back to what Lieutenant Colonel was talking about as dam safety, the majority of the structures that the Corps of Engineers are solely responsible for have the ability to bring water into and uncontrolled releases from Lake Okeechobee. That's one of a number of scenarios on how you can fail a dam. These particular pump stations, their sole purpose or operations under what? Sorry, I hit something here. The sole purpose or operations were to move water back into Lake Okeechobee. So that's why they were given to us, because as under the dam safety line, the Corps didn't need to control that because they still maintained all of the outlets from Lake Okeechobee. So even if someone were to, in the event that those stations were taken over and just run continuously and you couldn't turn them off, then the Corps of Engineers still had the ability to move water back out of Lake Okeechobee and not represent a health risk from a dam failure.
Okay. I'm going to back up a little bit on all the things you've said. Can you go back to that slide that has the EAA in it, the Everglades Agricultural? Okay, I'm just asking, is it the South Florida Water Management's job to water the EAA?
To water the EAA.
I mean, this whole system was set up for agriculture and flood control of the cities. Okay, they had no idea that they were going to totally destroy the St. Lucie River and the Caloosahatchee estuaries, and that we'd be living in a world with toxic algae flowing into the lake. But just going back to that 1948 responsibility, so like, are those purple spots there because it's your job, it's our job to give water to the Everglades agricultural area? That's part of our job, right? I mean, no one really likes to talk about it maybe for whatever reason, but that's part of the job, is to protect agriculture in the Everglades agricultural area and make sure they get their water. So is that what those purple things are used for?
Those specific purple ones, no, because they only flow back into Lake Okeechobee. It's the adjacent structures next to them, these red
So which
ones.
water the EAA?
There's a series of them. It's these along here.
Page doesn't help me. I have to look a bit full. So does the South Florida Water Management water the EAA, or does the Army Corps?
As Lieutenant Colonel described, it's a joint operation between the Corps of Engineers and their responsibilities and authorities under the authorization for the Central and Southern Florida Flood Control Project, and the state's responsibility under Chapters 373 for water allocations.
Thank you, John.
Panel?
But if I could just clarify, Everything John says is correct. But to your point, South Florida Water Management District, in the allocation of water to the EAA in this example, opens and closes those gates remotely in order to maintain canal levels in the EAA that are sufficient to support the water supply function. It flips around to those other structures you were looking at on the flood control side. When those canal levels rise to a point that is concern of flooding, the South Florida Water Management District staffs those pump stations, turns them on, operates them to remove water for flood protection.
Okay, helps a lot. Just one other thing, and I'm sorry, I'm taking some, but in the old days, before things, in the old days, the water from the EAA was pumped back into Lake Okeechobee, and then there was a time, it wasn't just hurricane gates, it was also because we realized we were, in Martin County too, look how they were going to build those canals and just dump all of the water back from Martin County right into the lake. There was no thought of what we were causing. It's like making a dirty bathtub. You know, it's just filthy water over and over again put back in after it's taken out. So, you know, didn't those gates originally function to drain the Everglades agricultural area? And then that became a problem, just like lots of things have become a problem.
The gates don't function in that way. It's the pump stations that function to pump the water
Sorry,
out.
I don't know the right
I know,
terms.
and I apologize, but your general point is correct. Though there are structures operated by South Florida Water Management District that in the old days pumped all the rainfall runoff from the northern portion of the EAA into Lake Okeechobee. And, you know, this is back when they were constructed in the 50s. I think 5A was constructed the year I was born, so it's been around for a while. But that's what the original intent was. Subsequent science, subsequent investigation revealed concerns about the quality of water in Lake Okeechobee, and that operation was adjusted so that only roughly half of the water initially would go north into Lake Okeechobee. And then as operational improvements were made, it's now to the point that only about a few percentage points of annual average water gets back pumped into Lake Okeechobee from the EAA. So there's been a lot of concern over the decades from the 70s till now over the water quality situation in Lake Okeechobee, but also dealing with water quality that's going downstream into the Everglades. And I'm sure you all hear a lot about that in subsequent meetings.
Is this historical? I'm sorry.
Thank you, and it clarified a lot. I think some of my thinking was incorrect, so I appreciate it.
I was going to follow up on this. Were the historical numbers for water delivery that was being supplied to the EAA and other areas, is that what provided the context that led to the savings clause?
Yeah, I'll start off. I'm sure the other panelists are going to weigh on this too. The water demands for agriculture, when talking about south of the lake, I think have been fairly consistent and may have even reduced over the years. But the savings clause covers all the users, utilities, nurseries, cities, agricultural entities, south of the lake, north of the lake. So it's a broader application of water resource law that protects everybody that was using water at that time period.
Right, but they're all protected. I guess my question was, they're sort of all protected at historical levels of service that they were receiving at a particular time. And I guess the question is, we had historically been providing X amount of water through whatever measures we had in place at the time. And ultimately, when we lead up to the savings situation, each particular property or level of service, or I forget how the acreage was described previously, but it was a basin or something to that effect, they were effectively grandfathered in a quote-unquote level of service. Would that be correct to say contextually in the savings clause?
I don't think grandfathered is the right term, but otherwise, I think you've got it right. The savings clause protected existing users, and it actually.
Okay, minus the grandfather
Yeah,
comment.
leave our grandparents out of this. The savings clause in the act actually refers to a specific date, the date the bill was signed, December 2000. So whatever permit you had, whatever level of service you had at December 2000, and it's not just ag, it's the cities, it's everybody. Regarding agriculture around the lake, there's 650,000 acres of irrigated agriculture, maybe 60%, 70% is in the EAA, the rest is in the other areas. When Congress approved this plan and decided to let the federal government pay for 90% of it when it was built, it was driven by the regulation of the time called National Economic Development, NED. They had to pick the NED plan, which is the plan that had the most benefits over costs. It was the benefits of developing agriculture around the lake was the main driver of the plan. The Corps didn't assume the mega growth that we've had on the East Coast, but they did assume the agricultural industry that would be established there, and that was what drove the federal investment in the plan. So it's in law. It's more than a permit. It's not something you can revoke or tell John to stop opening the gates for farmers. You know, they've got permits. You're bound by law. There's a state and federal history here. You can nudge the ship in a few different angles here and there, but it's not like you can wholesale abandon that mission.
Just curious where the context of.
I'd also say that the savings clause applies to the comprehensive Everglades restoration projects. So it's kind of on the retrofit of the CNSF project, the savings clause applies to those projects. There are other laws and other policies that apply when the comprehensive Everglades projects are not in place, and it's what. So it kind of makes sense from a lot of perspectives. In water resources planning, water resources projects, they classically become what we refer to as Christmas trees, presents for everybody. Everybody wins, nobody loses. That's how to get a big project. That's how you build water resources projects. So the savings clause reflects that our intent is not to gore anybody's ox. These projects intend to build on the benefits that already exist. Now, outside of the context of this 68 projects in SERP, the state has wide latitude to determine what the benefits are, who gets what water. You decide consumptive use permits every day. That's not from the comprehensive Everglades restoration projects. So the savings clause refers to a very relatively narrow set of projects and is intended to demonstrate we're not trying to gore anybody's ox with SERP.
So did I hear correctly, we are still today pumping water back into Lake Okeechobee from the EAA?
I should let John answer that question, but I'll just say, jump in. Under certain circumstances, yes, those pumps do exist, and there are.
What are those circumstances?
All right, so if you look at the screens, what we're talking about is these two structures here. So this is the S2 pump station right here. This is Lake Okeechobee over here. This is North New River that flows down that way, and Hillsborough Canal that flows that way. This is the Hurricane Gate, the other structure that we were talking about. So as far as the relationship and who controls what, the Water Management District is responsible for the operation and maintenance of the S2 pump station that moves water out of both of these canals back into Lake Okeechobee. It's a joint relationship with the Corps of Engineers. The Corps owns the structure over here. They're responsible for the maintenance of that structure, but as Tommy Stroud described, we have remote operations, so we have telemetry equipment on the structure that moves water out of Lake Okeechobee and down into the canal system down here.
Are those both S2?
No, this is S2 and this is S351. So going in the maps in the presentation, they're two different colors.
Can both of those S2 and S351, do they both pump back into the lake?
No, S2 is the only pump. It pumps back into Lake Okeechobee. This is a gravity structure that only, well, I can't say only. It's a gravity structure that allows water to move from Lake Okeechobee to the canal system, and under some circumstances, depending on the levels in Lake Okeechobee and the level in the canal system, it will allow water to move via gravity out of the canal system back into Lake Okeechobee. So the question about the operations that govern this pump station, I guess I'll start back with the Lake Okeechobee Technical Advisory Commission or Committee or whatever they were called years ago. Again, reflecting the changing priorities and philosophy on restoration and the environment. The operations of this pump station and its sister pump station, the S3 pump station down around the corner, were heavily scrutinized. And through a series of regulatory actions leading up to today, the Water Management District currently holds a permit under the Lake Okeechobee Protection Act. It was one of those pieces of legislation that Terry had on her slide under Chapter 373 that govern the operations of this pump station. And the way that permit reads is that it is not allowed to be operated until such time as the canal system has reached a certain level, and it's 12.5 is the level. In addition to that, if I back up out of this, in addition to that, let me find a better map. In addition to that, all of the pump stations along the southern end of the Everglades agricultural area have got to be going full bore. And you're trying to pull as much of that water all south as you can. And it's only when they're not able to keep up, given rainfall and a whole bunch of other factors, and the canals up at this level are above 12.5 that you're allowed to operate that pump station. Now, having said that, that permit just grants the authority to the Water Management District in a regulatory context to be able to operate that station. I can tell you over the last couple of events, the Water Management District has and Mr. McVicker can tell you this as well, has ridden that up higher beyond 12.5 and not operated the pump station. Again, that gets back into what are the antecedent conditions? Is there more rain coming? There's a judgment and a process that we go through in coordination with the department. I keep on looking at you, Drew, I'm sorry. In coordination with the Department of Environmental Protection on how and when, under what circumstances those pumps are operated.
Okay, so it's going to be very rare. What would you say, John, in the last year that we've had to actually put those pumps in operation?
In the last year, they have not operated. The rain event that we just had, I think it was a month or two ago, stages got up to 12.7 and they were not operated.
Okay, thank you.
When was the last time they were operated?
I'm sorry?
Was the last time they were operated?
I have to go back and double check, but I believe it was Hurricane Irma.
So just, and, I don't know why, so, don't work. So just to summarize again, I'm trying to look at you. When they do back pump, they means South Florida Water Management District and Army Corps of Engineers.
The South Florida Water.
Do you have to get their permission?
No.
Okay, so there's no permission, it's just South Florida Water Management District when there's back pumping?
Yes. Subject to the Department of, I did it again, subject to the Department of Environmental
Okay, so
Protection.
always subject to something.
The Department
Subject
of
to
Environmental Protection in their
DEP?
permit.
So they called DEP, did they, I'm just curious, did they like ask you or tell you what happens?
Well, you know, when I used to work there, they would always call and say, hey, we got a flood control issue. We're probably going to have to do this. And I can tell you, there's a lot of preparation because we have forecasters and rain forecasters. So there's a lot of preparation to try to prevent that from happening. And it's just when we get those extreme events that that just put way too much water there that they have to turn them on and they get turned off as quickly as possible. Because it's very unpopular, you know, to do that.
Drew?
To say the least.
Can I say something here? I just want to add a little context. Now, the Corps isn't part of the decision to turn them on. If the district decided not to turn them on, there are operating levels in the water control plan to achieve the project purposes for which the federal government paid for those. You know, we never tested if we just don't turn them on. Will the Corps come in and make you turn them on when you get above flood stage? In terms of context, the land elevation in places like Belglade is maybe 10. So when the canal that serves Belglade's at 12.5, their system isn't working very well. And there's a lot of standing water in the cities, and that's the only reason these pumps are turned on anymore. No one likes back pumping, more for the political heat that it generates. Farmers don't need back pumping, don't push back pumping. Cities have to have it because they live right there where the pump stations are. And you don't like seeing the canal a couple feet above your land.
Can I, and to your point, that the reason why nobody likes back pumping, should we assume, is that because, I mean, besides the fact that we want water to flow south, should we assume it's because the water that would be back pumped from the EAA has more contaminants or whatever than what might even be coming out of the lake? Is that why nobody likes it? I assume the answer is yes.
Well, there's a lot of different reasons. The water coming from the EAA is cleaner than the other water that comes in the lake. Sometimes it's even cleaner than what's in the lake, but that's not always true. It depends on the storm. There's a little bit of history you probably don't have to live through, but in 1978, the Florida Wildlife Federation sued the district over the operation of those two pumps, trying to shut them down. That led to the first state permit that constrained the use and pushed all the water south. So that's kind of how it got started. It wasn't a great deliberation and a whole lot of science. It was Florida Wildlife Federation didn't want the water in the lake. And the district was able to operate in a way to send most of it south. By the way, that's a lot more water, and it all goes to Dade County. And that South Lake Conveyance system we talked about earlier that doesn't work so well, it really, weaknesses show when you start sending extra water down there. But
I think we've confirmed, though, that pump is a last resort sort of emergency measure and not being used.
Right, and no one
with any sort of regularity. Is that correct to say?
Yeah, and I don't think anyone disputes that, and the operations bear that out.
And I don't know what you do today. I know back in the day, we used to notify the governing board, too, that we were getting ready to back pump. So that there were several checks in the process that we notified people to let them know that we were at a point we needed to turn the pump on.
Tom, let me, Tom number 2. You just made a comment that the water that comes out of the EA sometimes is cleaner than the water that comes into the EA. When you say that comes out of the EA, meaning before it gets to the SDAs or after it gets to the SDAs?
This was in the context of pumping into the lake, so it doesn't go to an SDA, and it's not always cleaner, but there are much dirtier inflows to the lake that always go there from the north side.
Let me, I think one of the issues with back pumping is that the water, people get confused about concentrations, whether it's cleaner or dirtier, but I think if you just look at how many pounds of this material, of pollutants, the nitrogen and phosphorus, that the Everglades agricultural area, this back pumping, it was disproportionately high compared to the volume of water. So it was a major source of nitrogen and phosphorus that's at a higher fraction than you'd expect from the quantity of water you pumped in. So the discontinuing back in 1983 when they implemented the interim action plan was because of a water quality problem in Lake Okeechobee. These pumping from this set of pumps was considered one of the most important contributors of that. So they pumped it south to the Everglades. That's a different story. But I think certainly the water quality issue is a very important one related to back pumping.
We can, for me at least, it makes me feel more comfortable to know that for 35 years, the back pumping issue has effectively been ceased but for an emergency. Okay.
So I have a question on back pumping related to the C10A, sending water into Lake Okeechobee. Is that equivalent to back pumping? What is the story with the C10A?
No, it is not. So the C10A is right here. It is the terminus of the L8 canal at Lake Okeechobee. It is a gravity structure. It is not a pump station. When I get farther into the presentation, when I talk about the regulation schedules and the water control plans, the water control plan that governs the operations of the L8 canal are such that when the L8 canal is at a certain level and Lake Okeechobee is at a lower level, then that water moves backwards into Lake Okeechobee via gravity, not via pump.
Thank you. Do you have something to say?
Well, yeah, so I was just going to clarify, because John is using like water management speak, and so for the interest of the people listening who might not manage water every day for a living, I just wanted to explain the L8 dynamic again. Like, what does that mean? Moves by gravity, blah, blah, blah. It means that if the water level is higher in the canal than the lake level, the water is going to go into the lake. If the water level in the canal is lower than the lake, the water is going to go into the canal from the lake, if that structure is open. There's no pump that forces it the opposite way. So when it rains in the dry season and the lake is low, then water could flow from the canal into the lake,
Right,
as an example.
Give you an idea of what that looks like, that canal can be operated as high as 16 or 17 feet. So there's a large portion of the time that under an extreme rain event, that the canal will be higher than Lake Okeechobee and facilitate that backflow of water via gravity.
So we're going to need to take a break. Are we almost done with structures around the lake, or?
I'm done with the lake, yes.
Okay. Because I have questions related to regulation schedule and stuff, but you're going to do that a little later. So why don't, everybody good to take a break right now? Okay, I was just asking if he.
It's up to our chair, but I would say just finish this thing. Finish this giant thing.
I think it's just a couple
Don't
more.
talk so much.
Yeah,
just
I
a
would go
couple
to
more
regulation schedule.
Okay. Very good. Thank you, Ms. Turtle-Lipich. Finish this thing, John.
All right, I'll speed it up. So water conservation areas, similar story. In that responsibility language, it talks about the other spillways within the water conservation areas. So what that looks like on the left-hand side is just a graphic of every single water control structure that either discharges from, to, or within the 3 water conservation areas, being area 1, 2, and 3. So out of that, the Water Management District is responsible for the operation and maintenance of the majority of them. The Corps of Engineers controls and is responsible for 10 of them. And I'll just jump past this one because these are all the ones that the Water Management District controls. So mainly what it comes down to is the Corps of Engineers is responsible for the S10 spillways that move water from Area 1 into Area 2. The S11 spillways that move water from Area 2 into Area 3, and then the S12 spillways down here that move water from Area 3 down into Everglades National Park. And the reason that they still maintain those responsibilities, again, gets back to what the Lieutenant Colonel was saying about that joint shared dam safety responsibility. Because under a strictly engineering technical sense, those levees are dams around the water conservation areas. So, regulation schedule. Is
I
this
have
where
a
you wanted to take a
question.
break?
I'm sorry. So we just have to know, looking at that, so does that mean that the South Florida Water Management District cannot put water in Everglades National Park alone?
No, it does not. So there is another structure right about there that is called the S333 structure. It moves water out of Everglades National Park to the L29 canal here and then into Northeast Shark River Slough underneath the bridges that were newly constructed. So when you say in and of itself, all of that again is done pursuant to the water control manual and the operations. If the governing board, you've probably, during the water conditions report, you've heard me talk about the rainfall plan. And the rainfall plan is what dictates the movement of water out of Area 3 down into the park. So that water can either go through the S12 structures there, or the 333 structure here and into the L29 underneath the bridges and into Northeast Shark River Slough.
I think maybe I'll follow up, Jackie. Maybe I'm going to ask the question that perhaps, I think maybe what was being asked is sorry, this is very awkward, S12A through D.
Correct.
Are those run operationally solely by the South Florida Water Management District?
No, those are the responsibility of the Corps of Engineers. We don't
Okay,
even have
and
the keys to them.
S333, that's run by us?
Yes, it is remotely operated from the control room here in this building.
Okay, and that's the one that'll flow south and then east and then south again?
Correct.
Okay.
So under, and Dr. Van Lent can probably describe this better than I, under the restoration plan, the system was originally designed and constructed to move water down through the water conservation area, straight out the S12s and into the park. Under the restoration plan is to take that water and shift it over to the east into Northeast Shark River Slough and move it down that way.
As far as you can recall, has there ever been a time where we've asked the Army Corps to move water through the S12 structures and they've told us no?
Not that I can recall, but there's some subtext to that. And go ahead, Tom.
I mentioned S333, which is owned and operated by the Water Management Districts. That's because it was authorized as a water supply structure to supply water to South Dade County, not to supply water to the park, because the park wasn't there then. I mean, the east side of the park hadn't been expanded. It's now used primarily to put water in the park. But that's one of these historical anachronisms, that the district owns and operates a structure that lets water in the park.
Is that problematic?
Not at all. And in terms of closing the S12s, only the federal government can tell the federal government to close the S12s, which they have. Fish and Wildlife Service has the Corps close 2 of them.
That's the Sparrow situation, right?
I think important to go back to kind of how we got to that. I think Terry did a great job in saying this is kind of how these conservation areas were designed in the 1950s as lakes. And it became pretty clear by the mid-60s that lakes weren't working for the Everglades. And making them function more like a river is one of the main impetuses behind the Comprehensive Everglades Restoration Plan. So, I mean, I think you can point at like, well, we've closed them because of the Sparrow. Well, actually, those big structures are in the wrong place. They don't match the river at all. We have to go back and replumb it to make sure this system fits what we have today. And we have Everglades National Park, Florida Bay downstream. We have Conservation Area 3A, 3B, both functional Everglades. So while we can talk about what happened with a given structure, it's important to note that we're trying to fix the conceptual errors and some of the constraints we have in the system with the Everglades Restoration Plan. And a big part of that is changing how the S12s work.
Just to confirm, I mean, I can't see the streets on this, but this is Tamiami Trail, right, that these structures run across?
Yes.
So when you mention the water control manual, you're talking about our water control manual, is that right?
It's the Federal Water Control Manual.
Federal water, okay. And we have control over, I'm going to the bay, right? I'm after the bay, I'm after getting water to the bay. We have control over S33 or we don't?
333, we control it. As
Okay.
Tom described it, from its original authorization, we've maintained the operations of that, and we control it from the room in this building.
And so what does it take to supply more water to the bay? Can you do that on our collective say-so, or does it require something more than that?
All of the restoration features, and you'll hear about the Central Everglades project, that is what delivers that water. It's all of those features together. It's not just one structure. It's the whole system right down through the spine. Tom?
Yeah, and I guess just to elaborate on that, The problem is there are a lot of constraints between where the water exists upstream of 333 to get water down through the drainage system into Biscayne Bay, the coastal estuaries. And the CERP projects were intended to remove some of those barriers. They were intended to provide storage and/or treatment, so the water that was getting there was of decent quality. So it's complicated, and the whole story of water south of the lake is complicated by the constraints that have been developed over the years, where there are physical constraints like Tamiami Trail, legal constraints like concerns over endangered species or water quality issues, and there are just a lot of things that have to be resolved, and it takes a big project like CERP to do that.
And some of those considerations that Tommy is talking about is the very last slide that I'll touch on in 30 slides from now.
But can you clarify that it can't be that the only water flowing into the Everglades from that Tamiami Trail blockage are those, I think, 3 to the east? I mean, I know the core, those 4 core canals are somewhat constrained by Endangered Species Act at times, maybe, but are there other feeds into the Everglades, either central or to the west?
Let me think about how to describe this.
I mean, the short answer is not really. That's a big part of the problem, is that the south end of the system only has a couple of outlets. So the Tamiami Trail right now is being raised so that it no longer creates a dam, and that's what the bridges that are allowing water to flow from the L29 canal, which runs adjacent, right along the length of the Tamiami Trail. And then what feeds that L29 canal is the 333 structure. And so that pushes water out of the Water Conservation Area 3 and into the L29 canal for it to then flow under those bridges and into Everglades National Park. Other than the 333 structure, the only significant control structures that allow water to flow from Water Conservation Area 3 into the park are the S12s, 12A, B, C, and D. So those are the 5 major structures that allow water to flow from Water Conservation Area 3 into the park.
And those, the S10 through 12s, are they open at times?
Yes.
There was a comment by Mr. Van Lent. You may be Dr. Van Lent. Are you Dr. Van Lent? I apologize. I'm a lawyer. We're not used to dealing with really smart people. You had mentioned that there was an issue, or what you thought was an issue with respect to the location of S12 through A through D, other than what I call a sparrow situation. I know it's a lot more complex than that, and I'm not trying to diminish it at all. But other than that, are there other location reasons that you feel that S12, A through D are not in the right spot?
Yeah, you can see it on kind of the map that John has put up there. When you have, the Everglades was like a river, and of course, the flow is in the deepest part of the river. And then in a typical one up north, you see kind of overbanks on the river. The S12s, where they put them, are in the overbanks, not in the middle of the river. And so that means you've got the river, and they put them there because that's where Everglades National Park was. So that was the outlet. So, and then that is, I think, Terry talked about, it was John. The authorization of that South Dade project that never got built was supposed to drain the rest of it. So that is the middle of the river, over east where 333 puts water in east side of the park, that's the lowest ground. That's where you want to put the flows. So just from a hydrologic perspective, they put the outlet in the overbank and not in the middle of the river.
Okay. You're actually saying they should be further east?
Yeah, in fact, there was some designs back in the 50s, they had them east, but that wasn't where the park was. And so to fix the problem, so to fix that problem, they authorized another, it was actually on the map, to have an outlet that basically was a canal to the ocean along the western side of, well, be the south end of today, what's the Big Cypress. That never got built because that was a very bad idea. So we didn't get here in one fell swoop, but it was a series of things. So that's why one of the main part of the Everglades restoration plan is to see if we can't put the river back to kind of where it used to be and make it act more like a river. That's what will restore those rhythms in both in the state-owned Everglades and in the federal-owned Everglades.
In your estimation, if we had additional S12 type structures or whatever you want to call them, I don't want to call them gates or, I know they're not, to the east, that would be a good solution?
Yes, that is one of the plans. I mean, I can talk about my own personal ideas of how to fix that, but yes, you need more flow through what's today Conservation Area 3B into Northeast Shark Slough. That is what is a tenet of Everglades restoration. The Central Everglades Plan is a big step toward that.
Yeah, part of the Central
Everglades
Everglades.
on that?
Yeah, part of the Central Everglades plan is a flowway, so unplugging it so that it just sheet flows underneath the bridge.
I'd like to hear from.
Well, I don't really disagree with that. The original channel was to the east, and we now have most of the original channel in the park, not all of it. So you need to have more flow moving east. But Dade County's moving west, so there's a whole lot of people on the eastern side there, and you can't put water in the park without it going over into where the people are. So there's a whole lot of engineering that has to be done between the two. SEP is the Corps' project for doing that.
That's the idea of creating that sort of dam that will create some sort of barrier for people and farmers who are down in South Dade area.
So you can get as much as you can out of the park restoration and still have the people living where they do now.
John, doesn't the COP, isn't that what COP does, move the water from the west to the east?
So COP, Combined Operating Plan. When I get to regulation schedules and water control.
Yeah,
manuals-
John, why don't we, when we get to regulation schedules, that's where we'll go into that kind of discussion, 'cause we need to get through the Lake Okeechobee regulation schedule, and that's going to be a fun time. All right, anything left?
Yes, I have a question. You mentioned Tamiami Trail and raising Tamiami Trail. What is the distance that it covers currently for that project, and how much flow does it add going south?
The current total length is about 10 miles, and only part of that, we've still got a little bit left to go. It benefits in two ways. One is you can pass more flow, so now the combination of S333, there's a new structure called S333N, and there's a structure on the east side, a pump. So it should be able to pass the combined total of those. But the other thing it does is that it allows the water levels to be the same on both sides of the road. So what happens is the marsh downstream is much deeper. And that's a very good thing, both because it's a marsh, you want it wet, and it also means more flow going toward Florida Bay. And so it's a more natural result. So the idea is to put as much water as you can in the Northeast Shark Slough without causing adverse impacts under Tamiami Trail. And whatever you can't pass, we'll try to go to the west and through the S12s.
I do think it's worthwhile to take a break. So we will take, is 15 minutes good, Chairman? What do you want to do? 10? All right, let's do a 10-minute break and then resume with regulation schedules. Okay, John, take it away, the riveting regulation schedule presentation.
All right, regulation schedules, what everyone's been waiting for. So what's a regulation schedule? At its essence or its core, it's just a guideline for water managers to use in regulating flow of water throughout the system. It consists of a series of criteria, some engineering curves and specifications that govern the storage and release of water throughout the system. Typically, those releases of water come in two forms, either a push, which is a regulatory discharge. So when we get into some of the schedules, particularly for Lake Okeechobee, when the Corps of Engineers makes their weekly decisions, in their press release, they'll talk about a regulatory discharge. So that's a push out of Lake Okeechobee. The other side of it is a pull, where a downstream area, and Dr. Van Lent can obviously talk about this in greater detail, such as in Everglades National Park, is pulling water out of the water conservation areas for environmental enhancement. So there's two types of actions at a very higher level, a push and a pull. So across the system, there are roughly 13 regulation schedules, and regulation schedules itself, they conform to bodies of water, the lakes, the Upper Kissimmee chain of lakes, Lake Okeechobee, of course, and the 3 water conservation areas. So there are 13 regulation schedules covering 21 different water bodies running from the upper chain all the way down through Conservation Area 3A. The one that most everybody's intimately familiar with, I'm sure, is the one that governs Lake Okeechobee. And over the years, it has had several different regulation schedules. Each one of those schedules were developed not to optimize the performance of any one particular objective or project purpose, but they try to balance all of the competing project purposes. So starting in the Upper Kissimmee, this is the regulation schedule for East Lake Toho. It has been in place, I think, Mr. Wagner, you had asked this during one of the governing board meetings, how long have regulation schedules been in place for this particular schedule? And actually, the majority of the lakes in the upper chain, it has been in place since 1994. There's been some minor changes, but they were minor changes down to the lower portions of the schedule itself. So the way a regulation schedule works, it is for flood control. The red line is what we call the schedule line, such that whenever the stage in that particular lake is above that line, depending on the time of year, then it's a push. You are pushing water out of that lake down into the next receiving water body. In this case, it's Lake Toho, which also has a very similar shaped regulation schedule throughout the year, but there are differing elevations, as you can see over here on the left-hand side. Again, as you're above that line, you push water out of the lake down into the next body of water. So this is Lake Kissimmee. Lake Kissimmee's schedule actually governs 3 lakes, which is Lake Kissimmee, Hatchnahaw, and Lake Cypress. All of those are operated in conjunction with one another. There are no water control structures in between them. So they're all regulated pursuant to the same schedule. This schedule that is...
Wait, just a quick question. I understand the legend, months, but what is on the vertical? I can't
Stage,
read.
they're feet.
Okay.
And it's the
Feet.
NGVD, National Geodetic Vertical Datum.
Okay, so 58 feet.
Correct. That does not mean, and this is a common misnomer, I've heard this perpetuated, that does not mean the lake is 58 feet deep.
Yeah, I assumed it didn't. What does it mean?
It just means that's the lake stage compared to, I'll say sea level, but it's not exactly sea level, but we'll just work with that for now.
Okay.
So Upper Kissimmee. Lake Kissimmee, as I was saying, controls those 3 lakes. It's regulated at the terminus structure at the bottom of the lake. It's the S65 structure. Anybody who's driven across State Road 60, you've driven past that water control structure at the very bottom of Lake Kissimmee. Again, similar principle applies. When you're above that red line, you're pushing water out of Lake Kissimmee for flood control purposes and moving it down the Kissimmee River. This schedule is the subject of Kissimmee River restoration, and it will be revised and updated once the river restoration down here has been completed. The new schedule is what we call headwaters revitalization. And so basically what that means is this red line, it will change. It will allow us to operate Lake Kissimmee and its group of lakes up to elevation 54, whereas right now you can see the very top of this schedule here is only at 52.5.
You think that gives you the operational integrity that you need, flexibility you need?
This particular schedule,
the way that it's going to change, is that going to be helpful for you and in a meaningful way?
Yes, and Terry can probably talk a little bit more about that. It's all about the Kissimmee River restoration. So now that you've restored the river channel and filled in that remnant canal, it's the source of water to maintain those flows farther into the dry season. There was a land acquisition, I think it was last month, that the governing board voted on and approved. All of that land acquisition feeds into the revision and the completion of the construction by the Corps of Engineers to revise this schedule and raise up the upper chain, or the lower portion of the upper chain.
But the 1.5 feet that you're gaining,
correct,
in terms of how much longer you can hold water in that lake, do you believe that is a meaningful number? Like, you're already at 50, so you're talking about a relatively small percentage in my mind. I don't know if you consider that a small percentage, or you consider that a large gain for you from a storage standpoint. How do you view that?
Yes, it is a large gain from a storage standpoint.
Great.
The number that sticks in my head, subject, I need to verify, but I think it's an additional 100,000 acre feet, Terry? 100,000 acre feet of storage that the change to the schedule gets you to be able to provide those sustained flows to the restored reaches of the Kissimmee River farther into the dry season.
That's great news.
So then moving down to Lake Okeechobee. Lake Okeechobee has a regulation schedule. It is actually volume 3 of the Master Water Control Manual here off to my right. Most people are just familiar with this graphic, but there are also 2 decision trees that go along with that, embedded within the Lake Okeechobee regulation schedule, and I'll talk a little bit more about that in the next couple slides. So, as I said, the Lake Okeechobee's had several schedules throughout the years. There was a 1978 schedule that operated the lake between 15.5 and 17, and some portions of it were raised up to 18.5. Pursuant to that 1948 authorization. Then in 1994, there was another schedule revision that was commonly known as Run 25. It added the concept of pulse releases to the estuaries, to the regulation schedule, and it extended the top of the schedule up to 18.5 feet. Yes, ma'am.
Can you please expound on under 1978, Zone A?
Yes, when I get to a couple slides, when I have the actual graphic, I'll talk about what Zone A means. So 2000 was the next schedule. After Run 25, it was called WSE, which stood for Water Supply and Environment. And it was designed through a public process to try to balance the performance of water supply and also the estuary needs and flood control for the Herbert Hoover Dike. It was the first schedule that brought into the decision-making process the concept of looking out at the climate and hydrological outlooks and climate forecast and meteorological forecast out into the future. And of course, most people are familiar with LORS 2008. It's been in place since 2008. What it did is it lowered the schedule, both the top of the schedule and the bottom of the schedule, as a result of the condition of the Herbert Hoover Dike. And it also added a base flow subband to be able to sustain some of those base flow releases. I'm out of time. Sustain some of those base flow releases to the estuaries. It also continued and further refined the hydrologic outlooks and those climate forecasts as a part of the decision-making process. So graphically, what did it look like? You had Run 25, so the blue trace on this graph, well, start at the bottom, years. On the left-hand side are feet or stage in the lake itself. The blue trace is just historic lake levels throughout the years, going all the way back to 1995 at the beginning of Run 25. The grayish lines are the upper bounds and the lower bounds of the schedules. There are other lines in between those bounds that I'll show here shortly. But as you look through the evolution of the schedules since 1995, Run 25 is here. WSC dropped the bottom of the schedule but maintained the upper portions of the schedule, again getting to that idea of base flow for the estuaries. And then as we move over into LORS 2008, it dropped both the upper and lower bounds of the schedule related to dam safety and the condition of the Herbert Hoover Dike. So this is LORS 2008. As I said, the lower end of the schedule are these lines down here. The upper end of the schedule that would have been reflected on the previous graph is here. So Zone A, to answer your question, Ms. Thurlippish, on previous schedules, they call them Zones A, B, and C. When it came to LORS 2008, they changed that moniker to beneficial use, base flow, the low subband, the intermediate subband, high subband, and then high lake management band. So that's just the designation of what lane you are in, so to speak, as you go through the schedule itself. So the different colors represent those different bands. The lower end of the schedule down here is the water shortage management band, kind of in this tannish light color. You'll also notice on this graphic there's this vertical line which is denoted as the operational band. So within the operational band, which is essentially anything above the water shortage management band, then the Corps of Engineers maintains operational control and operational authority over Lake Okeechobee for flood control purposes. Said that right, ma'am? Okay. So what that means is the Corps of Engineers has the final decision with input from a number of different places. Everybody's familiar with the periodic scientist call. There's input from the non-federal sponsor, the South Florida Water Management District, but they have the ultimate authority and final decision-making on how to move water out of Lake Okeechobee to manage lake stage for flood control purposes. So that's what
John?
that operational band means.
Can we talk about this for a minute?
Of course, yeah, this is the meat of it.
Can you back up one slide? I just think this one's really interesting because it shows 3 lake schedules. And I think the top gray line that goes up and down like a heartbeat, above that I think is Zone A. Jackie, you were asking what Zone A is? It's where you open every gate to get it all out. It's the high zone. But if you look at the period under WSE, the period in the middle, the schedule, the Zone A was much higher. But look how low the lake went. And it only went high in the 1 year. We had 3 hurricanes in that period. So if you look at the period from 2000 all the way to today, the lake's been below 10 4 times. It's been above 17 4 times. And it's not the schedule doing most of that. It's Mother Nature deciding to rain or not rain. But interestingly, if you look at the low point there in 2001, there was an active program by the district and the Corps to take the lake down to 12.5 by June 1st. Current Corps this year wants to take it down to 11 by June 1st. It went to 12.5 by June 1st. It was below 9 feet the following year. So what happens when you take it low at the end of the dry season, if Mother Nature catches you and throws a drought your way, it's going below 10. In that case, it went below 9, and it did that again in 2007. That's why it's so important what you do in the dry season with the water that's in the lake, because the water in the lake this dry season, if you don't get a wet season, you've got to live with it next year. And it's not farmers, although I work for the farmers, people in Miami. That Dade County took advantage of the CNSF project to put all their well fields next to the big canals that connect to the lake.
Were any of those issues where you had these sort of historic lows I guess we all just got an email. We're- I'll turn it off.
We'll file the public records request later.
Were any of these areas, when you had a historic lows, were those ever in sort of El Nino years?
Actually, it's just the opposite. The historic highs come in El Nino.
That's what I'm saying.
Oh, the high years, yeah. In 20,
This year's an El Nino year, right?
a very weak El Nino this year. 2016 was a strong El Nino that really generated a lot of lake discharge. But my point is, there's a whole lot of infrastructure by every utility from Homestead to West Palm Beach that, yeah, they don't need lake water every year, but in the dry years, their system is designed knowing that the lake is there to give them backup. That's especially true in Dade County, but it's also in Western Broward and Palm Beach County. So it's just something else you have to consider in managing the lake. And the Corps is very aware of this, but because we're in the event we're in this year and there's been a lot of attention on it, I think it's worth talking about it. When you get a dry spell, in the 80 drought, the lake was at 15.5 on June 1st, and it went down to 9.8. So, and everyone got through that because it was at 15.5 on June 1st the year before. Not saying that should be the schedule, but I mean, that's the way the system works. The lake is the backup for everybody until it's replaced by SERP. You have to manage the lake, understanding that there are these commitments and billions of dollars in public water supply infrastructure that expects it to be there. And they put their well fields where this district told them to put them so that the Lake Okeechobee could recharge them and prevent saltwater intrusion. So just a further complication, but we're in that kind of an event now, so I think it's worth mentioning.
At these low points, can we talk about what actually happened? So you've got, let's call it 3 low points. What were the actual implications? Were there emergency actions that needed to be taken? Did we have backups to address them? I mean, because if as you say, we're misjudging, you know, the weather as we would tend to do, and the lake's at a low point, and we get lower, you know, are there real implications, or are we just looking at low levels here?
Oh, there are absolutely real implications for the environment and the economy, for agriculture in particular. As soon as it gets down, if the lake goes to 10.5, the district puts what they call forward pumps in their gates. That caps the amount of water that can come out of the lake. So agriculture gets an immediate, roughly 45% cutback of their allocation, and it has impacts on production, what crops they can plant. The cities have issues with getting water to recharge their well fields when the lake gets down. You can't get water from the lake to Miami when the lake's below 10. Very difficult. It's dependent on gravity to get there, and it just won't get there. Snail kites nest in Lake Okeechobee. After the 2000 drought, they didn't nest for 3 years. There were 0 snail kites in the lake. So there are a whole lot of those kind of things. It's a cascading set of events. Now, going down low once every 10 years, like the Corps is trying to do now, that probably has good things for the lake if you guess right, and if Mother Nature doesn't get even with you.
Yeah, and if I could add to that, in that particular event, I was a director of operations, and it was probably one of the worst periods in my career because it lasted for about a year. The lake kept getting lower and lower, and then the consequences to water supply, not only for agriculture, but for the lower East Coast, were severe. The board at the time had workshops like this that lasted for 2 days to work through what issues we could do with what little water we had to deal with the different parts of the communities that were affected. I didn't know there was such thing as a lobby for fountains until that event. And they were pretty vocal. And the auditorium would fill up every meeting with people from all over the lower East Coast. Again, not just farmers. Of course, there were farming interests that were impacted. But it was a big deal. I can remember we were talking about going to phase 3 or phase 2 water restrictions, which were fairly severe. And the meeting ended around 5:30 or 6 o'clock. I walked outside, and as far down to the National Guard Armory were TV trucks for their 6 o'clock report. So I guess my only reason for bringing all that up is it's a big deal when we have those very low conditions in Lake Okeechobee. And we were doing a managed recession, and there are a lot of good reasons to do managed recessions, and I think the Corps is doing what they should do. All we're saying is we just need to be careful. And to your point, think about the mitigating things that could be brought to bear if, in fact, nature decides not to have a wet season in the next 6 months.
But Tom, explain to me what stage 3, what does that mean?
I'm going to look to Terry for a little help. It basically are percentage cutbacks on the utilities for the urban as to amount of water that they can withdraw.
Piggyback that, did we ever get to stage 3? We did? Okay.
Yes, we did. So as Tommy said, it's a progression. So as levels start to fall, when we get into that water shortage band, nothing magically happens when you cross into that lower stage. That's a decision the board will have to make to implement water shortage restrictions. And so you'll take into considerations like the time of year. If it's just about time for the rainy season to start, you might not do anything if you fall into water shortage. But if you're in November or December and you've got 4 or 5 months of dry season to come, you're going to have to start making decisions. So phase 1 is trying to get maximum conservation, reducing unnecessary water use. I won't say that's particularly burdensome. That's, not irrigating your yard every single day like a lot of folks like to do, making sure we're doing those cutbacks. But it gets more and more severe as they progress. And when we got to this phase 3, one of the significant concerns was along the Lower East Coast, we have a lot of utilities with coastal well fields. That's where the original well fields were built. And so we had a number of those at risk, and they would have to literally shut down certain wells from operation and shift their pumpage further to the west. Those aren't their ideal wells to operate, but we're never going to tell a utility that's doing public water supply to cut off completely. But it changes their operation and how they treat that water, so it affects their customers as they're trying to reduce. And then, as Tommy mentioned, all the different industry groups, from nursery and agriculture, and the biggest ones, you had fountains. For us, it was the blow-up bounce house pool things. You'd be surprised how many people operate those. Can you operate those when you're in a crisis water shortage? So just every way that water touches somebody's lives is potentially affected when you go into water shortage.
So can we
What
take
I-
just a second? Oh,
But I'm sorry. What I'm trying to understand, we know what happens when we miscalculate in the height. We found out a few months back, right? We know how devastating that is. What I'm trying to understand is when we miscalculate on the lower level. In, I guess, the year 2000, and I was living in Miami-Dade County. Other than fountains, and I know you say it all in good fun, fountains and bounce houses, but I'm talking about real bad things. That's what I want to understand, what happens with the agriculture. I remember I couldn't sprinkle my lawn or whatever. I think that's minuscule compared to what the West Coast and the East Coast suffered back in August. So I want to understand how bad was it.
I have a Dade County experience because I represent I was working for Dade County Farm Bureau, and I have a number of farmer clients in Dade County. Nurseries are the biggest agricultural sector down there, and we were walking into the board meeting. The media loves water shortages. It gives them a story they can put on the front page every day. So we were walking into the board meeting. He got a phone call from Home Depot canceling a $220,000 order because the Miami Herald was running a story on the water restrictions, and the people this time of year like to plant landscape, but the water restrictions were not going to allow them to water it. So that wasn't a water issue as much as the way society behaves during a water shortage, but it has real immediate economic consequences to growers. In that case, they're a nursery grower.
Follow up that. Can I follow that question up? Because I think that both what Jay is raising and what Charlie is raising are not questions about what our fears are with, everybody has, all of us have pressures in life, and sometimes they get increase and sometimes they decrease. But I think I would like to know, and I think this is kind of what my fellow board members were asking, these things happened 18 years ago, 12 years ago, 8 years ago, as far as I can tell. I mean, we're at a point right now where it would seem like you would actually have some evidence of real damage that occurred to businesses and or individuals. I mean, for instance, I understand that it is a burden to to some extent to say to somebody you can't water your grass on Tuesday and Thursday. I mean, at some level that they want to water their grass every day, perhaps they should have the total right to do that. But I personally don't look at that as some sort of massive burden. I do understand from my perspective that people who are in the farming business who obviously need to use water in order to do what they do for a living may have had some restrictions put on them. Do we have an idea in those years, instead of saying, well, people are enormously impacted, which I hear, I would like to know if we have any existing data that can quantify how bad it was. How bad was 2001? How bad was 2007? How bad was 2011?
And just on that point, I do believe that the district
We'll get
did
audience comment. We'll get
did an
audience
after
comment
action.
later. So,
within 2 weeks of shipping water through container ships to Miami. It's in the newspaper.
thank you.
Thank you.
So can I ask a question? Okay, so I need the whole my head needs the whole big picture. So if the Lieutenant Colonel could explain to us what the Corps is trying to avoid or trying to accomplish. I mean, clearly you're not lowering the lake levels just for the joy of it. There is some science behind what you're up to, and I think that it behooves us all to do our best to balance out these, look at the risks and the benefits and balance that out. So what you were trying to avoid, what, or you were trying to heal the lake? What's going on?
John, if you could go back to that slide with the heartbeat, yeah. So at the end of the wet season this past year, so in September, October of 2018, we took a look at everything that we knew had been going on, and there had been a lot of devastating consequences to the estuaries and to the lake. As a result of multiple high water years, as you can see here, it's not so much how many times the lake was over like 17 feet, but how many times the lake hit 16 feet, how often it was above 15 feet compared to how often it was below 12. And what we were realizing based on the science that we had between these multiple high water events and Hurricane Irma is we had things like the amount of grasses available in Lake Okeechobee. We started in 2015, 2016 with around 40,000 acres of grass in Lake Okeechobee. Just before Hurricane Irma, we were down to about 33,000 acres of grasses in Lake Okeechobee. Following Hurricane Irma, we were down to 5,000 acres of grasses in Lake Okeechobee. That not only impacts the fisheries and the habitat for species in the lake, but it's a really significant portion of how the lake cleans itself. And so it has a very large impact on turbidity and water quality in Lake Okeechobee, as an example. We knew that the estuaries had been hit with massive algal blooms for multiple years in these last 6-7 years. Significant impacts to the seagrasses in the estuaries, all of those things. So we knew that we needed to do what we could do going into this dry season. And so we took a hard look with the help from the scientists from the Water Management District, as well as scientists from the estuaries and other agencies across the state and local governments, to take a look at what can we do. And we decided that we would try to do a couple of different things. We would try to build resiliency in the estuaries. How we would do that on the East Coast is to minimize releases to the St. Lucie estuary as much as possible. We would try to build resiliency in the Caloosahatchee estuary, and we would do that by providing reasonable dry season flows to the estuary so that it would have the fresh water that it needed in order to thrive and maintain a salinity envelope that would propagate oysters and seagrass development in that estuary. And so we worked to provide about 1,000 CFS to the West Coast and 0 CFS to the East Coast. We weren't able to do that completely because we had a third goal. And our third goal was to do what we could to build resiliency and improve the health of the lake itself. And one of the ways that we knew we needed to do that was to be able to lower the lake to a level that would allow sunlight to get to the seeds that germinate and grow the grasses in the lake. And what all the scientists were telling us is that we needed to get the lake below 12 feet, and somewhere between 12 and 11 feet would be great. That would allow us to do two things. One, it would allow us to do controlled burns in coordination with the other agencies in order to burn off all of that dead vegetation that we had as a result of Hurricane Irma, and would allow sunlight to penetrate into the waters and be able to grow those grasses in the lake. And so what we coordinated with the South Florida Water Management District was to do everything that we could to stay within the operational band so that we wouldn't put the Water Management District in a position to go into water shortage cutback decisions. Are we going to get that right? I don't know. But we're working really hard with the climate conditions, with the outlooks, in order to try and stay within the operational band. But go to the next slide, John. But to get as close to that line between the white and the blue as we can, because that would allow us to get the lake to a lower level, but with the anticipated El Nino conditions, we don't foresee drought conditions this rainy season. That's what we're hearing from all of the experts. Does that mean they're right? Maybe not. But what we're seeing across the nation is El Nino conditions developing. We're just not getting the amount of rain in Florida that the rest of the nation is getting. And so we think that the conditions are consistent, that we do have El Nino conditions, and that we don't have a significant risk of not having a wet season. And so we think that this is a reasonable risk to take in order to build those resiliencies in the ecosystems that we can. Can I guarantee that we got it right? No.
So I think what I hear you saying is that you brought all the sound science you could find to the table and you made a risk-benefit decision. And the benefits outweigh the risks because something had to be done to restore the lake. And something had to be done to try to protect the people who live in the areas that are damaged by the algal bloom. So it was a decision that was made based on sound science. And it's never perfect. Doesn't it remind you of, no, never mind. Yeah, I can just hear,
Can I just follow up with the damage question? I'm trying to figure out, because I am deeply concerned about people being damaged on all sides of the spectrum. I think I'm just trying to have a better understanding, because I don't have one now, of when we did reach these droughts. I mean, these things did occur. We know they occurred factually. We know we put measures in place, as I'm hearing, with respect to water control issues. I know people's stress levels raised depending on what positions they were holding at the time. And I know there was a lot of people screaming, so to speak, and maybe justifiably so. And I think there are, on the other end of the spectrum, people who tend to come in and scream justifiably so it's the other side of the coin. And so I know that there's a lot of affected people. I'm trying to understand specifically what kind of damage are we seeing in those drought years? And I have a sub-question to that, because in my mind, agriculture is so big commercially that it occupies a unique space. And I don't know the answer to this question, but I know enough about people who operate in these particular spaces that they have capability of buying insurance against certain risks of loss. And so my sub-question is it possible, I don't know the answer, for farmers who are engaged in this type of commercial business to purchase an insurance rider against A, drought, and B, a drought that may have some sort of level of human component that created it?
Can I maybe take a shot at the first part, and somebody else may be able to answer the second part? But just on the documented data and damage, I can tell you in the drought from 2001, the Florida Department of Agriculture and Consumer Services did a fairly extensive report on damage associated with the drought, and they actually came and made that presentation to the governing board. So I know that that report is available. Right, so, and it covered a multiple of agricultural industry. You think about crops being grown, but one of the areas that was most damaged, and it also affected, for example, the Seminole Tribe of Florida as well, is they rely on pasture land and ranch lands. And when they don't have enough irrigation water to irrigate their pastures and support the cattle, they were wholesale selling off their stock because they couldn't support those. So that was a significant impact from a ranching perspective.
And in fact, I mean, people have, that is something that can be documented, right? They have actually sold off their stock, and instead of having a normal year where they profited X, they had a 2011 year where they profited X minus something. That can be quantified, right?
And that's part of what FDACS covered in their report. So that is part of the information that I know is available historically. I'll just give you a couple other examples. I don't have data on this, but one of the areas that was really impacted are the areas where we have 298 districts like Tommy operates. They rely on pulling water from the regional system. So here in Palm Beach County out west, we have major communities, the Indian Trail Improvement District, the Seminole Improvement District, as well as Loxahatchee. They rely on those canals where they pull water from our system into their system for fire protection. So that was a significant public safety issue for all the fire chiefs because they had no water in their canals. Their canals went dry.
My question is, I mean, the firefighters, they do have water, though. I mean, they're not being, I understand that there are policy implementations, but they are, I just want to be clear on this, the firefighters are not being cut off from water, are they?
In those locations, those are they're rural type subdivisions, so acre and a quarter, so they don't have a collection of fire hydrants to rely on. They rely on if there's a fire pulling water from the canal network, and as those canals go dry, that was a significant issue for those types of communities. You're right, we don't cut off water to a public water supply entity.
You don't cut them off, but there are times in order to comply with the cutback, utilities will reduce pressure, the water pressure in their lines. So homes and businesses can still get some water. When they turn the tap on full, it's not, producing as many gallons per minute. That has implications on the fire protection because it's the same system that the fire hydrants are hooked to. And that has implications, I understand, to like high-rise buildings. When you start getting pressure too low in the primary system, it affects fire suppression systems in the taller buildings.
I don't want to lose the insurance question. It's a big.
I can't answer that. I don't know about insurance. I have no experience there. It'd be very unusual.
Let's let Jackie ask her question.
To respond to some of the early stuff, I don't have to do it now. I can wait till after.
Thank you. So, of course, I empathize when I hear all of these discussions, especially anything about water supply. However, I can't help sit and not know, and it's okay because I'm sitting here reading through a document from another person who worked at the South Florida Water Management District, which is Dr. Gary Goforth, who Pardon? You are everywhere, who kind of speaks up for the estuaries and who speaks up for the St. Lucie River in the St. Lucie estuary. And I believe that Dr. Van Lent, you worked here, right? What was your capacity here?
I worked for him.
You did? What did you do here? What did you do here? What was your
I was a
job?
water resources engineer.
And so did Gary, by the way. I
know.
hired Gary.
That's what I said. Oh, Gary worked for you?
We all did.
I hired Gary, and he worked for me for years.
You're
when I was
kind
in
of the
operations.
king. So what was
Some
your
of my
job? What
students
was your
have gone
job?
astray, let's just say that.
Was your job the same as John's?
We were organized a little differently then. My job would have been like the combination of John and Ava.
John and Ava, and she was Everglades, right?
Right.
No? Okay.
Yes, she was Everglades. He's more operations, and they
Okay,
had
just
they had one
interesting,
job.
and you're another very famous person. Yes, sir.
Hi,
Oh, you are, absolutely. Your name has rung for years. What was your position here? Was it the same as Mr. Mitnick's?
A number of positions, from working as a senior engineer on SERP to being assistant executive director for operation and maintenance, which was very similar to John's. In between there, I served as the director of operations in the control room.
Kind of like Mr. Mitnick?
Yeah.
Great. So, obviously, no, it's just, we have some very experienced people here in the industry and in the history. And then Dr. Gary Goforth, who I look to for information for the estuaries, also worked here. What bothers me about this conversation that we've been having is that when you're talking about all these risks, none of us have yet brought up, particularly you two, I'm sorry, the risk to health and safety of the people who live along the estuaries with these outrageous algae blooms. And my husband and I have taken hundreds of pictures of the lake, most recently in 2018. You can break it down many different ways, but I can tell you this much. The lake was covered in algae, as we know, blue-green algae. And it was going into the estuaries and getting even grosser than it was to be seen in the lake. So that is a health hazard. That is a problem. And that is why we are a new group sitting here today. So in this conversation, I think we really need to bring, not just the risk of water supply and the risk of, other things that are flood control, things that we know about. We are here to talk about this today in 2018, and it may not be within the congressional laws of the Central and South Florida Water Plan, but the cyanobacteria issues that we are having in the lake and in the estuaries are historic, and they're problematic. And that's something else we also have to take into consideration. So I would appreciate it if we could all at least recognize that horror that we have gone through in the estuaries. And so maybe something this year with Lake Okeechobee is benefiting the estuaries if it's a little bit lower. Nobody wants to take away water supply or flood control aspects, but absolutely, we thank the Army Corps for giving us a temporary break, because we have not had a break for years. And I'm 55 years old. I have watched the death of my river in my life. And there has to be something better, gentlemen. And ladies. But I feel like Jennifer Reynolds, Lieutenant Colonel Reynolds, has really done everything she can to bring us into the future. And I know the Everglades Foundation does too, and you guys do too, but this has to be a new conversation, because the conversation is not just about water supply anymore.
So I got insurance for a really expensive vacation. If I can get insurance for a really expensive vacation, you can get drought insurance, and I'll check on my insurance broker and get back with you. But But, you know, again, let's get back to risk versus benefit. In life, we have to do this every day, all the time. So if we're talking about money versus money, who gets money, who makes money, who loses money, that's one conversation. But when we're talking about money versus health, that's a whole different conversation. When you look at what is happening to the people in these communities, well, you can quantify it this way, money versus money. Well, their property values are in the tank. They can't sell their homes. No one wants to live there. Once upon a time, they lived in the most beautiful place in the world. And now nobody wants to touch it. They have to keep their kids inside. They have to keep their pets inside. So once it's elevated to a discussion of money versus health, then I can only speak for myself, but I'm going to put the health of the people in our communities that we're responsible for first. I just have to. I wouldn't be able to sleep if I didn't.
You got something, Chauncey?
Yeah, I've got a question. I've seen a lot of letters and read some concern and some editorials in the paper recently about the lake is too low right now. So I'm wondering what's the perfect level for the lake right now?
I don't know there is a perfect. I think the concerns have been expressed, and my agency has expressed some, is back on that risk issue again. And it's a reflection of what happened in 2001. And it's not a concern that says don't go down to 12, but it's a concern that says if you do, let's be very careful and let's go into it very aware, which I believe the Corps has done.
Do you think that this is just happening? I mean, I know you don't think it's happening randomly. I mean, you just gave a great anatomy of why you're doing what you're doing, and it makes perfect sense to me. And you didn't say we're going to get the lake down to 10.5 feet and hold it there in perpetuity. You said we're doing this as an annual thing. We've got an El Nino. We're managing this strategically. We're on a good glide path, and we're going to try and land this thing, and hopefully it's going to rain. And is that something that concerns you, or is it just you always have to be concerned?
Well, the concern today is different than it was 2 to 3 months ago. The reason was because, as Lieutenant Colonel Reynolds mentioned, part of the thought process was, well, we're in an El Nino year, so we should get above average rainfall. And that's true. In typical El Nino years, you can have above average rainfall. It's not always true, but there's a trend there. Our concern hearing, well, it's going to be a managed recession on the lake. Lake's going to drop. The concern is, what if we don't have El Nino type rains? Up to the point, say, February-ish, we hadn't really received any. It was the forecasts were showing it, but we hadn't really seen any evidence that it was occurring. So that was kind of the impetus of the concern. Since then, however, we've received fairly decent rains, not too much, not too little. We have a number of pump stations where we pump water into our system to hold up groundwater. For most of the period after February, we haven't had to operate the pumps. So that's an indication that that El Nino condition is kicking in. We're now 2 months away from the start of the wet season, no indication that there's going to be any shortage of water there. So feeling a little more comfortable that we're now a little closer. And typically, the Water Management District, if it gets into a water shortage situation in Lake Okeechobee this close to the start of the wet season, they'll just issue a warning. So there's no real impact associated with water shortage cutbacks, et cetera. So that's kind of the anatomy of the concern that my agency expressed. And when you get down to 12 or 11, and you're in the neighborhood that they may need to install the Ford pumps in Lake Okeechobee to push water out for water supply, that's probably a 50% cutback right there just on the water that comes out of the lakes. So it has ramifications to the system, and our only message was, let's be really careful.
Yeah, I understand that, and I appreciate your message. I appreciate your constituency. You have to, I think, on the flip side of that, understand the constituency, particularly where I live on Sanibel, where, you know, if you let the lake go really high and we get a lot of rain, we get crushed, like we did last year. So these guys are trying to balance that right now. Is there something we can do now with water conservation? So when everyone starts ringing the bell saying, hey, you're getting the lake too low, can we start conserving water earlier rather than waiting for the crisis?
Yeah, we try and encourage that all year round. We actually have a year-round rule in effect. It's certainly something we could promote more, and really for the most discretionary use of water, which is on our landscape and our yards. I mean, that's something everybody can do and can really make a significant difference in the amount of water being used.
Just to follow up on that, if it does make a significant difference, and if, you know, if it raises the water level a little bit where we're not having to pull out of the lake, it makes sense, and it ought to be something, I think, from a staff level and maybe from a board level, we can push those conservation efforts, you know, as we near the dry season, which we're going to every year.
If I can just add, I mean, y'all are all new, and this is all getting thrown at you, and it's a lot. I mean, for each one of these little topics that we've talked about today, you could spend a whole workshop on. So it's a lot of information to digest. In these kind of scenarios, what's happened in the past, it happened in 2001. That managed recession was preceded with a lot of analysis and a lot of discussion before the board. Mike Collins was chairman. He's sitting back there now. And it was a lot of the science we had was very similar to what Lieutenant Colonel described. And again, the real difference was we didn't know what the weather was going to do. But we took a chance because in that situation, a similar thing had happened. The lake had been too high for too long, and the vegetation, submerged quiet vegetation, needed to be enhanced. And so there was a lot of study, a lot of analysis, a lot of discussion with stakeholders in that period preceding it. The board said, let's do it. And we made it happen. And then what follows one of the worst droughts we'd had. And that was just the luck of the draw, really.
So
There's a point. I'm glad Tommy made
I
that.
think Dr. Van Lint's been trying to get in.
Oh.
I was going to say that if you focus on those events that are greater than your capacity, like if you design this for a given flood or a given drought, and you have one worse than that, and they're going to happen. It's going to be a drought worse than the one you've seen. Yeah, you've got a crisis on your hands, just by definition. What I think this rule reflects are for example, the question kind of comes up, why is the discharge made to the estuaries? And the answer is that's how the CNSF project was designed to work. It's working the way it was intended to work. And you could infer your priority in this operational by what happens kind of, not in the extreme events, but kind of relatively routinely. And those are the things that you can change in terms of priorities. And clearly, I mean, yes, the estuary discharges were addressed in the WSC by pulse releases, making it slightly less damaging, but it didn't change your status on the priority list. And I think that's a discussion this board can have and should have of what the priorities are for Lake Okeechobee, what are the costs, both economic and human costs, and if we have that discussion, I think we'll be all in a better place.
So I knew we were inviting a group of experts here today, and you are all experts, but also I have come to realize that you all represent a few different entities in this little thing we're trying to do that might have different or competing or contrasting interests. And so I may be a little bit slower than the rest of them, but I am dependable, and I have figured that out. And I respect that because as a lawyer, I advocate on behalf of people who are my clients every single day. And so I understand now where, you know, the different perspectives and the competing interests and where you're coming from.
Can I say something real quick because I'm the only consultant up here?
Sure.
I think we're all up here, and we're in the careers we're in because we're doing what we believe in. Tom believes very much in the mission of the foundation. I believe in water management, mostly this institution, and he's got an institution. I'm not here, I haven't talked to any client, I'm not here representing a client. I'm here as a professional.
I'm not trying to, but in your bios, in your CVs, you each have different stakeholders that you typically are moving around in, right? I mean, you have different categories in which you represent in the stakeholder bucket that we don't get to wear the jerseys up here. We're wearing everybody's jersey, so.
Didn't want you to think we're here today pushing our client's
No,
agenda.
I appreciate that. My question is actually going to go directly to the heart of that, which is when you look at, I understand that there's been a sort of alarm bell sounded as the lake's been lowered with respect to the prospective idea that we could have a drought situation on our hands. Equally likely is if we had not done that and kept the lake levels high, you could have a flood type situation on your hands. I mean, there's always two ends of the spectrum. And so in this particular year, where you have all these different factors like Irma creating a destruction of the grass in the lake and levels being high and historic discharges of, quite frankly, horrible water to the east and west, slamming those communities. When you take all that into consideration and you add to the pot that we've got an El Nino year, which doesn't guarantee you're getting more water, but if you look at the trend, nobody can predict what's going to happen in the future. Mother Nature does what she does, and she does it when she wants to do it, and nobody has total control over it. But as we are trying to make these decisions, when you take all those factors into consideration, and if you take your hat off that you're not wearing today, and I respect that, if you just look at it totally objectively, this particular year, with all those factors in the ingredient for the dish we're trying to cook, on balance, isn't the answer that we should be lowering the lake levels?
I would go back to where Tommy started, because I was here in 2000 when we did that, and we had the same case. And this gets back to whose role this is to do something like this. Back then, it was clearly the Corps who talked to the Corps didn't want to touch it. So they said, that's up to you. The state deals with water allocations. So it played out 2 months of discussion, a lot of science from the staff that knew here. Agriculture stood up in front of the board and supported the recession because they were part of the process. They heard all the science. This one didn't happen that way. This one evolved. And this was a weird year, not just weather-wise. We had a kind of weird politics, too. There was an election year, so stuff kind of got talked about differently. But there was never a forum ahead of these kind of releases where the science was laid out and the case was made. Agriculture has never been opposed to good science. We're absolutely horrified by the algae. We'd do anything. We would love nothing more than you to be the board that took on water quality in Lake Okeechobee, because no one's been able to figure that one out. And we would have supported this decision. You're hearing a lot of feedback, especially from the urban people who don't pay attention to water every year like Ag does. This surprised them, so you're going to get a lot of feedback because of the process.
I understand that. I mean, I don't think there's look, I can't see into my fellow board members' brains, and quite frankly, we're not even allowed to talk with one another privately, so that's a different story. What I'm saying is, as far as I'm concerned, I certainly understand that there is a potential drought situation that could occur. It's on the spectrum. It's a factor that's considered, but on balance, taking all the factors into equation, ag interests and everybody else's interests, the factor that we could have a drought, and if you held water, you could have a flood, and everything in between, and an El Nino year, and a destruction of grass in the lake that, I mean, at some level, I think everybody agrees has been massively diminished and needs to regrow for water quality purposes. You take all those factors in, and all the stakeholders in, east and west and south and whatnot, and you have to make a decision. you can't do nothing. I mean, you got to do something. It's either lower, stay, go higher, like, you know, John talks about rain coming in equal parts, less, more, you know, whatever it may be. You have to make a decision to do something. And taking all those, as an expert here, taking all those factors into equation, including everybody else outside the ag and the ag people, isn't this a pretty good year to lower the lake level? Even considering that it could possibly result in a drought-like situation?
Yeah, I'll take a shot at that. I think the answer is yes. I mean, to me, the distinguishing parameter is the fact it's an El Nino year. And what makes me able to sleep at night is the fact that the El Nino rains have occurred. We've seen, you know, wet conditions come through that have, like I said, I haven't had to pump in about a month, almost 2 months. So that's an indication to me that the above average condition is trying to manifest itself. Whether it actually results in above average rainfall, I don't know. But in that context, and the concern over the condition of the lake, this managed drawdown appears to be reasonable. I did it in 2001. So I can't argue that it was a very similar situation. Can't argue that it wasn't a good thing to do for the lake and the surrounding areas.
Thank you.
That was a great conversation because it was very educational, and I really appreciate that because I know that our board is going to get faced with this over and over and over again. So, you know, we are here to learn a whole lot and absorb a whole lot so we know what all the factors are. So I appreciate that. And John, you did great. But anyway, he is going to run through how we execute, eventually how we execute, or the Corps executes the Lake Okeechobee regulation schedule, so you can see the machinations of that. So it'll suddenly get a lot more boring maybe shortly.
All right, so as I described in the water control, or in the Lake Okeechobee regulation schedule, it's not only just this graphic here about the regulation bands, and as you progress up through the bands, you progressively get more and more aggressive, depending on the time of year, about how you move or push water out of Lake Okeechobee. There are also two what we call decision trees associated with the regulation schedule. This particular decision tree covers moving water from the lake to the water conservation areas. And generally how it works, you just start where you are as far as a lake level. If you're down on these lower bands, you'll consider what Tommy was describing, those tributary hydrologic conditions, how much water is moving into the lake. Is it a dry or is it normal or wet type of year? Continue on, look at the multi-seasonal outlook, not only what the dry season is calling for. We just had a large conversation about El Nino and what that means, not only but El Nino for the dry season, but what that would mean to the future wet season that is upcoming and when you would reasonably expect those wet season rains to kick in. Then there's a criteria having to do with the hydrologic capacity of the conservation areas to accept that water and how close they are to their regulation schedules, or are they too full? And then from all of that, it leads you over into one of these boxes that go from do not send any water to the water conservation areas, no releases to the water conservation areas, up to maximum practical discharges from the lake moving towards the water conservation areas. And that's what essentially the remainder of these boxes are, with the exception of when the lake is up in the high lake management band, all efforts will be made to just push water out of the lake through all outlets. So similarly, for the two estuaries, there's also a decision tree. It's a little bit more complicated, a little bit more intricate. Starting with where you are at the lake level, you again look at those tributary hydrologic conditions. Is it dry? Is it wet? Is it normal? And each of those lead to different boxes as you progress through. Take into consideration, as I said, back in WSE, it brought into those future seasonal forecasts and what the predictions are as far as the meteorological outlook. And then you again look at that multi-seasonal forecast, not only just whatever season you're in, wet or dry, but what's the following season look like and what some of the climate predictions are for the upcoming months out into the future. Again, you'll also take a look at where is the lake. Is it rapidly rising? Is there a chance that you'll go from the low band up to the next intermediate band within a certain period of time? How close you are to that next band? Is it likely to jump from one band to the next, from intermediate to high, within the next 30 days? And based on those answers, you can come out in different release decisions. So the way the release decisions work, they'll go from those base flow type releases, which are 450 to the west, 200 to the east. Typically, that's all combined to 650 to the west. But then you progressively get more aggressive with higher release decisions up to 3,000 CFS or up to 4,000, 6,500. And then, of course, as you get into the high lake management band, it's maximum practical releases. You're just trying to push water out of the lake at all possible costs. So those are the two decision trees, really quick, inside of 30 seconds. The other document that you need to be aware of is called the Adaptive Protocols. The Adaptive Protocols is not part of the regulations, the federal regulation schedule per se. It is a document that was created by the Water Management District and the Water Management District Board back in 2010. Its purpose was to provide operational guidance to district staff as we move forward in time, making those recommendations to the Corps of Engineers on how to manage Lake Okeechobee at the lower levels. And it only applies down in those base flow and beneficial use subbands. So again, it is used to help staff and guide staff in making those weekly recommendations to the Corps of Engineers on how to manage water in the lower levels of the schedule. As I said, it was created in 2010, went through a very public and open, transparent process before it was adopted and approved by the governing board. So just kind of looking at the way those work, it also has somewhat of a decision tree as well. The upper portion of it mainly deals when the lake stage is within the base flow subband. And you just kind of walk through those different boxes until you reach the end over here, talking about how much water you would release to the Caloosahatchee to maintain that base flow condition. Down at the bottom, if you're not in the base flow, but you're down in beneficial use, there's another series of boxes that you kind of walk through until you arrive over here for a recommendation that can range from no releases to the Caloosahatchee up to what was at that point in time the minimum flow and level of 300 CFS. So just as by way of an example, and I'll just jump through these couple slides really fast, this is the decision tree for the conservation areas back in September, so a couple months back, and how you walk through. We were in the low sub-band. Tributary hydrologic conditions were not dry. Multi-seasonal was not dry. And desirable or flows to the conservation areas with minimum impact. This actually turned out true. So the decision tree told you maximum practical from the lake to the conservation areas. Similarly, looking at that same period of time for the estuaries, you go from the low band, the tributary hydrologic conditions were very wet. So instead of progressing out this way, where it would round up in a 3,000 CFS or potentially only a 650 CFS release, it jumped up here. Kept on moving, very wet conditions, and that's how it wound up at 4,000 CFS. So as you jump through the decision trees, even though the hydrologic conditions are very wet, you could have conditions out in the multi-seasonal that drop you back down that would tell you to conserve water and have a lower level release and wound up here in 3,000 CFS. But for this period of time back in September, it wound up at the higher level of a release. Same is true for the adaptive protocols. This is actually just from a couple of weeks ago, how that decision tree worked. We're not in the base flow, we're in the beneficial use. As you step over, the lake stage is not in the water water shortage management band. So then the estuary needs water. At that point in time, the adaptive protocols fully recognize and appreciate this is a subject of debate. But the adaptive protocols was saying that the estuary did not need water because they were receiving sufficient runoff from the basin itself. And that's what the adaptive protocols were calling for, a no-release decision. Now, when you get over to this box, there's also language that says right here at the bottom, unless the governing board recommends otherwise. So a couple of weeks ago, as you step through the adaptive protocols strictly in and of themselves would have recommended no releases from a pool or a water supply delivery from Lake Okeechobee to the Caloosahatchee Estuary. However, in January of this year, during my water conditions report, I presented that situation to the governing board, and they gave staff direction to continue to do those releases. And so that fell into this unless otherwise directed by the governing board category. So I'm done with Lake Okeechobee.
John, I've got a question submitted. So under what operational authority are Lake Okeechobee this is from Jerry McBrien. I think he's with Palm Beach County. Some of you may know him. Under what operational authority are Lake Okeechobee discharges allowed to be conveyed to the Lake Worth Lagoon?
So looking at Part C of the regulation schedule, as you step through that decision tree and you wind up over here in one of these boxes, it's set up to maximum practical releases to the water conservation areas. In conversations with the Corps of Engineers, and tomorrow during the governing board meeting, I'll talk about that weekly progression of that conversation that leads up to a weekly recommendation. For the current operations that were taking place up until about 2 weeks ago, that discussion was had with the Corps of Engineers, and it fell into that maximum practical releases moving water south. And one of the outlets for that is the Lake Worth Lagoon through the C-51 canal.
Okay. What venues are available for Lake Worth Lagoon stakeholders to provide input to the district and the Corps operational decisions that affect the lagoon, Lake Worth Lagoon?
I'll give my answer, and then I'll ask Lieutenant Colonel for her opinion. Obviously, the Tuesday's periodic scientist calls, that is an open public forum for stakeholders to call in and express their opinion on the management of the various areas throughout the system. And then, of course, there's forums like this and the governing board meetings.
Yeah, I would just add, as well as direct correspondence, certainly everybody has the right to send us a letter and get their views publicly, through that mechanism or through elected officials. And then putting a plug in for LOSOM, the Lake Okeechobee System Operating Manual. That would be really meaningful and great input. That could be incorporated into the public comment period, which is open and running currently. So that public comment period closes the 22nd of April. And we're looking for that type of input that'll go into the new system operating manual that then would become codified in that new manual.
Before he moves on to the water conservation areas, is there any context you want to provide for the LOSOM exercise or anything that we're going through, because that's relevant?
Yeah, so what we're talking about, for the last couple of hours has been a lot of what we're doing right now and how we're managing operations currently, which is really important, and we need to continue that discussion, and we really welcome the public's input on all of those kinds of things. But we're continuing to operate the system, and in particular the lake, under the current regulation schedule. That was developed in a very public process, and although some, including some of the people who are sitting to my left, may not agree that we are operating completely within the regulation schedule, we believe that we are. And so I'll answer that first, because that has been a consistent question that I've gotten a lot of information and a lot of questions about is under what authority are we doing the current releases, for example, releasing 1,000 CFS to the Caloosahatchee when the little flow chart says we should only be releasing 650 or less. And we believe that, although it's true, if you look at the flow chart itself, it looks like we should be releasing 650 or less. The presumption that you make when you make that statement is that we're operating under what was modeled that built the charts. And we believe, and we put in the system, or in the operating manual in LORS, that there are times when the conditions are different from what was modeled. And we believe that that's the case this year. And that's why when I talked about earlier about how often the lake was high, that we had multiple storm events that were back to back, that wasn't exactly consistent with what was assumed in the period of record, although similar events were within the period of record. We think that there were extenuating circumstances that allow us to operate in a very limited manner within some operational flexibility, and we documented that in a memorandum for record that's available on our website, that we ensured that we had looked at our NEPA coverage and made sure that we had evaluated that type of operational flexibility within our environmental documents. And so that's why we made the decisions that we did this year. That's different from the current process that we're going through with LOSOM, which is a much more deliberate effort and looking at what we might do to manage the system better in the long term and on a very annual basis. So we're not looking at, did what we do this year, is that better than LORS? That's not what LOSOM is about. LOSOM is about taking a look at the system and incorporating everything that we've learned over the past decades and incorporating it into not just what we have in the system right now, but what we foresee from the system in the future, including additional projects that are coming online that allow us additional flexibility. And so right now we went through and did public meetings all across South Florida. We have public comment coming in, and the next step will be us providing answers to questions through a series of webinars that we're going to do that will help provide information to the public in order to prepare everyone for a series of workshops where we'll talk about how to develop solutions for how we manage the system in the future. And so that's kind of the next step, is those workshops that'll be starting in the May timeframe, May through September.
Thank you. A lot of the rest of the questions I think were covered under the water supply discussion. So you may continue.
All right, so the next regulation schedule is Conservation Area 1. Similar kind of premise. There are zones within the regulation schedule, the upper zone being the A1 zone, the middle zone being B, and down here below the floor, and the floor is roughly there at 14 feet. And what the floor means is it's a concept incorporated into a number of the different conservation areas wherein you cannot withdraw water from the conservation area if the stage in the conservation area is below its floor without preceding that with an equal volume of water coming into the conservation area. So the thing that I'll touch on is these highlighted areas in blue down here. I know you can't read it, but generally what it's saying, depending on, and I'll just use this one as an example, in zone A2, which is this zone right here, what it's telling you is that even though the conservation area may be above 16 feet, there are times of the year, and based on the levels that are in Lake Okeechobee, based on the levels that are in the conservation area, that even though Conservation Area 1 is still high, you still can't take water out of the conservation area by preceding it with an equal volume of water coming into the conservation area. So as Mr. Stroud was talking about earlier, this one is near and dear to his heart, because this is where Lake Worth Drainage District gets a lot of their water, out of Area 1. So today, Conservation Area 1 is sitting right about here, just above 16 feet in April. So the scenario that Tommy was describing is that if the conservation area continues to decline through an absence of rainfall, getting to the idea that you don't know what the future may hold, and it crosses that floor, then you've got to bring water from Lake Okeechobee down into the conservation area before you can take any water out of the conservation area. And under the situation that happened in 2001 that Tommy was describing, Lake Okeechobee was low and you couldn't really get that water to the conservation area. So that's kind of the way the schedule works. And as we step through the next series of schedules through the conservation areas, you'll see a similar philosophy play out. So the next one down the list is Conservation Area 2. It's a relatively, let me back up. Area 1, this schedule has been in place since 1995. There have been some minor modifications to it, but essentially it's been in place since 1995. Area 2, this schedule has been in place since 1989, so it's been around for a lot longer. It's relatively simple in nature. There's just one line right here. When you're above that line, you want to move water out of Conservation Area 2, and when you're below that line, you want to conserve water in Conservation Area 2. The nuance, again, in this schedule has to do with when it reaches a certain level, which is roughly 10.5, so halfway between here and here, then it would require any outflows anytime you take water out of the conservation area to Broward County for their water supply and groundwater recharge. Then you've got to precede that by an equal volume of water coming from upstream watersheds, which is Lake Okeechobee. So where we are today on this graphic is right about there. So we're roughly a half a foot above this criteria that would say bring water in from the lake before you can let any water out of the lake. So the next one is Conservation Area 3. It has a little bit more involved schedule. It has only been in place since 2012. Most people may know it by its common name, the ERTP, Everglades Restoration and Transition Plan. So it was put in place back in 2013. And Mr. Martinez, to get to your question earlier about COP, the Combined Operating Plan, the Combined Operating Plan will serve to modify, adjust, and replace this schedule. And to talk about some of the earlier conversations about how you move water out of Area 3, I had referenced the rainfall plan. The rainfall plan was actually developed by Mr. McVicker back in the day. And it is also one of those items under the Combined Operating Plan will serve to update, adjust the rainfall plan into a new formula. That plan is currently going through a very public process with the Corps of Engineers, and they're seeking input as they develop their alternatives. And later this fall, I believe, there'll be an environmental impact statement produced for public comment and review. Area 3 also has a decision tree associated with it. I am not going to step through this entire thing. I'll just quickly run through what it would look like for today. So roughly we would start today because Area 3 is sitting right about there, just slightly up in this zone right in here. So we would start in this box, and as you traverse down, similar kind of approach, looking at the hydrologic conditions. You end up in this third box from the right over here that says just follow the rainfall plan and move water out of the conservation area, because you're actually up inside one of these regulatory bands, and you need to move water from Conservation Area 3 down into Everglades National Park. So Lieutenant Colonel had talked about system operating manuals. I had mentioned the Master Water Control Manual and all the other water control manuals, the different volumes set. As we move forward in time, they will all be transitioned over to system operating manuals. And that's why the Corps of Engineers talks in terms of the new regulation schedule for Lake Okeechobee is the Lake Okeechobee System Operating Manual. So as new projects come online and as the Corps starts walking through the system, actually, Lieutenant Colonel, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think the Combined Operating Plan will also be another system operating manual for the southern portion, or eventually. Okay. So that'll be the new term of art, and we'll start having a master or system-wide operating manual that covers everything from Kissimmee all the way down. And those are, again, another creature of SERP with that authorization in December of 2000. So that's regulation schedules. Now what I'll talk about, I think, is answering some of the questions that the governing board had at their last governing board meeting about how water is moved throughout the system over the last several years, and I'll just start with 2013. Yes, ma'am.
Just curious, is this, I may sound like a dork asking this, but is this done, is water years or annual years?
No, it's a very good question. These next, at the last governing board meeting, I gave a long speech or an annoying speech about the difference between a water year, a calendar year, and a fiscal year. So all of these graphics are calendar years. So
Hey, John, did you tell them there were 2 state water years? Not just one, there's 2.
I left that all for you, Tom. So this is 2013. In 2013, there was a higher than average rainfall during that calendar year. The upstream watershed north of Lake Okeechobee produced some very high inflows, causing the lake to rise very rapidly throughout the wet season. And with those above average rains, the southern portion of the system was also constrained or had limited capacity to be able to accept water. If we went back to those decision trees, yes, ma'am.
Can I ask you to do something for me? Can you tell us what you're going to tell us and then tell us? So in other words, tell me the big picture here before you go 2013, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Tell us what the overall story is and then back up and give us the high points. Is that something you can do for me?
So the short version is it matters where it rains. So when you look at Lake Okeechobee, the outlets, as we're all familiar with, we just had a rather lengthy discussion about it, are only east, west, and south. It's the only way you're moving water out of Lake Okeechobee. So depending on where it rained, limits your ability to move water in those directions, specifically south. Everybody agrees the overall restoration effort is to move more of that water south down through the central spine of the state and down in towards Everglades National Park and Florida Bay. Also, while providing that groundwater recharge for the lower East Coast. Because as you store that water in the water conservation areas, it seeps out and provides that groundwater recharge. So that's the short version. It matters where it rains. So the next series of slides will talk about where it rained in that particular calendar year and how we were able and why we were able to move water east, west, or south. I think, and I don't know if it was the last board meeting or the board meeting prior to that, there were a number of public comments that talked about why can't you send more water south? You'd send a lot more than what you're doing right now in 2015. There's a reason for that because it mattered where it rained. And that's kind of what I'll walk through. So 13, as I was talking, there were above average rains that filled up the conservation areas. So there really wasn't a whole lot of water that moved south. The majority of it went to the west. And we were able, and Corps of Engineers was able to manage lake stages by predominantly moving that water to the west as opposed to west and east. So in 2013.
Hold on for a minute.
Yes.
Real quick, go back to. So we weren't able to move water south, and I see all the red lights. So does that mean that everything was pretty much saturated and filled to capacity?
Yes, except I wouldn't say we weren't able to move water. We were able to move water. It's just how much you could move. So there were times of the year when you could, for lack of a better expression, squeak water through and still get it through the conservation areas. But for the most part, the conservation areas rode towards the upper portions of their schedules, if not above their schedules.
Okay, so I guess my question would be, in the EAA, do private landowners have a responsibility as far as drainage? So, for example, when I was a developer, we always were responsible to make sure we were self-contained. We couldn't spill water over to our neighbor, or my project, my subdivision couldn't spill water. Because what I'm thinking is, are the water conservation areas full because of the sheet flow that we're getting down and or not just the sheet flow, but the water we're getting from the EAA running down and filling everything up?
All right, let me go all the way back to the beginning a couple hours ago when I talked about the design documentation reports, and one of the panelists talked about the rate of removal. So the Everglades agricultural area has 3/4 of an inch a day. So if it rains, quick math, 1.5 inches, it's going to take 2 days to remove that, just from that one rain event. Go ahead, Tom.
I would just say this may be more important. If you do a water budget of the conservation areas, about 70% of what goes in is rain, because they're big, shallow impoundments. The EA puts in about 15%, and then there's 15% that comes from the west side or Broward County or the urban. It's not dominated by the EA, it's dominated by rainfall. Direct rainfall, yeah.
All right, so 2014 was much closer to a normal year, average rainfall. So you can see we were able to move a lot more water south, and no water went to the St. Lucie, and a marginal amount went to the Caloosahatchee. So the majority of the water that year went south down through the system because, again, it was more average rainfall. The conservation areas had a lot more capacity to accept that water and be able to move the water down through the system. So then we get to 2015, that a lot of people like to talk about, moved a significant amount of water south out of Lake Okeechobee down through the water conservation areas. That was mainly because rainfall was below average. It was a below average year. So there was no rain filling up the conservation areas and the areas south of Lake Okeechobee. So we could, and we did have the capacity to move that additional water down through the system in that year, given the nature of how much rain did not actually fall through the southern portions of the system. 2016, as everybody's well aware of the lost summers, that year we had record rainfall in January in the dry season. It actually broke one of our records that we've been keeping since 1932. So there was a significant amount of rain throughout the entire system that then also filled up the water conservation areas down here, and we weren't able to move a significant amount of water south down through the system, and the majority of that water was discharged east and west. Similar type situation for 2017. Again, it was above average, with the dry season being extremely dry, but then the wet season took off with a bang, and there were significant rainfalls going into that wet season, filling up a large portion of the southern route down here in areas 2 and 3. There was some room through area 1, and we did move some water through area 1 and off to tide through the East Coast canals. But again, there wasn't a tremendous amount of water that could be moved south down through the system, and the majority of that went east and west. So when we come to 2018, just last year, it was actually the second highest in this series from 2013 on, regarding the amount of water that we were able to move south down through the system, because it was a little bit more of a below average rainfall year. Especially during the second half of the dry season, we were able to move significant amounts of water down through the system. So that's kind of the last 5 years. You can see as each graphic progressively totaled all of them across. So 2018, over the last 5 years, was the second highest that we've been able to move south in comparison back to 2015. And then you can see the charts over here for how much water went comparatively east and west over that same period of time. Yes, ma'am.
So, looking at the arrows, like the green arrow going south, and it says the water went south, does that mean some of it went out to tide, or does that mean all of it went south? Does it mean all of it made it to Everglades National Park? What's the Everglades National Park number based on those green arrow numbers?
No, it does not mean that all of it made it to Everglades National Park. Yes, some of it did go to tide. It is just a representative of every drop of water, acre feet, every acre foot of water that left Lake Okeechobee moving south. So it was used for a number of different purposes. I do not have at my fingertips the amount of water out of each of these years that actually made it down to Everglades National Park, but that is something we can pull out of the DB Hydro and generate.
Right. Sorry, I'm not looking at you. How much water does Everglades National Park need to be healthy?
Panel.
Well, I guess I'll start with that. I would say the quantity of water is very important, but it also has to be synchronized with the rainfall, and it has to act like a river. So when that water comes is important. The problem with a simple regulation schedule is that it tends to be out of sync with the rainfall. That it's not, if the water goes above that line, you open the gates and you dump it. And oftentimes you dump it early in the wet season when it's not really raining that much, but you need more capacity for flood control. So the combined operations plan that Mr. Martinez talked about and John did is an attempt to say, let's revise the operating rule for those structures along Tammany Trail to pass a more natural flow. Even if we can't always get the quantity of water, at least we'll be better managing the water that we do have. So we'll put more water in there during droughts and a better balance between floods and droughts, not so much fluctuations. So the short answer is it's harder than it looks, but I think projects like the Combined Operations Plan that take into account ecological targets, both in the conservation areas and the park, are a much preferred operating method than these simple rules that just don't have anything to do or very little to do with actual natural rhythms.
I would only add that, it's a definition of how do you define what is healthy? What does healthy mean for the park? And we have the advantage, the U.S. Geological Survey has measured flow into the park every day since October 1939. So we have a significant period before the federal government built the levees. We have a significant period while the EA was still back pumping, and then we have a 20-some years since then, or 30-some years since then. And the trend has been nothing but higher flows to the park. So it started in the 40s at 200,000 acre-feet per year. 50s and 60s, it was 550,000 acre-feet per year. Now it's in the 750 to 800,000 acre-feet per year. But I don't know what's healthy. But
Thank you very much. I should have been more clear. Excuse me. How much water does Florida Bay need to be healthy, and so that it's not hypersaline and the seagrasses are dying?
Well, there's a paper recently published. It's a culmination of a 10-year effort by NOAA studying flow to Florida Bay, and they have a recommendation in there. I don't know what it is, but it's obviously something I don't know, but there is some guidance out there.
Yeah, Florida Bay is very sensitive to, like the seagraph die-off in 2015 was related to the fact that the watershed for Florida Bay during droughts is so tiny that it can't support enough fresh water to keep it at least some fresh water coming in during the late dry season. So for example, John mentioned that 2015, there was water being delivered from the lake because the upstream of the basin was wet, but none of that water went past Tammany Trail. It was held in Conservation Area 3A, following the rules. So that's an example of maybe we could have changed that. Maybe the Combined Operations Plan takes a more holistic look and does a better job of distributing water during drought periods when it's the most valuable. I don't know. It's hard to say what would have happened at that time, but certainly the critical thing for preventing seagrass die-off in Florida Bay is getting water into Florida Bay in the late dry season.
If I could add something, because I struggle with this exact question, and I've asked this question myself of my staff. And so I want to share some of the perspective, because it seems like this should be an easy question to answer, right? We talk in acre feet all the time. So how much water needs to go under the bridge into Everglades National Park? Like, how hard is that question, right? what I've discovered is that that's a really hard question to answer because we don't have good data of what happened before 1950, right? We have anecdotal data, we have some data from different measuring points, so we know what the water levels were at certain places, but we don't know what the water, how much water flowed from where, and so it's difficult. And so we have folks like Akin sitting behind you that are working on things like the natural systems model, which is an attempt to replicate what the hydrologic conditions needed to look, what the hydrologic conditions looked like in a pre-drainage Everglades, so that then we can take our highly engineered system and try and mimic what the natural system needed. We think it's somewhere around 1.5 million acre-feet-ish. But we're not really sure. But what we've really discovered is that even more important than that is it matters when the water comes in, how the water comes in, and how many different places the water comes in. So it doesn't help to just build a big pipeline and dump 1.5 million acre-feet into one place, right? That would be catastrophic. In one day, right? Or 1 month or 2 months. And so how that water is distributed is just as important as how much water. And sometimes how the water is distributed is even more important than exactly how much water. That becomes even more complicated when you talk Florida Bay. And an example of that is there's a structure at the bottom of the South Dade system called the 197 structure that can put water right into Florida Bay at Barnes Sound. We've put water out that structure to catastrophic consequences. But that's water going into Florida Bay. But it's really negative, just like when we send a huge slug of water out the Caloosahatchee, but the Caloosahatchee wants fresh water, right? But not that much and not at that time. The same is true for Florida Bay, and something that we are getting a better handle on through our science efforts is how much water and where, and what we've really figured out. And actually one of the Everglade Foundation scientists, Steve Davis, does a great job of describing Florida Bay as sort of an ice cube tray. And so what that means is that there's little pockets of water all across Florida Bay, and that's what's unique about Florida Bay and what makes it what it is. But what that means is that you have to get freshwater flows into the bay in multiple places in small amounts over a long period of time in order to keep it healthy. And so it's even more complicated than just a volume of water out of Taylor Slough, for example, because water also has to wrap around from the 10,000 Islands area around into Florida Bay, as well as drain into Florida Bay all across the entire expanse of Everglades National Park in order to keep it healthy. So we still have a lot of work to do.
What we can kind of estimate, to the extent possible, just roughly speaking, how much water today versus how much water used to go to Florida Bay, say, in the pre-drainage time. And we're about less than half of the total quantity of water. So Florida Bay today is kind of in a state of perpetual drought. And so one of the reasons for the Comprehensive Everglades Restoration Plan is just to capture more water, grow the water pie, and use that to increase the total volumes of water during dry periods, dry seasons. And so that is kind of the path forward for Florida Bay.
All right.
And we have the same problem with Biscayne. You know, so that's sort of the fourth unnamed estuary that always gets thrown in as like the, oh yeah, and by the way, so I'm trying to get a plug for my folks from Biscayne who, never get enough love. But we have the same problem with Biscayne and primarily the water going to Biscayne has been a groundwater recharge problem as well. And so the groundwater recharge through those estuary coastal environments is so important. It is sheet flowing that across the entire expanse of the landscape at Biscayne. But we've seen some really exciting things that Terry talked about at her ecological conditions report at your last meeting, that where we're doing restoration efforts along Biscayne, we're seeing the results of that, so it's encouraging.
All right, last slide. So Tommy Stroud had mentioned this a little bit earlier. So basically what you're looking at, I just kind of divided up the lower half of the system into 3 different lines. A line that goes around Lake Okeechobee, one that comes around the southern portion of the Everglades agricultural area, and then the lower East Coast down through Everglades National Park. So what this is about is the things that you have to consider as you move water from one area to another and you cross one of those lines. So starting all the way up there at the top, you're looking at the weather pattern. We had a rather robust conversation earlier about climate conditions and the ability to forecast out into the future as far as lake level goes, in consideration of the current regulation schedule and the conditions of the Herbert Hoover Dike. So when you cross that line out of Lake Okeechobee moving south, you got to consider the physical capacities of not only the structures, but the conveyance canals and their abilities to move that water from point A to point B. There are also species protection issues within the stormwater treatment areas that Terry can talk about a little bit more about nesting and wading birds that actually have moved into some of the stormwater treatment areas during the breeding season that limits the ability to operate those facilities. And then at the last board meeting, you'll remember there was a conversation about the physical ability and conditions in the stormwater treatment areas to treat that water and achieve water quality standards. Of course, there's again pumping capacity to pull water out of the stormwater treatment areas across then the southern red line here and move it farther south. STA 5.6 have gotten questions about stormwater treatment area 5.6, which is over here, and how much capacity is available to treat lake water in STA 5.6. STA 5.6 is not connected to Lake Okeechobee. We cannot move water from Lake Okeechobee down into STA 5.6 over here for treatment without the construction of additional new infrastructure to be able to move water over there. So it can't happen as we stand here and talk today. Then there's the conditions in the wildlife management areas, being the Holy Land and the Rotenberger here and what their regulation schedules, and I didn't even touch on their regulation schedules earlier.
Can I jump in real quick? I'm sorry to
Certainly.
ask this question, but what kind of infrastructure do you need in order to move water from the lake through STA 5.6, and how long would it take to build that kind of infrastructure?
You're mainly talking about pumps and canals. Depending on how big you want to go, would dictate the amount of time. There are quick and dirty ones where you go rent some 42-inch pumps and you throw them on levees and you pump water around. Those are relatively small scale efforts. A single 42-inch pump will generate roughly 100 cubic feet per second. What we're talking about is moving thousands of acre feet from point A to point B. So if you want to move that kind of water, it is a larger infrastructure project that consists of a larger pump station.
Give me a ballpark.
Off the top of my head, somewhere between 500 and 1,000 CFS, you're talking 50, 70 million just for the pump station. Then there are other connections that we can talk about that move that water.
And how many years? Money aside, how many years would it take?
Start to finish, going from zero to in the ground operating, 5 years for that size of a pump station. Just to give you a scale, 1,000 CFS pump station, that is the size of the pump station that will move water into the C44 reservoir, and the size of the pump, give or take 100 CFS, size of the pump station that will move water into the C43 reservoir. So then as you cross that red line, as we talked a lot about during the regulation schedule discussion, what are the conditions in the conservation areas here, here, and here? Are there wildlife impacts? Or is the water too high already and you just be exacerbating that problem? What is the ability of the canals along the lower East Coast, that once you put it in there, that if you still need to, you need to get the water out through the lower East Coast as opposed to taking it down south? What are the conveyance capacity? And then, of course, A big one is levee safety. We had talked about the East Coast Protective Levee that runs along here. You can't fill up the water conservation areas too much, or else you'll jeopardize levee safety conditions, and the threat of a potential breach in the levee itself. So then as you cross that blue line moving farther south, there are flow limitations. We had a lengthy discussion over the S12 structures down here in the bottom and their ability to convey water out of Area 3 down into the park. So what are those some of those flow limitations? We also talked about endangered species issues in the operations of those structures and other portions of the system. And then lastly, Mr. McVicker talked about, as you move that water down, how does it interact with the developed areas to the east over here, and what potential flood risk that water may pose to South Miami-Dade County. And with that, Mr. Bartlett, I am done.
Thank you, John and Terry. So I do have some comment cards on agenda item number 4. Number 1 is Michael Minton, and that'll be followed by Newton Cook.
Am I good? Thank you. Mr. Chairman, governing board members, staff, new Executive Director Bartlett, welcome. And our esteemed panel over here, Tom's Cubed, and the Colonel, I appreciate the opportunity to present to you today. 20 years ago, I was sitting where you are, and I had the pleasure of serving the Upper East Coast of your district. That was the area that was sort of left off the discussion of the CNSF project that Jackie Thurlow-Lippisch asked about. And that may give you a bit of the sense of the source of our insecurity for our part of the area, that you didn't get much of a briefing about the C-23, 24, and 25 canals in our part of the district. Yeah. John, if you would pull up, oh good, Terry's gotten the overview here, and if you look in the bottom left-hand corner, you see Lake Okeechobee. You see the green connection there. That was the C-51 canal that was supposed to connect C-23 that makes a hard turn in western St. Lucie County, Martin County, and heads east to the coast. That C-151 was never built, but everything north of that was built, and that's the C-23, 24, and 25 canals. I wanted to share with you a few takeaways from my experience as a governing board member. First, it was the most rewarding, demanding, and challenging time and experience of my professional career. Second, you find that you're a steward of a great legacy and a system that is very efficient at draining Central and South Florida from the heartland to the coast. You protect life and property, you provide water supply, all the while balancing being a good steward of the environment. You have a dedicated, thoughtful, talented, and creative staff. You've probably all heard in South Florida it would be uninhabitable but for flood control, mosquito control, and air conditioning. But what you may not be aware of is that much of our flood control system, as it was originally designed, had more storage related to it that was never built. That's why I wanted to point out that green connection which connected our part of the world to Lake Okeechobee, which thankfully was never built. There was a time when we were a little upset about not having a connection to the lake, because that way water could flow to the lake instead of going to the estuary where it could be protected and saved. But as we have found out, the amount of water in the lake and how we discharge it has its own problems. So not being connected to the lake could very well be the saving grace for the Upper East Coast. But what you don't see from that map is that there were large water preserve areas also designed to be built with C-23, 24, and 25 canals under the original CNSF system. And they were never built. And that was a central element of the blueprint for the comprehensive Everglades restoration plan that we designed 20 years ago when I was on the governing board. Comprehensive being the operative word. Our portion of it was the Indian River Lagoon South. Under the IRL South, Upper East Coast, the C23, 24, and 25, and 44 basins, were to have reservoirs and SDAs, which were to be operative by 2012. To date, we have a reduced version of C44 under construction, and the rest of our projects are still under design. There's been a lot of land acquisition, but we're still designing the projects. Last year, during the peak of the discharges to the IRL in the St. Lucie Estuary, our local basin discharges, which happen every year, accounted for about 75 to 80% of the freshwater going to the Indian River Lagoon in the St. Lucie Estuary. And in the years when we don't have discharges from the lake, it's 100% of the freshwater that bludgeons the lagoon. As the UF Water Institute report concluded in 2016, and I believe Dr. Frazier, our new chief scientist, was one of the authors of that report, to reduce damage to the estuaries, freshwater inflow and nutrient loads for both Lake O and local basins must be reduced. On average, 70 to 80% of the freshwater discharge and 65 to 80% of the nutrient loads to estuaries originate in the local basins. The number one recommendation, and now I know they didn't necessarily prioritize them, but it is in order, the number one recommendation they provide was to accelerate timing and completion of existing approved projects for the IRL South. Accelerate and aggressively pursue completion of the IRL South to provide 130,000 acre-feet of needed storage of the 200,000 acre-feet that ultimately should be developed. Along with water for Lake Okeechobee, south to the Everglades, the Comprehensive Everglades Restoration Plan and the Central Everglades Planning Project need to be pursued. Nothing I'm saying should dissuade you from the need to stop discharges from the lake in much of the discussion we've had today. But every time we have those discussions, the Upper East Coast seems to be conveniently forgotten, and our projects seem to get pushed to the back of the train. The Indian River Lagoon and the St. Lucie Estuary cannot take another 10 years of not receiving some benefit. Now, I know later in your presentation, I don't know if you're going to get to it tonight, you're going to talk about dispersed water projects. We would like to have our institutional projects done, but in the meantime, please, please continue the effort with your dispersed water projects. They aren't the long-term solution, but they can be implemented quickly and provide the same relief while we await completion of SERP and the IRL. Please take positive steps to implement some solutions now while we still can save the IRL. I'll be glad to answer any questions you have. And by the way, I was on that governing board in 2001 where we had to make those decisions, and it was a collaborative effort. I even remember when we had the drought portion of it, we actually retrofitted some of the intake pumps to be able to reach farther into the lake with the collaborative effort of the environmental community and the agricultural community to meet the needs for water supply. Yes, sir. Any questions? I got the hook from the boss.
No, we're just doing public comment, Mike. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Newton Cook, followed by Drew Martin.
Thank you. And that land you own up there, or we own up there at C-25 is a good place to hunt. There's a great blackbelly duck hunting marsh right in the middle of it. I'm Newton Cook. I'm president of the United Wildflowers of Florida. My major job is to make sure the 600,000 acres of district land and all the thousands of people who recreate on the district land don't conflict, and we have a lot of fun. And I'll speak more of that tomorrow, but I did give you a little handout. Something you'll learn about me is I don't surprise the governing board. Mr. Bergeron knows that the FWC Commission, I make sure that people get a heads up before I have something to say. Well, I was going to tell you guys, I've been doing this for 15 years, and you guys got a good 15 years survey of the system today. There's a couple of things that after 15 years, an old guy wants to bring out, and I'm a numbers guy. If you look at the top of the lake up there, in January of 2016, 18,000 CFS came into that lake during that rain event. Irma, into the top of the lake, 30,000 CFS came into the lake from the north during a rain event. It dumped 1,000 tons of phosphorus in the lake, incidentally, that year. Do you know what the capacity is to flow water out of the lake at the south? Where's John? How about 6,000 CFS? 6,000 CFS. During a rain event, you get water, and the colonel knows this. During the rain event, you get water in the top of the lake 6 times faster than it can get out at the bottom of the lake with the C-43, C-44, and everything else wide open. And if you think that you're going to solve the problem of the estuaries south of the lake, you're whistling Dixie, because the water comes in and you've got to get rid of it. The secret is to keep the water out of the lake, which has been discussed. The problem is even with the Kissimmee, when you raise it 2 feet, which we worked on and agreed with years ago, and then along came Fay, and it was determined that by raising the lake 2 feet, and we bought a lot of property, incidentally, a lot of easements up there, which I hunt on today, and my friends hunt on. And guess what? When Fay came along, the Corps determined that if we had had 2 feet of water up there, there'd been 3 or 4 feet in every town around the whole friggin' Kissimmee Valley. So that was stopped. So when you talk about storing more water of the lake, south, 125,000 acre feet, do you know how much that is? That's 2 inches off the lake. 2 inches. And the park, 1.5 million acre feet a year if they want. That's 3 feet. It's not going to stop a single discharge. And today, not a word was said about the number one reason only 6,000 CFS is ever allowed to go under the Tamiami Trail. And thank God to Mr. Bergeron, or it'd be less than that. There's a bird called the Cape Sable Seaside Sparrow. It's an endangered species. And from January 15th until July 15th every year, the S-12s are mostly closed. Remember the S-12s? We talked about them today. If you can't put the 6,000 CFS under the trail, and you can't let the 6,000 CFS out of the bottom of the lake, and you got 30,000 coming in at the top, somebody tell me what we're going to do with that water.
Thank you, Newton. All right, Drew Martin, followed by, I think it's Brett Halquitz.
Drew Martin, I'm a volunteer with the Sierra Club, and I've actually been involved with this process since about 2002, and attended a lot of public meetings, and I know most people up here. I want to first congratulate the board and congratulate you on taking a turn to the positive by opening up more availability to the public to speak. And today, I think you could probably give people a graduate credit for this course. This isn't rocket science. This is harder than rocket science. The first thing I want to say is on the ASR, I just think it's a Band-Aid and really not worth the time that's been put into it. And the reason is you put that water in there when it's really wet, but that's a really porous limestone system down there. And when you need that water, I really question if it's going to be there. I mean, that's a really porous system under there, that limestone. And I don't know how many real pockets of water that's going to hold. And I always felt that ASR really was a distraction, and we need to look beyond that and look to more viable solutions. The Sierra Club has never supported the ASR system. The other thing is that you as a board have another responsibility. It's called permitting. And it used to be that those permits came before you, and I think it was a mistake to take those permits away. We talked about Weston. Weston shouldn't be there. Those places, you have the savings clause, which forces you to protect areas that should never have been built. And that puts you in a serious bind. You have a drainage system that is extremely complicated, but may, at some point, not function because of sea level rise, and we don't know what's going to happen in the future. And we haven't talked about that, but that's something you're going to have to consider. So permitting, every time you allow wetlands to be destroyed, and Florida's about to take over the 404 permitting, which is only 3 states are doing that right now, including Florida. One's New Jersey. I hate to see it, New Jersey being the model for Florida. But when you take over that 404 permitting here in Florida, that means you're now going to have a lot of authority at this water management district to destroy wetlands. And then every time you destroy wetlands, you destroy the ability of the aquifer to receive water during droughts, and it can take flood during floods. And the real problem is Florida's destroyed far too many of its wetlands and will continue to do so. There was a reservoir that was supposed to be built out here in Palm Beach County. You sold the land under the last Board of Governors and decided not to build the reservoir. That, I think, was a mistake. The other problem is conservation. I was on the Soil and Water Conservation District for Palm Beach County for 8 years. When I was riding home the other night, it was pouring rain. I think we received 3 or 4 inches or some ridiculous amount. I was hit full blast in the face by a sprinkler shooting into the street. Please do something about that. Thank you.
Thank you. Brett? Okay, followed by Chris Whitman.
Hi, I'm Brett Hawkwitz. I think you're going to do a great job. You got a big learning curve ahead of you, and I ask you that the gentleman's right, that there's not enough room coming out of the bottom of the spigot. You have to increase that, and you have to increase it coming out of the bottom of the lake. There was a plan called the River of Grass that they did, before Scott became governor, so 8 years ago, that we were developing plans in order to do that. I think it would be beneficial for you all to take a look at those plans and see the benefits that each of the, I think there's 5 different plans for it, that each one did and what they didn't do. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we got a special request from Alligator Ron Bergeron to make a comment.
Well, thank you. And howdy, everybody. I'll make it brief because it's been a long day for everybody, but I'd like to congratulate all the new commissioners. What a wonderful opportunity to make a difference for 8 million people that live here in South Florida. And want to congratulate you too, Drew. I've looked forward to we've worked together for a decade on Everglades, and but I'll make it brief. As a commissioner for 10 years and from the FWC and the point commissioner over Everglades Restoration, looking at where we're at today and what happened, a little bit of history you had going back with the floods we had and the establishment of the flood control in 1949. When this whole system was set up, and I'm going to try to present this so a layman could really even understand it. When our forefathers drew a line and said that inside these levees will be preserved forever and outside will be drained for agriculture, development, and safety and welfare for the general public. When that was all developed, the half we chose to drain, we're pumping on the half we chose to save with half the area and the same amount of rain as we had 100 years ago. And that's why Everglades Restoration requires all these reservoirs to store the water that laid on the half of the Everglades that we chose to drain for the benefit of people and feed it to the environment compatible with the environment and all the wildlife that lives in the beautiful Everglades, one of the natural wonders of the world. So the decisions that you're going to be making in regards to the lower levels of Lake Okeechobee, I can tell you from my experience, I've dealt with high water conditions for the last decade. Conditions where there's water up to my neck in a panther habitat, and all of the discharges out our rivers, the St. Lucie, Caloosahatchee, Indian River Lagoon, all of the impacts to the estuaries in the Gulf and the Atlantic. And a lot of that has to do that we're storing the water on the half we chose to drain inside the half we chose to save. So I believe that lower levels, from my experience, may minimize the discharges out our rivers until we can connect modified water delivery and get the 1,500,000 acre feet to Florida Bay, which is seagrass is dying from lack of water. Timing and distribution. So I think I want to applaud the Colonel and the Corps for that kind of thinking, because in the last decade, I've dealt with substantial quantity of water throughout our whole system. And so I look forward to working with everyone in the future, and long live the Everglades.
Thank you. All right, Board, we have one more agenda item here. And we do have a number of public comments on that agenda item too. So as I was considering whether we bump it to the board meeting tomorrow, because we're talking about it tomorrow, I just thought that maybe we don't, since people showed up to give public comment.
I think we have a lot of people here for this, and they've made the trip, and they're still here, and they've sat and learned a lot with us for the last 4 hours, 5 hours. So I think we proceed and slug through.
Sounds good to me. All right, Ansley, you're up.
Chairman and Drew, I just wanted to give Tom's comments. He left because he had a flight to catch, and so he sends his regrets that he couldn't continue with the panel, but that's why he left during the public comment.
Thank you, Colonel.
Similarly, I have a meeting I have to go to. I apologize, but I want to thank you for having a workshop. It's been a long time since the district had these types of workshops, and I think they're immensely valuable. So thank you for doing that.
I can't thank you enough for being here and imparting your wisdom on all of you, for imparting your wisdom to us.
Thank you.
Are we ready? Okay. Good evening. Thank you for sticking around. I've been excited to talk to you all afternoon. Now evening. Good afternoon. My name is Ansley Marr. I am the Chief of State Policy and Coordination here at the district. My group is responsible for the permitting and compliance for all of the district work, so that includes going to get the permits that we need to get from the federal and state and local entities for all of the construction, operations, and maintenance. We have tribal affairs within our group, so we are the single point of contact through our gentleman here, Mr. Armando Ramirez from the Miccosukee Tribe of Florida, as well as the Seminole Tribe of Florida. We keep him very busy because we are very much engaged with the tribes. And we are also responsible for the Northern Everglades and Estuaries Protection Program portion of what the district is responsible for as defined under Florida Statute 373-4595. So that is where we're really going to hone in and start on with our presentation today. So we're going to talk about, before we get into that, what's in our presentation. We're going to talk about the history of Dispersed, the project and program types, selection and evaluation of projects, due diligence, design, permitting, and construction, contract development, project performance and monitoring, operational considerations, and the status of projects. And I promise I will try to speak quickly. So before we dive into all of that, let's talk about, again, the purpose of the Northern Everglades and Estuaries Protection Program. So let's be very clear and understand that originally in 2007, the legislature decided that this was important, the Northern Everglades and Estuaries Protection Program, and it was established after several iterations of different acts that came into play. But we'll start in 2007. And it recognized that there needed to be a comprehensive look, thank you, Terry, a comprehensive look at how we review water quality and water quantity across the Northern Everglades, and that is the Caloosahatchee watershed, identified here in green, the Lake Okeechobee watershed, identified here in pink, and then the St. Lucie, identified here in orange. And the purpose was established to protect and restore surface water resources by improving hydrology, let's focus on that, and water quality, and let's focus on that. So two components were identified: the improvement of hydrology, so that's flow and conveyance, so that's water quantity, timing, distribution, and then water quality, so that's understanding what's in our water column and how do we improve that. So they developed goals for each of those watersheds. For water quality, we look at Lake Okeechobee, improving the total phosphorus condition. We've recognized, and the DEP has identified, that total phosphorus is a problem in the Lake Okeechobee watershed. In the Caloosahatchee estuary, total nitrogen is an issue. And in the St. Lucie estuary, it's both total phosphorus and total nitrogen. For our water quantity goals, we're looking at increasing water storage north of Lake Okeechobee in the Caloosahatchee River watershed and also the St. Lucie River watershed. And there are established goals within those watersheds that have been defined in watershed protection plans, and we'll get to where those actually sit within the protection program in the next slide. But those goals for the Caloosahatchee include at least 400,000 plus acre feet of storage necessary to help us improve our water quantity issues here. And then in Lake O, we have a minimum of 900,000 acre feet of storage necessary to improve our water quantity issues here. And then at least 200,000 acre feet of storage per year needed in the St. Lucie River watershed. So in 2016, this legislation was updated. And what it updated was the roles and responsibilities of the coordinating agencies. And the coordinating agencies are the district, the Florida Department of Agricultural and Consumer Services, as well as the Florida Department of Environmental Protection. And the legislature recognized that they each come with strengths to bring to the table to help bring a comprehensive approach to bring improvement to that hydrology situation, that water quantity situation we have, and that water quality improvement that's necessary to bring forth improvement across the Northern Everglades. And they also recognize that at this point, it's about time we can start to leverage the private sector. And the private sector has capital and technology available that maybe would be available to help us improve what's going on in our Northern Everglades in a very short period of time, recognizing that SERP is a long-term plan that we're going to have to wait on to get completed. But we have short-term issues that need to be resolved. And so there needs to be some solutions that maybe the private sector can help us leverage. So here again, here's our coordinating agencies. The DEP was assigned water quality. They handle our total maximum daily loads, the basin management action plans, which are the path to help us figure out how to reach the total maximum daily loads, which is established for each of those watersheds. The district is the water quantity arm of the coordinating agencies. We develop watershed protection plans. We have the Works of the District program. And then the Department of Agricultural and Consumer Services works on agricultural interim measures and BMPs. And again, here's that 2016 legislation where we're going to maximize those opportunities provided by federal cost share and implement opportunities that are available with the private sector. So as we look at the Northern Everglades and Estuaries Protection Program, and we look at 373, 45, 95, it's broken down into several programs and plans. You'll see to the left here in red, I've established Lake Okeechobee Watershed Protection Program.
Can I interrupt for a second?
Yes.
I'm so sorry.
Go ahead.
Sorry to do this late in the day, trying to delay this whole situation. I apologize to everybody profusely. Why, is there an answer why? I mean, it seems like we have coordination of the BMPs south of Lake Okeechobee in the EAA area. Is that correct?
So that is handled through the Works of the District program, yes.
Why are the areas north of the lake but inside our jurisdiction handled by somebody else?
There was a change in how the roles and responsibilities were established. So the legislation changed and redirected the responsibility over to the Department of Agricultural and Consumer Services at that point.
Do we have oversight over that, or the ability to sort of police and enforce those BMPs north of the lake?
So the BMPs are a program that are run by the Department of Agricultural and Consumer Services. They establish their standards, and those standards are written into manuals that are based off of the type of agricultural product or operation that you're in. And they are the ones that go in and work with the agricultural producers to implement those BMPs. We are not the enforcing agent of BMPs.
Ansley, if I could add on. So that is under the Basin Management Action Plan statutes. So for Lake Okeechobee, Caloosahatchee, and St. Lucie, this is my old job. Once we establish those BMAPs, the BMPs that are adopted by DACs, and during their adoption process, DEP looks at them to make sure that they look like they'll do something, work, reduce nitrogen and phosphorus. So once they get adopted and we adopt a Basin Management Action Plan, they're required to be implemented. And so DACS then is required to do the follow-up to make sure they're being implemented, and they just adopted a rule on how they do that. If they are not being implemented, then they refer them to DEP to take enforcement.
Because are those BMPs similar or as stringent as the ones that are in the EAA area? Because it seems to me that what's coming
The answer's
from
not yes.
what's coming from the north, there's more stuff coming from the north end of the lake than there is from the south end of the lake, as far as I understand. And I guess the question is, it seems like that should be, we have a problem with Lake Okeechobee. And how do you enforce or police that problem of something inside your jurisdiction if you don't have the ability to go out to people north of the lake who may be contributing in some way and say, you need to put your BMPs in place, and we need to have the ability to enforce those things?
No, your line of questioning is absolutely, spot on. And it is a relationship by DEP, DACS, and at the water quality workshop, where that's really the underpinnings of the BMP. I'm going to have DEP and DACS at the table so we can do that deep dive.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
I just wanted to qualify something, please. Isn't it an impaired water body that is the first flag to cause a basin management action plan? And that's the big thing I've always felt like we never really talked about, because, like, for instance, the St. Lucie River, I think, was declared impaired by the state in 2002. Like, it was in some document that people couldn't understand or read. And so then it took years later until we got a basin management action plan with total maximum daily loads. So it's kind of
You're accurate.
a problem.
Yeah. There was a lot of delay between the time it was realized impaired to the time we set the TMDL to the time we adopted the restoration plan, the BMAP. So that's right. That's a stepwise process.
I would only follow up with, I know we're having a water quality workshop, just like we're having a different type of workshop today in terms of how we move it and whatnot. But tomorrow on the agenda is a item with respect to a lease that's north of the lake in this particular area, and I suppose on land we own, right? But we don't have the ability to police what they're doing there for their best management practices, even on land we own? Understand that?
I don't think that's accurate.
No, we require that any leases that on land that we own, we require them to have BMPs in place, and some of them must have even higher levels of retention or water quality monitoring. For those leases, if we inspect on our own right, we have the right to terminate the lease.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah.
Trust but verify. So, the question is, and we'll deal with it when we do the water quality workshop. Trust but verify. What does a verification look like? And I'm going to just tell you, if you've ever worked in an industry where you had to be drug tested in order to get your job and keep your job, they don't just say to you, they follow you and they make sure they verify, right? They verify. So when we do the water quality workshop, I want to talk about trust and verify. I want to know who does the verify, how they do the verify. And even if we don't have authority over it, I'm assuming, Drew or someone tell me, that we can write a position paper and work with DEP or to influence anything, because we cannot continue to clean up without, it just seems weird, right? That's my fancy word for today. Just seems a little weird.
Okay. So let's look at the framework of the Northern Everglades and Estuaries Protection Program. So as I mentioned, it's broken into other programs and other plans. So there is a protection program for each watershed within the Northern Everglades, one for Lake Okeechobee, one for the Caloosahatchee River and Estuary, and one for the St. Lucie River and Estuary Watershed Protection Program. Each of these watershed protection programs is then further broken down into a watershed protection plan, which is administered by the South Florida Water Management District, a basin management action plan, if there is a TMDL set, which there is for each of these locations, which is administered by the Florida Department of Environmental Protection. And then there's the Exotic Species Control Program, which collectively the coordinating agencies work together to establish and administer. So I'm going to hover over here back at the Watershed Protection Plan, because we're really trying to figure out where does DWM live within the world of the the NEEP program, often called the Northern Everglades and Estuaries Protection Program, NEEP. And there is a watershed construction project and a research and water quality monitoring program that are the two components that make up the protection plans. So within those, I'm going to click again. There we go. So within the watershed construction project, and I really don't like the name of this because it's really not a construction project. It's a series of projects and processes that are available. It's like a laundry list of opportunities that we can look at and make recommendations to the DEP of how we might improve water quantity and water quality within that specific watershed that they might adopt within the BMAP. So we update these watershed construction projects in accordance with whatever schedule is set by the NEEP in the statute, and included within that are activities like best management practices, stormwater treatment areas, reservoirs, ASRs, and then there we have dispersed water management. So again, a collection of projects is really what dispersed water management is, and we'll go through those different projects as we continue. But again, these are picked up by the DEP and adopted into their BMAPs for use in helping to improve water quality and water quantity timing distribution in the specified watershed. So how do they improve anything? Well, they improve lake and northern estuary health. They are a short-term solution for us. As I mentioned, they're interim to get us to that final SERP solution. They store or treat excess water in the regional system. They can minimize runoff and discharge to the regional system. They reduce nutrient loads. They expand groundwater recharge opportunities, and they provide storage and treatment, and this is really important, storage and treatment that exceeds the permit required storage and treatment that is required of that current land use. So if I'm identified as a rancher and I'm required to hold back a certain amount of water on my land in accordance with my permit, I have to hold more than that to get any kind of credit under this program. So what other benefits do they provide? So everyone thinks of these in terms of private lands. Well, we also have projects on public lands, so I'm showing you here the other benefits that can be provided both on public and private lands. So on public lands, we're providing interim storage on project lands until implementation of comprehensive restoration plan can be built. We have an example of this on Section C off the C-23. This is built on SERP lands that were intended for the C-23-24 reservoir. We have the opportunity to expand public recreational opportunities, and this complements land management activities. So when we flood these lands, we're helping to assist and remove exotic vegetation because it's not going to grow when it's flooded. Under the private side, we keep private lands on tax rolls. This is really important to some of our very rural communities. By not taking it off the tax rolls, this is additional revenue or revenue that's maintained on their tax rolls. We reduce the requirement for irrigation in some of the immediate areas because we're keeping the soils wet. And we're avoiding the high cost of land purchase if we were the public entity looking to purchase land. And then we're also providing income diversification. This is a new market for a lot of folks. So this is the government market. It's a vendor service that they can now provide. So it's a service that they weren't providing previously. It's income diversification. Public and private opportunities, so both types of projects can offer hydrologic enhancement, groundwater recharge, habitat improvement. It preserves agricultural and pasture lands in our more rural communities. And it allows expedient implementations of strategies to address regional surface water storage. So we've heard a lot today already. It takes time and it takes a lot of money to build the big stuff. These don't take near the time or near the amount of money, and they help us meet our needs under the Basin Management Action Plans. So there's two types of projects that we talk about and disperse. There's passive projects that we call our low-tech projects. They retain on-site rainfall, hold the water back that falls on them. They're capacity-driven, and the site characteristics that exist on them currently are what really help give that project its benefits. They require minimal operation and maintenance. There's no pumps. There's no mechanics to it. What you see is what you get with very little infrastructure improvement. The active projects are those that are pulling water off of the regional system and retaining the rainfall that falls on them. They are more mechanical in nature. They have pumps. They have larger berms. They have water control structures. They are maximizing the volume per unit area through that improved infrastructure. Their capacity is driven by those site characteristics, plus that increased infrastructure by project design and the pump and canal conveyance. So if you're adjacent to a canal that's got a lot of availability, you're pumping more because you've been given more opportunity. And then they're going to have greater O&M requirements because you've got a lot more to take care of. And so they're going to require a little more water manager interaction as well, because if you need to pump, because your permitted operation schedule says you are in compliance with your permit, the trigger says pump on, you need to be sure that there's water available in accordance with your permit schedule. What do these look like? What's a passive project really look like? Everyone says, what do passive projects really do? I hear you. Rain falls on them. Big deal. Well, if you look at the picture on the left, La Hamaca, this is a project over in Fish Eating Creek, northwest of the lake. Back in September 2014, pre-project, the BMP's in place. This is just a box culvert. And this is what we see. It's a wet season picture. It's holding some water back. Nothing remarkable. The picture on the right is after we have improved the infrastructure slightly. We have 3 riser culverts here. And this kind of infrastructure, for those who are not real familiar with this, is a way that we literally put 2x4s, 2x6s in these in order to hold the water back on the landscape. Again, a rainy season picture. And what you're seeing is about 3,500 acre feet of storage being held back on this 5,000 acre ranch. So that's pretty significant. And all it is rainfall and no pumps. For an active project, this is one that a lot of folks are very familiar with. This is the Calkins Water Farm off the C44 in the St. Lucie. This is the project that was in a pilot status under our water farming pilot program back in 2013, pre-project. You can see it's a fallow citrus grove, nothing really going on there. This is the project once we had some berms built. So this is some significant infrastructure that was built on 450 acres. And this is the project after it's been allowed to pump off of the regional system and store that water across the 450 acre landscape. So over that period of time, I believe we were able to pump somewhere in the neighborhood of 35,000 acre feet in 2 years on that 450 acre parcel. So that was pretty significant. That's an active project. DWM projects have ranged the program list. People have heard them called by FRESP, NEPES, Water Farming Pilot Program, PPP. So what does all that mean? Well, that's just the iteration of the program or the funding source that got them into the program. But really, there are 2 types of projects, just like we talked about. They're passive projects and they're active projects. But we'll walk through each of the programs, and it really started back in 2005 with the FRESP program. And that was really an engagement between the World Wildlife Fund and ranchers trying to understand whether or not you could really cohabitate the 2 water management activities and a ranching operation. They were quite successful, and so the second iteration was, well, we've developed a program that we think works, so let's solicit and see if anybody else is interested. So in 2011, 2012, we had 2 solicitations that went out under the Northern Everglades Payment for Environmental Services program. And additional passive projects were constructed. In 2013, we had a water farming pilot program that was initiated through the Indian River Citrus League. They had a great idea. We have fallow citrus lands. We think these folks can be helpful to you. How about we throw some pumps on their land and see what happens? See if they can pull some water off the regional system and store it for you. That was a good opportunity to see what would happen. Again, a proof of concept that went very well. It turned into a public-private partnership program, an expansion of the active program. And we also have district lands, and we'll dive a little deeper into those. So here is just a map of all of our active and passive projects across the landscape. Some are in planning still, or I shouldn't say planning, but they're in design. But all have been planned. Most are constructed. We are still working on a few here to get constructed in the PPP program, but we'll get to those. Again, Florida Ranchlands Environmental Services Program, 2005. It was a 6-year pilot. It was looked at over 8 different projects. We still have 1 remaining on that program, the Lakes West Waterhole. An interesting conglomeration of folks interested in understanding whether or not this proof of concept would work. And included the USDA, NRCS, the district, DAX, and the US EPA, and interestingly enough, the Kellogg Foundation. And then that proof of concept, as I mentioned, turned into the NEPES program under 2 solicitations. It was a competitive bid process that had a criteria that we'll look at next. And there were 13 projects that were that still are in operation and maintenance, and we still have 1 that is in the permitting process. And these modified existing water management infrastructure, as I mentioned, these are our low-tech projects. They're the passives to produce water management services on the existing landscape. So this is some of the evaluation criteria that was established to review whether or not a project was a viable project for the NEPES program. So they were looking at whether or not the project could maximize water retention, whether or not it was a phosphorus reduction project. They had an opportunity to choose one or the other under this program. Most chose to hold back and be a maximized water retention project. They looked at their ability to be feasible. How quickly could you get the project up? Could you prove could you assure the performance? And then how cost effective were you while minimizing risk? So they were looking at all different types of aspects of project performance and the benefit that could be established to move forward with the selection of these projects. Yes, ma'am.
What was your highest amount for the point scale of 25? Was there a number that you were looking for at all? Acre feet?
I don't know. I was not a part of that evaluation team, so I'm not sure what the actual top goal was for that evaluation criteria. I'm sure that when they evaluated, I'm speculating, but I would like to think, and I think I'm probably right when I say this, that they evaluated each of the projects, and when they looked at the total water quantity retention available, they were scored with the top being the max being 25, or as close as possible to 25, with the one that was able to store the most being 25.
What's the most any of them hold?
Any of them hold for the passive projects?
Be either active or passive. Just what's the highest amount of acre feet that is held?
Okay, so for our active storage projects, contractually right now, we have the Calkins project is contracted at 60,000 acre feet per year. Mm-hmm. Okay. So in 2013, we talked about the water farming pilot program where we actually jumped into the active style projects where we're pulling water off of the regional system. There were 5 competitive submittals, 3 selected projects. It was a 3-year program, 1 year for construction with 2 years of operations. And in fact, we have the water farming pilot program evaluation document that has been posted to our website. Here is the link to it. And we also, I think, have a few copies available for the board to take with them if it's not already in your binder, which identified the results of the performance. So we worked with UF and one of our project managers to understand the benefits that these projects were able to provide, and were they proving the concept? Were they actually doing what we hoped they would do? And so I've got some results from that study here for us to look at. And these are the 3 projects that were identified for the pilot. It was the Calkins Citrus Company project off the C-44, Spur Land and Cattle off of the C-23, and Evans Ideal. So these were all fallow citrus groves. We've got their acreage, the type of depth. So each of these projects had a different method in which they stored. So the Calkins Citrus Company decided to make a minor impoundment, so they were storing up to 4 feet. The Spur Land and Cattle also decided to store at 4 feet, but we also provided the opportunity to see what kind of storage could you get by really utilizing the ditches and the furrows of the existing infrastructure of a citrus grove, because there's a whole lot of storage sitting in those ditches and furrows. And so Evans Ideal took a chance and tried using that method, because this was an opportunity for us to really understand what kind of opportunity exists using citrus groves and using the infrastructure so we could leverage and maybe see what kind of infrastructure we would have to improve upon or leverage on existing. If we look at the goals, the total storage goal, this is over a 2-year period, for Calkins was 13,560, Spur was 1,740, Evans was 7,270. And what we actually measured was this. So pretty significant. We met our goal and exceeded it, which we were pleased to see. In terms of water quality, there was a combined goal for each of them, for the sum of the 3. And when you look at the actual results over the 2-year period, you can see it performed quite well. Yep, did I skip one? Okay. So here we take the water farming pilot program, we recognize the benefits that were gained, and in 2016, the legislature updated that Northern Everglades and Estuaries Protection Program. And this is when they said, you know, we really need to leverage the private sector, and they decided that it was time to actually give us some money to move forward with some of these things. And they did so through a DEP survey, and DEP surveyed for regional scale projects. So they were looking for large water farms. And this would help us meet the BMAP goals that were set. So those 6 projects were identified out of that survey with a rough estimate of about 300,000 acre feet per year that could be stored or treated using these water farms established out of that survey. So the legislature funded it. And it was roughly a $47.8 million funding for the construction of these. And the agencies of the coordinating agencies were each assigned roles in executing these projects. DAX was assigned to fund the planning, the design, and the permitting. The district was responsible for contract execution and administration, technical assistance from planning through through construction completion and operation and maintenance with the landowners and lessors, monitoring of quantity and quality, and making sure that the quality monitoring was passed on to the DEP for evaluation, and then project and program management. The DEP responsible for passing through funding from the legislature to the district for contract payments to service providers. And this is important because what is not funded is the annual service payment. So the payment that is required in order to operate these once they have been contracted has to be provided by the legislature and sought by the DEP on an annual basis. The only thing that is currently funded is the construction. How long does it take to get through all of this? So the planning, design, modeling, and permitting, and yes, we do modeling and simulation of these. For a passive project, about a year plus. An active project, 2 to 3 years. Construction, most are built within a year or less. And then the environmental services or the operational period is 10 years, and that's the length of the contracts that we let. So what happens? I've gotten a PPP contract. Now what? I've been selected. How do we move forward? Well, the interagency and service provider coordination is huge. As I mentioned, each of the agencies has a role and is a partner in moving these projects forward. These are truly public-private partnerships. So the projects go through a full set of due diligence in order to be sure that the project meets all of the needs, the intentions of the program, and that it's actually a project we want to move forward with. It's a cost-effective value to the taxpayer. So they all have to move forward through a phase 1, phase 2 environmental assessment, which is looking at cultural resources evaluations and ensuring that we're not impacting anything culturally. Remediation, if it's necessary, for any contaminants that may be found on the site. We're also looking at evaluating wetland jurisdiction and understanding whether or not there's an impact to those, to wetlands, uplands, threatened and endangered species that might be impacted by flooding these lands. So that is all done through the permitting process. And then there's the modeling, the simulation that has to be done in order to determine what kind of water availability exists for the project to take and what kind of storage or treatment capacity can the actual land perform. So all of that gets rolled up and affects the water quantity benefit that is evaluated by the district. It's one of its roles and responsibilities as the interagency coordinating agency. And then the water quality benefit, which is also modeled and simulated by the DEP and evaluated by the DEP. And the water quantity benefit, which is the compensable portion of the project, is then entered into a cost model to understand whether it's cost effective. What is its cost per acre foot of water stored or cost per acre foot of water treated? So then that helps us evaluate the project's benefit to the regional system overall, and is it going to help us meet our BMAP goals? So how do we get to cost effectiveness? This is everyone's big question. Well, number one, I like to tell everybody, everything's market driven. This has been a market driven process from day one since the start of FRESP. Understanding how can two operations coexist, and then soliciting and wondering how many people are interested in performing this kind of work. So we have a demand. We have a demand to provide an ability to store water. We need someone to help us out in the interim. And there are plenty of interested parties to supply and provide us a solution. So it is market driven. And then the compensation, as I mentioned, is based on a water quantity benefit. How do you establish the water quantity benefit? So each of the consultants and the landowners will provide us a concept plan. And that concept plan will establish the boundary conditions. It will inform us generally of where they intend to place pumps, how large are their pumps, what kind of berms, what their overall infrastructure plan looks like. We will then work with that landowner to place that set of parameters on top of our regional simulation model, which has a GIS base of information. And that information tells us what the soil types are in that area. It helps us understand the seepage. It helps us understand the evapotranspiration in the area. And it also gives us the history of the rainfall in the area. And we evaluate the project over a period of record, a very long period of record, to understand what are the opportunities that exist for pulling water off of the regional system given this historic period of record. That regional simulation model helps us understand the site's capacity given all of those parameters and running through that simulation. So once we get that, we recognize there becomes a curve. And that curve tells us the chances of when we're going to be able to pull the water. And we look at kind of the mid-range. What is the 50% chance? And that becomes our annual average estimated water quantity benefit. That is the point in which we are compensating the landowner for the service they are providing, that annual average estimated water quantity benefit. So we take that and we recognize that there will be some years that they're going to perform well beyond that estimate because it's a really wet year. And there'll be some years they don't perform as well because it's a really dry year. And that's okay because we determined that that might happen, and it fell within our trend line. It fell within our curve based off of our historical period of record analysis. But then there will be some years where it's really wet and they didn't pump. And you say, why didn't they pump? Well, maybe that's the year we need to go back and reassess. And we'll talk about how we do that in a minute. But if we base ourselves on that average annual estimate, that's our water quantity benefit. We put that into our cost model. We take the cost that's being requested for the capital improvement. We amortize that over the life of the contract for 10 years. We look at the annual service payment being requested on an annual basis. We sum that up and bring it all back to net present value and divide that by the total water quantity benefit estimated. And that gives us our cost effectiveness. So we have a number. We have $1. That's our cost figure. Cost per acre foot of water stored or water treated based off the type of project. In history, our market start average for FRESP was $150 per acre foot in any PES. Our today average with the water farming pilot program and the PPP growth program, we're around $139 per acre foot. So it has improved over time. So we can look at a dollar per dollar comparison of cost per acre foot and recognize whether the project is within that range. If we're close to that, we're probably in a good place with the project. If we're not in that range, we start to talk with the landowner as a partner to start making adjustments. Do we need to adjust the parameters? Do we need to adjust some of the pieces that they brought to the table in terms of technical pieces? Earthen berms, where do pumps go? How big is the pump? Do we need to tweak those pieces, or do we need to talk about cost, or both? We get to the table, we have those discussions until we find ourselves either at a point where we need to walk away, or we're at a cost-effective statement. What are our considerations that have to be thought about by both parties? Permitting. Landowners enter these agreements, they have to proceed with their own permitting. We are not permittees on their permit. We are not holders of the permit. They are their own permittees. They are offered reversion protection by the state. What does that mean? It means that if I enter into this agreement as a landowner, I have the right to revert my land back to the original agricultural practice I was in prior to the water farming project. The state recognizes the restoration benefit that the projects are providing and allowing them to revert. Great. The federal government doesn't agree. These landowners have to all go to the federal government and get all of the same permits that the district has to get for its own projects. They have to go negotiate reversion protection with the federal government in order to revert their land back to its original agricultural status at the point in time in which the project is terminated. Time. They have to be willing to put their land on hold. Do they have the time to walk through this process? Because it is time consuming. It's not as long as SERP, but it is time consuming. Location matters. Everyone hears location, 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 and everyone thinks that's a really good value because the cost per acre, just like you hear in residential, the cost per square foot is the market for a residential home. In this market, the cost per acre means nothing to this market. It's the cost per acre foot. What does that piece of land have volumetrically? What value is it to us volumetrically? The land down the street may be worth nothing to us, but they may have the same cost per acre value on the tax rolls. But it means nothing to us, but it has no water availability in terms of being able to pull water off the regional service system. So that's important to know that cost per acre is of no value to this process. It's cost per acre foot. Again, we've talked about water availability, risk, cost effectiveness. We talked about how to get cost effectiveness. We know how to compare dollar for dollar now, but there's a piece in here that's not in the equation. It's not modeled. It's a value judgment. At some point, we might be faced with a project that sits in a location that is remarkable for improving performance in that watershed. However, maybe its cost effectiveness is higher than what you were hoping for. And we say, is it worth it? Here comes the value judgment. You have to decide whether or not it's worth paying more volumetrically for that project because of its location in helping to meet BMAP TMDL goals. We aren't to that point right now, thank goodness, but that is a decision that sometimes may have to be made. And then again, funding. Here's the risk that comes with funding. Again, requires annual legislative appropriation. These landowners enter into 10-year contracts with no guarantee that the next year there will be funds to cover the project. We could cancel the project at any time. Here are some of the permits that have to be acquired. 404 permits with the Army Corps of Engineers if there's wetland impacts, or if there are threatened and endangered species under the Section 7 consultation, dredge and fill, environmental resource permits through the district. If there is cultural resources, we have to look at Section 106 consultation with the tribe. And then if you're engaging with or interacting with civil works, Corps Civil Works, then you need a 408 approval letter. So all of this goes into that time factor. And I can't forget about our district lands because we have them, and I can't let our staff who works on these think I've forgotten them. So we do have district lands within the NEEP area. Some are sitting on lands that were designated for SERP, so we are using some of those lands. We currently have 680 acres in DWM on district lands. We have surveyed the area. We think there's about 33,000 acres available that could be used for DWM. So that's good. So here we are looking at a map of some of our district lands. I know it's very hard to see available to us. You'll see Lake Hickwitchie. There's C43 over here. The Section C project is over here. I think this is Dupuy right here. So we have several available. Just quick overview of just a couple of the projects. I won't go through all of them, and I promise I'm done. Calkins Water Farm we talked about. C44, 3,275 acres of fallow citrus grove. It started as a water farming pilot program on 450 acres. It's currently contracted to give us 60,000 acre feet per year of storage, active storage, pumps off the C44. Estimated water quality benefit will help us reduce total phosphorus by 7.6 metric tons annually. Total nitrogen established at 56 metric tons. This is established and approved by the DEP. The total estimated overall cost of the contract is $62.5 million. It was $7.5 million for construction, paid out of that $47.8 million appropriation back in 2016 that was provided to us by the legislation. And then we have $5.5 million that has to be sought annually to cover the cost of the service payment. Lakes West Waterhole, other side of the lake, over in the Indian Prairie Basin, a public-private partnership in the Lake Okeechobee watershed on the C40. It's on 2,500 acres. This was under the FRESP program, the very first program we talked about. This project was estimated to provide 441 pounds of total phosphorus removal when it first came to us. When you look at the benefit, it's now providing 55 metric tons of reduction in TP since 2008. That's impressive. Total contract value of $5.5 million, which expires in September of 2020. This does not have the same type of terms that the PPP project Calkins I just showed you had. It was one of the original contracts. It is written on a reimbursable basis. I'm going to talk briefly about its operational considerations, and the map over there would help me. But real quick, this project, each of the projects has a permitted operational plan. The operational plans have to be walked through the permitting process. We have to understand when the basins they are sitting in and when the subwatersheds they are sitting in are in an excess condition, when water is flowing in an excess state. So when all the demands of that basin have been met, we then have the ability to take the water if it's now leaving the basin. And that on the Lakes West Waterhole, the permitted condition tells us that when Lake Istapoga is in Zone A, we can take water. Or the flows at S75 and S72 are flowing, we can take water. And then if neither of those are occurring, we can sit down as partners with Lakes and the Seminole Tribe of Florida and determine, can we take water? So we have done that actually in this season. And what we determined was that we really were not in an excess condition in this basin. The basin was not flowing to the lake. So it was not appropriate to take water because we would be taking from the water supply and other demands of the basin at that point. We were not in an excess condition in the basin. So the last project I'm going to show you is actually one we will see tomorrow, so I'll be very brief about this one. This is a project on 7,000 acres of ranch lands in the Kissimmee River Basin. It is just south of S65 here, south of Lake Kissimmee. It is a flow-through project, much like Lakes West Waterhole was, where they're pulling water off of the Kissimmee River and from Blanket Bay Slough here, flowing it across the landscape. And so they're going to make improvements to this area, and they're going to provide additional cells in which to flow this water across in order to provide attenuation and additional treatment capacity. And then they will discharge it by gravity back to the Kissimmee River. And so there's an estimated benefit of about 2 metric tons of TP removal by the DEP for this project. And we estimate we will treat about 32,000 acre feet per year with the flow through of this project. The landowner is seeking $10.6 million for construction and $3.9 million for an annual service payment. So the next step would be contract execution. They are in the middle of their permitting process. And 2 last slides, final tables, and then I swear I'm done. Passive project performance, total estimated average annual storage, 11,000 acre feet per year. If you sum up all of these, that's what you get. These are all of our passive projects. Here's the acreage of each in this column. The status in which they're in, O&M is operation and maintenance, DEP is design and permitting, and then the estimated storage is the acre feet per year. The total annual cost of the passive projects is $1.3 million per year. The next slide is this active projects performance. The total estimated average annual storage, and these are broken up a little differently, is because we have active storage and active treatment. The flow-through projects we're calling active treatment, like the El Maximo project I just showed you, and the storage, active storage. 6,358 acre feet per year on district lands. Those are the 2 identified in gray here. 245,341 acre feet per year on private lands. These are these blue ones down here. And then the total estimated average annual treated volume. So this was the total, this is the purple ones here, 85,944 acre feet per year. This is the contracted values of these projects. They are not all in operation and maintenance. So this is construction. We have some in O&M. We have some in design and permitting. I have not put the total cost here because some of these are reimbursable and it would have really muddied the waters, but what I will tell you is that for the big 6 that we talked about under the PPP program, if all of them were operational today, the annual service payment that would have to be sought from the legislature annually is $34 million. And that is all. Yes, ma'am.
How do landowners apply?
I'm sorry?
How do landowners apply? Like, how do they know that they can apply?
Okay. So how do they get engaged with the program? So there's a couple ways. Right now, sometimes there's solicitations that get put out. Under the NEPES program, you saw the solicitation with the criteria. That was one that was issued by the district. The DEP issued the survey in the 2016, after the 2016 legislation. So those are 2 opportunities. There's also the informal, I'll call it, PPP solicitation that is by legislation. Anyone can solicit a project to the legislature at any time.
What percentage of them are on canals?
Are on canals. So all of our active projects are sitting on some, when you say canal, they might be a ditch that's connected to a canal, but they are all in a location in which they can withdraw water.
What percentage is located on a major canal?
A major canal. I would say all but maybe 1, 2.
My last question, just quickly, why isn't there anything around C23, C24, C25, all things considered?
So we do have a district lands project on the C23. We have 2 projects currently in permitting. This one here, Scott Water Farm, is on the C25. It has a contract with us currently, so they are, I think, at the very end of their federal permitting process and will hopefully start construction very soon. And then we have the Bluefield Grove Water Farm here along the C-23 as well. And that project is also getting to the end of its federal permitting process. And Spurland and Cattle is on the C-23.
I have a question regarding the program. You mentioned that you have many landowners that are interested.
Yes, ma'am.
And you've presented great results in terms of what we're getting back from these investments. Do you have a waiting list of owners that are waiting to be considered for the program?
I get calls from people all the time who say, come see my land. So I do. I go look. I take their information. We often coordinate. Among the coordinating agencies, we have a regular call. We talk about, because I know they get calls as well, we talk about the projects that we've seen. We exchange information. Sometimes they will go out and look at some of the same projects I've looked at. And I keep a list. I'm sure that they probably do as well. So if we were to get a call and say what's available to us, we would have something to provide.
And what's the limiting factor on bringing more property owners into this private-public partnership?
So at this point, for the district, everything has been funded by the legislature. There is no ad valorem funding being provided to this program. So it would be making the funding available for the program and then having either a solicitation or other method in which to go and bring those landowners in.
We had an opportunity yesterday to ask for more money.
How actively are we pursuing the 33,000 acres of district land that we have identified as potential for DWM in the region?
So we have the watershed protection plans that we have to update regularly, and we will put projects within that watershed protection plan that we believe are appropriate to help us bring movement and suggest projects to the BMAP program. Again, these are legislatively funded projects. If the project isn't funded, we can't move forward.
Have we, I guess I see that we've identified 33,000 acres. Right now, we only have projects on 680 acres.
Yes, sir.
Do we have an idea, like, when we first identified these 33,000 acres? Was it like just last year, or was it like 8 years ago, and we haven't really moved forward with anything? I'm just wondering if we've got all this land as capability to do things in what seemed to be a meaningful fashion. Is there something we can be doing to help move this thing forward in a more expeditious manner?
Can I answer that?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yes, and I think it's really in the project development. You know, let's get these things designed, because it will take infrastructure improvement, and so there's an expense. But we may be able to get them ready for the infrastructure improvement so that then we can engage DEP through their funding programs, because they have those water quality benefits. We can look at our budget, see if we can bring money to the table, but it gets down to dollars. But we can do what we need to get them ready so they compete well for dollars.
Ansley, would you know what the market is for these lands per acre to purchase?
It varies on location, obviously, and we talked about, what do you, for the ones that we already have under contract, or do you mean the 33,000 acres?
No, the ones that we have under contract, just to get a ballpark. Is it 5,000, 6,000, 8,000, 3,000?
Roughly per acre, in some of the areas in the Lake Okeechobee watershed, you're looking anywhere between $3,000 per acre up to $8,000 to $10,000 per acre.
All right, Chauncey.
Yeah, that was a great presentation. Thank you. I've got a question on the funding. You said there is about $48 million for construction. I'd like to know, you've got 12 active projects. You know, how far are we into that $48 million? And then you said we're about $34 million we get annually in appropriated funds, or they get annually in appropriated funds for service payments. And you said we're maxing out on that with just the top 6 of the 12. So I'm wondering where the other money's coming from. I'm just trying to get a feel, sort of, have we filled up the bucket that the legislature's given us for money?
Okay, so they're funded differently, and Drew, feel free to jump in when I screw up. So the $34 million is a separate request, typically. We get another allotment of funding to cover the NEPES projects in terms of the operation and maintenance. So they are looked at under a different line of the budget. In terms of the where the other big six sit, the Alico project is, like I said, it's in design and permitting. They are working through their federal permits. The Bluefield Grove site is nearing completion of its federal permits. The Calkins Water Farm is operating, so it has used the part of the $47 million. The Scott Water Farm is working through its permits. It has, and so when I say they're working through their permits, they have not used any of the funding. And then the Brighton Valley is in construction, so it is starting to take some of the $47 million away because we are making payments as they provide proof of evidence of construction. And then El Maximo Ranch is awaiting contract award.
Great. Can you, at some point, just get me a sheet of paper that says sort of how much each of these is sort of asking or will need against the 47.8? I just need to understand in my brain where we are. Are we close to being finished with the construction money? Are we halfway there? Are we quarter of the way there? And same for the service payments.
Yeah.
We
can
could
do
provide that.
Yeah, and I think most of these are contracted, so the construction dollars are encumbered, maybe not expended yet. But since they're not constructed yet, the annual payments are not encumbered, right?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm having a hard...
Maybe they are encumbered, the annual payments. So it's really just looking at it. Since the funding goes through DEP, we just really need to, we'll map it out for you, just how it all flows, because they all come online at different times.
Thank you for the presentation. I'm having a hard time seeing on these little maps, or it might just be my eyes.
No,
But,
it's hard.
No, that's okay, and I was even looking over there and trying to compare. But I guess there's a couple of different maps. Can you specifically go to the C23, C24? And what I was looking for was C25, which is way at the top, and show me what's there.
Let's go back to this map. So in the C25, and I know this is challenging to see, I apologize. This is slide 11. What we have at the top there that the little red dot is on, that is the Scott Water Farm on the C25. We have a passive project here. There's the title for it. It's called the Alderman Deloney Ranch. We have the Adams Rusacas, here's the title for it, Ranch. That is the last NEPES project that's actually sitting in permitting, waiting for the federal permitting process to be completed. We have the C23 Interim Storage Water Farm right here. This is our Section C project. There's actually Section D is also listed here, so it's one of our planned projects. We have the Bluefield Grove Water Farm off the C23, which is the one that I mentioned that's under the Big Six, that's completing its federal permits currently. And then we have right here is this title, is the Spur Landing Cattle. This is the water farm that is adjacent to the Bull Hammock Ranch PES project. This project here is the Calkins Water Farm off the C44. So we have C23, C23, and then we have C24, C25. So here's the
C24, C25 is in St. Lucie County, or
Yes.
is one of them in Indian River?
So this project here is actually spanning between the St. Johns River Water Management District and the South Florida Water Management District. So it's actually spanning the Indian River County and St. Lucie County, or Okeechobee County. And so it's on the C25.
Any other questions? I've got a stack of public comments. Are we ready for those? Ready? Okay. We'll start with Ernie Cox, followed by Keith Rizzardi.
Mr. Executive Director, good to see you in a different role. Thank you. I know it's been a long day, everybody. For those I've not met, my name is Ernie Cox. I've been kind of working in the water and land use space for about the past 25, 30 years. It seems to get longer and longer. I'm here today with kind of on my own behalf. I have my own company that does large conservation and sustainable development projects around Florida. I'm also, as many of you know, the project manager here locally for the C51 Reservoir project that we're working on. But my comments today are just kind of as a person here worried and interested and hoping to be helpful. My dad grew up in West Palm Beach, back when nobody was in West Palm Beach. We moved to Jupiter in 1970 when there was nobody in Jupiter. We lived up on the Waxahachie River when there were cypress trees in Jonathan Dickinson. Not Trapper Nelson's, but Jonathan Dickinson. And I spent kind of my growing up years on the Waxahachie River, up in the Indian River. I went to middle school and elementary school in Martin County, so up in Jensen Beach. And one of the things I remember as a kid, I was talking to my mom the other day, and a lot of you guys know my mom. She actually works for me, not here today. But we used to catch and eat fish that we caught in the Lake Worth Lagoon. We would catch and eat fish that we caught in the Lake Worth Lagoon. We swam in it. We water skied in it. Same thing with St. Lucie. I'd like to be able to do that again. And I think in a very simple goal, in the Caloosahatchee and in Biscayne Bay, to be able to catch and eat the fish that we catch in all those estuaries may be just a very simple goal that I think we could all agree with. The other thing, and I'm one of those, for those that know me, I'm one of those crazy optimists that say if we all sit down and work together and roll up our sleeves and work hard enough, we can figure this thing out. And I believe that. I was pleased to be honored to serve with some in the room on Governor DeSantis' transition environmental team. I know many of you, and this is a passion of mine beyond just my business. So I look forward to working with everyone. Lieutenant Colonel, no. Guys, if we work together hard enough, we can figure this out and get it done. And the thing I'll leave you with, I'm a big fan of all of the above strategies. So I like dispersed water management. I like reservoirs. I like water treatment areas. I like stormwater retrofits. I like septic to sewer conversions. Guys, we need to do it all. It's not a matter of picking one versus the other. And then we need to put it on a schedule. We have projects that we know, Biscayne Bay coastal wetlands don't get a water supply for 25 years. Well, I hope there's a Biscayne Bay 25 years from now when we finally get a water supply. But if we start to fill in, we got 25-year projects, 20-year projects, 20, I'll be done quickly, 15. Guys, we got to be doing projects this year, next year, next year. It's all on a schedule. And what I like about dispersed water, these are things that can fill in the early schedule. So thank you.
Thank you, Ernie. Keith Rosardi, followed by Nyla Pipes. Keith? Nyla? There you go. Bueller.
Hey now, I was waiting for the first guy. Boy, I can almost echo everything that Ernie just said. Nyla Pipes, One Florida Foundation. We are St. Lucie County based, but spend a lot of time in Martin County as well, and a lot of time on that St. Lucie River. You know, a lot of people don't realize you used to water ski way up the North Fork of the St. Lucie River as well. We are a fan of dispersed water management. We have been on record as being a fan of these projects since I first started talking in 2013 or so. And the reason is because they are quick relatively, they are affordable relatively, and they can keep that land on the tax rolls, which is really important because we have some other really big projects that need those tax dollars. So we're a fan of private-public partnership. We think that these offer some really excellent benefits regarding water quality. A lot of our other projects, we kind of struggle with some of the water quality end of things. Some of that because water quality isn't necessarily the main goal. Deep reservoirs don't do as much, for example. Again, that doesn't mean we don't need them. So again, echoing everything that Ernie just said, we need to do it all. I often say we need to not just walk and chew gum, but we need to walk, chew gum, carry our groceries, and maybe talk on the phone all at the same time. So yes, we need to tackle sewage issues. Yes, we need to tackle all of these Everglades restoration projects to keep our foot on the gas pedal there. But these are an almost immediate benefit, and we are seeing it in our St. Lucie River, specifically with Calkins, and I'm looking forward to seeing the benefits that we will reap from these other projects. So I encourage you to support them, get that money, and let's keep moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Nyla. Newton Cook, followed by Doug Bornick.
I will be short. You guys are real troopers today. Newton Cook United Waterfowlers, I just want to say United Waterfowlers supports this work 100%. Obviously, you're building duck marshes. And the only thing I have to say is I hope that some of this private land, we can get some wounded warrior hunts and some youth hunts. I know the farmers don't want everybody just trumping out there. You're talking about 5,000 a man duck leases here, so these guys are making a lot of money over and above what you're paying them. So the Likes lady was here, and I was out there several years ago, too many years ago to even think about, maybe 10, before they built that project, looking at what they could do to attract ducks to that property. I don't even want to ask her what it costs to hunt. Last but not least, I'm on the Sportsman's Trust group, and it's a group of people, sportsmen, and we're trying to put together a 150,000-acre new national wildlife refuge north of the lake in the area we're talking about. There's already been some land acquisition, and there's a lot of conservation easements going into this refuge. Some of it's already being tied to wildlife management areas. So I suggest that we're talking 150,000 acres, 100,000 is going to be conservation areas, 50,000 acres will be owned by the public, by the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. You might want to touch base with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife because those ranches and some of them have wetlands and they probably could be interested in this project. Thank you.
Doug Bornick, followed by Joselina Izayaga.
I'm Doug Bornick with the St. Johns River Water Management District, and you seven are my hero. I've been a board member for 12 years. I've never gone through a day like this. I salute you. It's been a tough day, and I've been coming into meetings here since '75, and I don't think any board's been bludgeoned like this before. Drew's tough. He's tough. So anyway, congrats to you, and I appreciate you being here all day. It was a very resourceful day, and I hope you absorbed that. That was a lot. I'm here to thank you for having this discussion on dispersed storage. On the St. Johns side, starting in Indian River County North, we love dispersed storage. The upper basin that we started in 1980, Henry Dean and I started to work on that, and now it's 200,000 acres of reclaimed farmland. That's the headwaters of the St. Johns. Is a massive dispersed storage project, non-pumped. It flows north. All that water used to go into where I used to live, right near the C-54 canal. I used to watch that water come at me in 1980. Now, not 1 gallon of western Indian River and Brevard County, not 1 gallon gets pumped unless it's a Category 5 hurricane. We haven't pumped in years. So it can be done, and if you have enough dispersed storage or inland projects like this, you can hold every gallon, and I encourage you to come up to our basin and see that it can be done, and it has been done, and it's improved the Indian River Lagoon up in the northern part. We still got work to do, but it works. And I encourage you to step further into this. We need to do this because I got an article sent to me by Sandra Thurlow's daughter, and it's just today or yesterday is the anniversary, the 60th anniversary of this article being published in the front page of the Stewart News, begging the flood control district for more storage to their project that they created, the C-Series canals. They said, you built us the canals, you forgot the storage. And this was 60 years ago yesterday, this was printed. So, Jackie, thank you for sending me this article. But the same thing exists. The only thing you have now is in the upper basin that's currently operational is Calkins, and that only takes the C-44 water. The entire rest of the basin, that's putting in 400,000 acre feet. That's a little over a foot on Lake Okeechobee, which is 8.4 billion gallons of water. I did the math in this one. And that's how much water that we put in from our own basin into the lagoon, and most of that didn't go to the lagoon historically. It went to the St. Johns. Most of St. Lucie County went north towards the St. Johns Basin. So anyway, thank you for taking this on. I would encourage you to do it. It's a technology that works. Thank you.
Thank you, Doug. Ron Edwards, followed by Garrett Stewart, maybe?
Thank you. Thank you, Drew, and thank you, commissioners, for working overtime tonight. This has been a long day, and it's been, I think, a beneficial one for everyone. I'd like to speak, as I said, my name is Ron Edwards, and I'm the president and CEO of Evans Properties, which is the private part of two of these projects that are a public partnership. And my first comment I would make as a citizen and a resident of the Indian River Lagoon about water farming and it being probably the only tool that is in the current toolbox that can do something for the lagoon and the other estuaries that are affected by some of the other projects. That can happen in the next 2 or 3 years and actually make a significant reduction in the amount of runoff that goes to the lagoon. Those are the only kind of near-term things that we really have on the plate that can slow up the blue-green algae and the nutrients going into the lagoon. I live on the lagoon. I've seen the deterioration that's happened over the last 20 years. I've lived in Florida all my life and went to school here. I've worked most of my life here. It's a poor, pitiful thing to watch what's happened to the lagoon. The last time I went out in my boat 3 weeks ago, the first time I've ever seen a dead manatee myself, right there. It was right 300 yards off my dock, and that's not what we need to have. Water farming, dispersed water, can, in the case of the two projects that we have, I can speak to directly. The Scott project can reduce 30,000 acre feet from the 150,000 acre feet a year on average that goes out to C-25. And the C-23, the Bluefield project, can reduce about 30,000 acre feet of that 150,000 that goes to the lagoon. Those are 20% reductions that could be online in approximately a year from now if we get our projects through the federal Corps review, Fish and Wildlife, and the ERP with the district. We're close. We've been at it for 3 years, and our company participated in the initial project for the Ideal 1000, which is one of the water farming test projects in 2013. We helped explain these projects to the legislature during 2015 and 2016 when they were being considered and ultimately passed with Speaker Crisafulli and President Negron's assistance. And we've been in the process of permitting them and going through the very exhaustive process that it takes to meet all the criteria that one of these projects takes, especially a big one. One of these is 6,500 acres. The other one's almost 7,500 acres for a little over 14,000 total that can come online in that kind of time. So I hope that you will see the value of the time value of being able to take some relief on the Indian River Lagoon immediately and get us to the point where we can actually build out the SERP projects in another 10, 15, 20 years. It's not going to be there if we don't do something for it in the near term and soon. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Ron.
Appreciate the opportunity to speak.
Thank you. Garrett Stewart. John Mayle, followed by Celeste Palma.
Good evening, Chairman, Board, staff. Congratulations, Drew, and good evening, Lieutenant Colonel. Thank you for the opportunity to provide some input on these critical issues. My name is John Mayle. I'm the Ecosystem Restoration Manager for Martin County, and I'm here representing the board tonight to express our support for, specifically for the Bluefield and Scott managed dispersed water management projects. It is late, and it's nearing my bedtime. Several of my points have been eloquently made already, so I won't repeat them in the interest of time, but I do want to emphasize Doug's point about the original watershed, and we oftentimes refer to the C23, C24, and C44 basins as our local basin. However, like he noted, they would have followed to the north along a historic ridgeline that more or less tracks with Interstate 95. So we would regard flows from those canals as unnatural freshwater discharges. And it'd be our desire that the future would mimic more of a natural system for the estuary. So to that end, we strenuously support the IRL South SERP projects, but recognize that they are a long time coming, and we believe that the health of the ecosystem warrants a public investment in a more symptomatic treatment that these diversified water management projects offer. One other point that hasn't been made, I don't think, that I haven't heard, is that oftentimes when we're dealing with these issues, we have competitive interests. The varied stakeholders, whether it be agriculture or water quality or estuary health, water supply, aquifer recharge, are oftentimes in conflict, but this is a solution that brings us all together for mutual benefit, so I believe we should place a higher value on that. Thank you for the opportunity to provide this input.
Thank you, John. Celeste Palma, followed by Martha Musgrove.
Thank you, and good afternoon, or almost good evening. Thank you so much for this workshop. I have to just start by saying that this has been a great day long, but quite honestly, it has been fantastic. I really enjoyed the conversation, the questions. The presentations were great, so staff, you rocked it today. Thank you. Celeste Palma with Audubon, Florida, and Audubon supports dispersed water management as part of the tool set that we have to help with nutrient reduction, water detention, storage, and wetland and habitat restoration. Now, it's not one over the other. This is part of the tools that we have to be able to slow down flows and rehydrate our watershed. But just like all of the proposed government bill restoration projects must be carefully evaluated for performance and cost effectiveness, these measures should also apply to dispersed water management projects built in collaboration with private landowners. The current request for proposals process that the district has produced a number of really good projects with measurable benefits. Some of those include Nicodemus Lou, Westwater Hall, Calkins, and we're really encouraged by the potential with the Brighton Valley project, which is not under construction. And all of these are subjected to potential disruptions, whether it be for nearby construction or downtime for maintenance of structures or repair structures. But all projects that we have in the ground must be operated to deliver the maximum benefits expected from our taxpayer investment. The district has an opportunity to look at the current dispersed water management projects and optimize their operations, and we encourage you to do so. Moving forward, Audubon recommends that the district supplement the current RFP-based program with a proactive reconnaissance study in which the district itself identifies the most likely sites for dispersed water management projects positioned to deliver a maximum level of benefits. This approach puts the district in the driver's seat, and it can lead to pinpointing optimal locations for dispersed water management projects to deliver the most benefits for our investment in these partnerships. Audubon will continue to work with staff on this concept, and we very much look forward to continue being part of this discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Celeste. Martha Musgrove, followed by Leslie Bertolotti.
Right. For the record, my name is Martha Musgrove. I'm speaking on behalf of the Florida Wildlife Federation. We have been supporting dispersed water management now since about 2005. Upon running into a lot of opposition to some of the projects that we were trying to move around the state from counties who were very frankly fearful of the loss of their tax base. That is a big factor in small counties, and we have a lot of them in very strategic locations in terms of water management. For me, it was a no-brainer. It makes sense. If you've got a willing landowner who will lease the property for water temporarily, for water storage, then you avoid billions of dollars for reservoirs. It can be done rather quickly. There are some, it's very affordable. It can be undone. That's one of the problems, perhaps. Another problem that I have looked at, I don't think it's an issue now, but it could become an issue, is you take private landowners and government money, and you've got a stew that can quickly turn into corruption. You don't want that. And I don't think in this case it's a threat of any sort, but I will say from the very first contracts that were made, you need to be very clear in your documents, in especially termination clauses. Who gets paid, when they get paid, what they get paid for. Don't leave things dangling. Oh, we'll work it out. The phrase "we'll work it out" is for people who are not investing. And you would be publicly investing. So I say they do have to be policed, and I think it's a very workable solution throughout the state, because we know Florida depends on water. We know that South Florida depends a great deal on water. We've got to have storage areas, and we can't afford to buy and build reservoirs on all the land that isn't already under a subdivision. Thank you.
Thank you. Leslie Bertolotti, followed by Steve Walker.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, governing board members. Thank you for this opportunity. Really appreciate it. It's been a great discussion today. Mr. Executive Director, congratulations. Jen and Paula, congratulations to you both on your new position. Esteemed panel, folks that are still here, thank you so much for your expertise. And then also for the support staff, it wouldn't have been successful without you, for thank you as well. In full disclosure, I too was an employee at the Water Management District as a principal scientist in the Northern Everglades program under policy and coordination. So just wanted to get that out there. And my comment's going to be a little more structured. I'm going to read you a comment on behalf of the Nature Conservancy. Dispersed water management is one of the important tools in the toolbox to help manage both water quantity and water quality of high water events. These projects can be implemented quickly and can provide interim benefits while large regional storage and treatment projects, such as the EAA reservoir, are brought online. However, preliminary results are showing that some projects are producing better and more cost-effective results given their size and location. The district should continue to use sound science to determine which projects are producing measurable, quantifiable results for the environment. This information will allow the legislature to make informed decisions about which projects should receive long-term funding. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Steve Walker, Seminole Tribe. There you go.
Good evening. It's been a long day, but I think a productive one. I'm Steve Walker, and I represent the Seminole Tribe of Florida. The tribe has been less than enthusiastic about dispersed water management projects. And the primary reason for that is the lack of any kind of programmatic way to evaluate cumulative impacts. You know, you have 20, 30 different projects storing a certain amount of water. You know, the tribe would like to be able to determine to what extent is that going to impact their rights to water as they move forward. And so we've been also had the same concern as it relates to endangered species. Two of the big projects near us, you know, are in Caracara habitat, for example, which are largely upland species. We're filled with gills with Caracara on our reservation. We don't need any more, and it complicates our life if you send us more. So that's one of the issues that, again, the cumulative impact isn't very well evaluated by the agencies involved with that. The two I do want to talk about in particular are the West Waterhole and the Lakes, the Brighton Valley projects. These are both in the Indian Prairie Basin, which are directly upstream of the Brighton Reservation and between the Lake Istapoga and Lake Okeechobee. And the net effect of those projects, as Ansley pointed out, not all of these projects are created equal. Some are water quality treatment projects and some are storage projects. These two projects are treatment projects, which means the water flows in, goes out of your canal, flows in to the system, and then flows back out into your canal. In a situation where there's not excess water, there's no water currently going to Lake Okeechobee, taking water out of storage in Lake Istapoga, flowing it through the system, and discharging it to Lake Okeechobee actually adds to your problem, not shortens it, because you're actually putting water into Lake Okeechobee that would not otherwise be going there. It'd be stored up in Lake Istapoga. And so right now we're not discharging. The permits we've negotiated with the Lykes Brothers, and Noah Handley's here from the Lykes Brothers, we've been very careful to try and pinpoint when there is excess water in the system. And so, those conditions are in place in those permits. We're satisfied with them. I think the Lykes Brothers are satisfied with them, and I think the district is satisfied with them. So we're just concerned when people come say, fill them all up, because that isn't how they were built. That isn't what they do, and you may regret what you asked for. So with that, thank you again for a long day, and we'll see you next week.
Thank you. That concludes the public comment on agenda item 5. I do have 2 cards for general public comment if you want to move to those. Ronaldo Diaz, Lake Worth Waterkeeper. And Fred Humphreys. No? Board, you outlasted them. Okay, I read all the cards I had, but if you want to come up and make a comment, please.
My name is Joe Giglio. I've been a resident of Martin County for 48 years. I'm a professional wetland and lake scientist. 5 comments. Lake Okeechobee is the heart of the whole ecosystem of the Everglades. It has not, in my opinion, been properly addressed to be reduced from its current very high hypereutrophic condition to a much lower condition. I was able to do many, many lakes in the Treasure Coast and be able to get the waters very, very low. How? By planting the submerged aquatic vegetation that you heard about as a very good idea. Problem is, you can't just do that with the big fetch that you have in the lake. You have to literally make islands. BB&L 203 study that was done, paid for by the district, indicates that there are 3 ways I'm not going to get into the details, 3 ways of doing it, but Kenny Ammon, who used to be a key engineer, and I got together. Well, actually, I'm adding to his idea, and that is to make islands, vertical steel piles, put the muck in, dewater, and then my idea is to take some material from the side and build nice slopes, very gentle slopes, and plant, in this case, Vallisneria americana tape grass, which is what I've used extensively. It works. I'm be able to get waters down to about 70 to 80 part per billion. Your Lake Okeechobee is 140 part per billion total phosphorus. The second idea is once you clean the water up, then you've increased the efficiency of your SERP projects. Why? If the total phosphorus is lower, you can either pass more water through your STAs and you will also be able to meet the standards which has not yet been met in the STAs. Because you're starting lower, you'll end up lower. The other idea is that You can also possibly eliminate, or at least reduce, the intensity, duration, and size of the cyanophyte blooms that come from Lake Okeechobee and end up in both Caloosahatchee and the St. Lucie River. That would be a tremendous benefit if that could be done. Now, cyanophyte blooms. Dr. Larry Brandt from University of Miami's Rosenstiel School of Marine and Atmospheric Sciences gave a very scary talk a couple of weeks ago. What he indicated is that the microcystin from the Microcystis aeruginosa, that is the blue-green algae that we're dealing with, ends up as showing 3 times more deaths, non-alcoholic liver deaths, in St. Lucie, Martin County, and Okeechobee counties. Last comment. Also, BMAA, it's a bethylamine amino acid, I may not say it right, but BAA has been found correlated with dementia, ALS, and Alzheimer's. And that's found only in the brains of those people who have this BMAA. And they did Huntington's cholera, which is completely genetic. And there was no BMAA in the autopsy death. We're dealing with a very dangerous situation here that could explode. Clean up Lake Okeechobee. Take a look at my website. I have the plan right there. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Chair, you want to just roll into the board meeting now?
Yeah, I think we could start out. If you've got some cots, that would be good. No, I think we've done it. I can't thank you all enough for your perseverance in staying here. I thank our experts. I thank our staff for doing a really good job putting together tremendous presentations. So I'm going to adjourn this meeting. We'll start up tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock with a business meeting, and there will be a test.